Chapter 40. On the aisle of the train. No one expected Lin Fei to send the young man flying with a kick at this time. After all, they were on the train, and judging from the young man's tone of voice, it seemed that he had a high status. It seemed that his background was not small. "How dare you kick me?" Dong Tianai, who had been kicked away, took a while to react. He clutched his chest, feeling a burning pain in his chest. For a moment, he couldn't even breathe. The few people who were accompanying the old man were obviously bodyguards. At this time, their faces also darkened and they were quite angry. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch this guy." Dong Tianai was very angry at this moment. No one in Hangzhou dared to do this kind of thing to him, but he was kicked by an ordinary guy in the train. This was a shame. After seeing this scene, Su Shaowan was a little nervous and hid behind Lin Fei. Her heart warmed. "Brother Lin, you don't have to do this. I think they are all people with high status." Lin Fei said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. It's just a few kids. He should be glad that he's on a train. If he was anywhere else, he would have suffered a lot more. It's his fault for being so rude. People always have to pay the price for speaking the truth." After hearing this, Dong Tianai was even more angry. "What do you mean by talking nonsense?" "That's what I usually say. Who dares to disrespect me?" Just as the bodyguards were about to make a move, a crisp voice rang out, and a woman wearing high heels walked over without anyone noticing. "Stop. This is the train. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" This cold shout immediately made the bodyguard stop. "And you, Tianai, how many times have I told you to be honest when you are outside? Who talks like you? You always want to beat people up. Do you think you are the king?" When Dong Tianai heard this, his whole body instantly sank like an eggplant. He explained, "Sister, I really didn't do anything. It was that guy who bumped into Grandpa. Otherwise, how could Grandpa get sick? How dare he say that Grandpa is hopeless? Isn't he cursing Grandpa?" Dong Tianai got up and rubbed his chest. The corner of his eyes kept twitching. It was really too painful. In front of others, he might still dare to say harsh words, but in front of his sister, Dong Tianai really did not have the confidence. He was really afraid of his sister. People often said that one should hit one's younger brother as soon as possible. However, for Dong Tianai, as a younger brother, he had been bullied since he was a child. The tall woman scolded Dong Tianai as soon as she came up. Soon, she came to the old man's side. She looked nervous and raised her head. "Little girl, this is not your fault. You and your friend can go." Dong Tingting knew Grandpa's situation. It was just an accident, so she did not make things difficult for the young woman and. Hearing this, Su Shaowan also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she really did not do it on purpose. It was just an accident. Su Shaowan quickly said, "Thank you, sister, for understanding." "Sister, how can you let her go just like that? She was the one who bumped into Grandpa." Dong Tianai was not convinced and stared at the young man. "Enough. Just stand there obediently. If you don't behave, when we go back, I will tell your father everything you have done in the past. Let's see who has a hard time." Hearing this, Dong Tianai subconsciously shrank his neck. He knew his father's temper very well. He would definitely beat him to death. "Miss Dong, why don't you let me handle your grandfather's matter? I am quite knowledgeable in this aspect. At least, I can stabilize the situation." At this time, an imposing young man walked over. He was full of the aura of a scholar. Dong Tingting glanced at the person, who looked very unfamiliar. "You know me." The young man took out a business card and handed it to Dong Tingting. "I am a doctor. I have just been appointed to the People's Hospital of Hangzhou. Grandpa's condition is not very good. I have heard of Miss Dong in Hangzhou. You are a famous person in Hangzhou, and Grandpa is even more famous. Dong Tingting thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Not everyone could become a chief doctor in the People's Hospital of Hangzhou. Dong Tingting believed that the person in front of her would not dare to lie to her. Once he lied, he would definitely not have a good ending. Wang Pengfei looked at Lin Fei and said seriously, "You should be glad that you met me. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. You can leave now." Wang Pengfei knew Dong Tingting's capability. She was famous in Hangzhou City. If he didn't seize such a good opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. If Dong Tingting took a fancy to him, he could definitely save 30 years, no, even 50 years of effort. Wang Pengfei knew that such an opportunity was rare. At the same time, he was also confident in his medical skills. At least he could alleviate the pain. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to stand out. Lin Fei glanced at the old man indifferently and said, "I hope your medical skills are good. Otherwise, I think you won't be able to smile when the time comes." After saying that, Lin Fei and Su Shaowan turned around and left. Dong Tianai was still angry. "Sister, we shouldn't let people like them go. It is obviously their fault." Dong Tingting looked at Dong Tianai coldly and said, "Think about what you did wrong just now. Otherwise, when will you understand it? Come and tell me. Otherwise, I will tell my father about it. Don't think that our Dong family is very influential in Hangzhou City." Dong Tianai suddenly had a lot of questions in his mind. He always felt that his sister's words meant something, but he could not figure it out. The man and the woman were just ordinary people. What was so great about them? Would he really be afraid of them? Wang Pengfei felt uncomfortable with the man and the woman, especially the man. He did not say anything, but said such words. Was he not cursing his medical skills? "Miss Dong, don't worry. I am very confident in my medical skills. Master's problem should not be serious. Let me treat him now." Wang Pengfei wanted to let that guy know that he did not study abroad for nothing and that he was not called an overseas returnee for nothing. "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Although Dong Tingting was worried, there was no other way. She could only rely on Dr. Wang Pengfei. It was Master's request to take the train back. Otherwise, this would not have happened. "Brother Lin, will nothing happen there?" Su Shaowan asked with some worry. "I think the old man's condition is not very good." "The old man's condition is indeed worse than I thought. The young doctor is also unreliable. If Miss Dong is smart, she will find him herself. At that time, she will help her solve this little problem. In this way, you don't have to feel guilty." "But it depends on whether Miss Dong is smart enough," Lin Fei said casually. "Ah. So serious." Su Shaowan really believed what Lin Fei said. Chapter 40-41. Wang Pengfei's medical skills were indeed quite good. He wasn't the king of all trades, but he did have a certain level of ability. It was a pity that the situation he encountered this time was worse than he had imagined. Not long after the rescue, he wanted to show off, but he found that the old man's condition was getting worse and worse. His breathing was getting weaker and weaker, which scared Wang Pengfei a lot. How can this be? No, it shouldn't be like this. At this time, Wang Pengfei was also anxious. After all, he had promised to stabilize the old man's condition by patting his chest, but the current situation was not optimistic. It was somewhat out of Wang Pengfei's expectation. Looking at Dong Tingting and Dong Tinya's expressions, Wang Pengfei's heart tightened even more. "Can you do it? If anything happens to my grandpa, I can make you suffer. You won't have a good ending." Dong Tianai was originally a hot-tempered person. Now that his grandpa's condition seemed to be getting worse, he directly grabbed Wang Pengfei's collar and shouted. I'll try my best. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Wang Pengfei's voice trembled because the old man's condition was more serious than he had imagined. In his opinion, the best thing to do now was to send the old man to the hospital as soon as possible. The longer they delayed, the worse the old man's condition would be. But now they were on the train, so Wang Pengfei really didn't dare to say such things. He was a little regretful that he had come to show up. After all, the old man's condition didn't seem that bad at that time, but when he really went to check, he found that the old man's condition was no different from being beyond cure. He had stepped on a huge landmine, and this landmine was going to explode soon. If the old man died on the train, Wang Pengfei would be in trouble no matter what. A trace of disappointment and unwillingness flashed through Dong Tingting's eyes. She was very clear about her grandpa's condition. This time, they went to Donghai to find a famous doctor, but the doctor was not there. If she had known this earlier, she would have chosen to fly back to Hangzhou City. Now that they were in the middle of nowhere, even if the Dong family was influential, it was impossible for them to stop the train. It was impossible for Dong Tingting to watch her grandpa die on the train. Then hurry up and think of a way. Don't just stand there. Dong Tianai was even more nervous than his sister. He was almost shouting. If something really happened to their grandpa, they would be in big trouble in the family. Wang Pengfei already knew that his medical skills couldn't save the old man, so he could only lower his head. Young Master Dong, the old man's condition is too serious. I really can't do anything. Hurry up and find the stewardess here and ask if there are any famous doctors. We might have a chance. In just a few words, the old man's body started twitching, and his breathing became even heavier. Wang Pengfei really didn't words, but the old man. Dong. That the young, didn't he say? Thought. The young men thought. Why not let him try? Wang Pengfei's eyes flashed, and he came up with a vicious idea. If he didn't handle it well, he would offend the Dong clan. Why should he offend the Dong clan? He had to drag an unlucky fellow along with him. Wang Pengfei bore a grudge against the young man and woman. Quite a number of people had heard what he had said just now. It was as if he was a godly doctor. Wang Pengfei felt that if he didn't help such a person, he wouldn't be able to help him. Since they were going to be unlucky, he would let them be unlucky together. That young man. Dong Tianai was furious. He kicked Wang Pengfei's body. However, he remembered what Wang Pengfei had just said. His face turned pale. That kid is just spouting nonsense. Do you really think he can do it? Dong Tianai didn't agree with that young man. They were about the same age. How could he cure his grandpa? On the other hand, Dong Tingting's eyes lit up when she heard what Wang Pengfei said. She was more perceptive than her unreliable brother. From what he did just now, that young man wasn't an ordinary person. If Wang Pengfei didn't mention it, Dong Tingting would have forgotten about it. She could only try it as a last resort. As long as there was a way, she couldn't miss it. Originally, they came here with the accompanying doctor, but the accompanying doctor ate something bad last night and was still in the hospital. In addition, the distance from Donghai to Hangzhou was not far, so Dong Tingting simply did not let the accompanying doctor go with them. In her opinion, that kind of thing would not happen. In the end, Dong Tingting underestimated this trip. She didn't expect such an accident. Do you think that young man has a way? Dong Tingting asked Wang Pengfei. Wang Pengfei nodded and said, since he said so, I think he must have a way. Miss Dong, why don't you give it a try? I really don't have a way. However, with my intuition as a doctor, I think that young man may have a way. After all, there's a saying that there are masters among the people. Maybe he is that master among the people. Wang Pengfei was still very good at talking. Although he hated that guy a lot, he was still quite good at words to save face. He knew that once Miss Dong was interested, as long as she was involved in this matter, Wang Pengfei's goal would be achieved. Wang Pengfei's goal would be achieved. Okay, I'll invite him over now. Dong Tingting remembered that the man and the woman were walking toward the next carriage, so she walked over immediately. She really saw Lin Fei and Su Shaowan. Su Shaowan was still a little scared. Brother Lin, Miss Dong is here. Is something wrong? Su Shaowan said nervously. Friend, what happened just now was my younger brother's fault. Now that my grandfather is in a serious condition, I hope that you can lend a hand and save my grandfather. Our Dong family will be eternally grateful. Dong Tingting came over and said sincerely. Dong Tingting always felt that this young man was a little different. At the very least, this young man was a martial artist. Ordinary people might not be able to see it, but Dong Tingting had seen many martial artists, so she knew that this young man must be a martial artist. As a martial artist, he or she had more or less mastered some medical skills. This was something that was recognized in the martial arts circle. Is Dr. Wang's medical skills not good? Lin Fei said lightly. That's a pity. Dong Tingting naturally heard the teasing tone in his words, but she didn't say anything. Friend, if you help our Dong family this time, Dong Tingting will agree to whatever you want, no matter what you want. Dong Tingting was now in a desperate situation. Since she was sure that the person in front of her was confident, she had to ask him for help. In fact, Dong Tingting had heard the previous conversation. Su Shaowan knew that Lin Fei had some means. When she heard what Dong Tingting said, she couldn't help but say, Brother Lin, help her. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened. Chapter 40-42. It's not impossible for me to help you. Lin Fei said, it's just that your brother is too rude. Although my friend accidentally bumped into your grandfather, it's a normal thing to do on the train. He doesn't have to bully a woman like that. Am I right? Dong Tingting nodded and said, that's right. My brother has a bad temper. I've told him many times. As long as you ask your brother to come and apologize to my friend, I will help you stabilize your grandfather's condition. It's not difficult for him to recover, provided that your brother must come and apologize. It's not a good thing for a man to bully a weak woman. Lin Fei did not ask for much. He just didn't like that man's behavior. Su Shaowan, who was sitting next to Lin Fei, felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Brother Lin, it's not necessary. I didn't do a good job. I can't blame that man. Lin Fei shook his head and said, no. You're Qinglan's best friend. How can you be so gentle when something like this happens? If I don't let that man know his mistake this time, he will do this kind of thing again in the future. This time, he met me, but if it was someone else, he probably wouldn't have such a good ending. He must change his character. Dong Tingting did hope that the man in front of her would help her. However, she had just kicked her brother, which could be considered to be even. Now he asked Amano to come and apologize, which made Dong Tingting a little dissatisfied. However, Dong Tingting had received a good education, so she didn't show it on the spot. But all this could not be hidden from Lin Fei. I know you feel uncomfortable and think that I'm too much of a bully. However, it's your own business whether to let your brother come or not. I'll only tell you about your grandfather's condition. There are only a few minutes left at most. Once I help your grandfather, he can recover and even talk and laugh. However, once the time is up, I can only say that I'm sorry. As for whether you believe it or not, it's your own problem. Dong Tingting was stunned by such serious words. She knew that her grandfather's situation couldn't be delayed any longer, but such words came from a young man's mouth, which seemed a little different. Friend, don't you think this is a bit too much? If it's too much, you should ask your younger brother. Don't bully people just because you have a family background. You should at least show some respect. Of course, you can also not let me do anything. It's not like I'll lose anything. You can ask that doctor for help. I believe that a talent like him who has returned from overseas can solve this kind of problem. Dong Tingting was very angry. If Dr. Wang was useful, she wouldn't have come here to ask for help. Sister, Grandpa seems to be out of breath. Dong Tianai ran over anxiously. What should we do now? The thing that he was most worried about still happened. Dong Tingting could not help but become anxious. She finally understood why this young man had said that just now. He could say it so accurately from such a distance. If he did not have medical skills, what else could it be? She suddenly made a decision in her heart. Tianai, come over and apologize to this lady. Be more sincere, Dong Tingting suddenly said to Dong Tianai. Hearing this, Dong Tianai was stunned. Sister, what are you talking about? You want me to apologize to her? How is this possible? I didn't do anything wrong. Dong Tianai had just suffered a loss. It was absolutely impossible for him to apologize to this woman now. His character did not allow him to lower his head and apologize to anyone. Apologize to me immediately. If you don't, then I don't have you as my younger brother. Dong Tingting's tone was a little more serious. If you want to see Grandpa die on the train, then you don't have to apologize. As for how to explain in the future, it's up to you. Dong Tianya's eyes instantly showed a trace of anger. He was smart and immediately realized that this young man must have said something in front of his sister. Otherwise, he would not have come to apologize. Brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Dong Tianai said coldly. He did not dare to make a move. After all, the strength of that kick just now was still hurting his chest. Lin Fei looked at Dong Tianai. I didn't say anything. I just said that it's not good for you to bully women. I want you to apologize. Of course, you don't have to apologize. It has nothing to do with me anyway. But your grandpa can't wait that long. Although Lin Fei did not go over, the old man's situation was under his control. You dare to threaten me? Dong Tianai had never seen such a person before. His hand was already raised in mid-air, but he did not dare to hit him. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson? Lin Fei did not even look at him. Anyone can talk big. You can try. Let's see if you can do it. Or is the kick just now not enough to teach you a lesson? Hearing this, Dong Tianai was instantly terrified. Dong Tingting walked over. This matter is indeed your fault. It's right to apologize to this woman. Dong Tingting's eyes were very cold. Dong Tianai felt a chill in his heart. He knew that if he did not apologize today, his sister would definitely not let him go. Dong Tianai knew how powerful his sister was. She was one of the best among men. It was creepy to see her. Isn't it just an apology? I'll apologize then. In the end, Dong Tianai still blocked his sister's eyes. Miss, I was impulsive just now. It's my fault. Now I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Dong Tianai said to Su Shaoan. An apology must be sincere. An apology without sincerity is not an apology. Dong Tianai instantly felt a chill down his spine. He took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. This time, Dong Tianai did not dare to speak casually. Instead, his words made Su Shaoan feel embarrassed. There's no need to apologize. I was also at fault. Let's call it even, Su Shaoan said. As a person from Hangzhou, she had naturally heard of the Dong family. Now, she was more and more suspicious that these two people were from the Dong family. The Dong family could not afford to offend them. Su Shaowan did not dare to say anything else. You're lucky this time. You met a person like me who is easy to talk to. If you met someone who was not easy to talk to, I guess you could go home and buy a coffin. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. Remember, in the future, when you go out, you have to keep your eyes open. You might offend someone without knowing it. Dong Ti and I could only bear with it. Keep pretending. You'll suffer later. Chapter 40-43. The old man's condition was already very bad. Wang Pengfei felt that if nothing unexpected happened, something might happen to the old man on the train. At the very least, he didn't have the means to save the old man's life. However, when he saw the young man invited by Dong Tingting, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This is great. Finally, someone is here to accompany me. If something really happens, at least I can get someone to take the blame. As a talent who had returned from overseas, Wang Pengfei didn't believe in the saying that there were experts among the people. It was all a lie. There was no evidence to speak of. It was all pseudoscience. Wang Pengfei was determined to expose all of this pseudoscience and trample on it ruthlessly. Friend, I see that you are very spirited. You must have mastered the medical skills passed down in your family. Right now, the old man's condition is very bad. You have to be very spirited. Don't make any mistakes, Wang Pengfei said pretentiously. You look like a talented person, but your thoughts are too filthy. For people like you, I can only give you a few words. Scram as far as you can. Scram. Wang Pengfei didn't come back to his senses. Lin Fei walked over and lifted his leg to kick Wang Pengfei's stomach. This kick sent Wang Pengfei flying more than 10 meters away. Wang Pengfei was like a ball. He kept rolling outside until his head hit the end of the corridor. At this moment, Wang Pengfei was seeing stars from the kick. His mind was blank, and thoughts of, where am I? What happened just now? Popped up in his mind. It took him a long time before he came back to his senses. He was enraged. Bastard, this is slander. Blatant slander. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to arrest you. Wang Pengfei crawled up and rubbed his stomach. He didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. What he was planning was actually seen through by the other party. This was a completely inconceivable thing. When I'm treating someone, I don't want people chattering in my ears. I believe you can do it, Lin Fei said calmly. Dong Tianai was furious. He didn't know where to vent his anger, so he ran over and slapped Wang Pengfei's face. Shut up. Who allowed you to speak? If anything happens to my grandfather, you'll be the first one I'll punish. This slap almost caused Wang Pengfei to fall to the ground. Half of his face immediately swelled up. He opened his mouth, but didn't dare to say anything. He knew that Dong Tianai was serious. His eyes also became resentful. This was all because of that bastard. Can you help my grandpa now? Dong Tingting was completely focused on the old man. It had only been a few minutes, but the old man's condition had worsened. In front of me, as long as I say no, no one can take anyone's life. Lin Fei reached out and patted the old man's chest a few times. It seemed like a very casual action, but it was this gentle pat that instantly stopped the old man's convulsions. Dong Tingting secretly sucked in a cold breath. It seems to be working. Wang Pengfei, who was not far away, was also paying attention. He didn't believe that this guy could do anything. But after this guy patted the old man a few times, the originally dispirited old man seemed to be glowing again. This was something that Wang Pengfei didn't dare to believe. If it wasn't because Dong Tianai was in front of him, he definitely couldn't help but scream. This had no scientific basis at all. After Lin Fei patted the old man a few times, he slowly helped the old man's condition. In fact, at that moment, he transferred the energy in his body to the old man. It should be known that the energy left behind by an immortal was very powerful. Even a trace of it could bring someone back from the dead. It could be said that this old man was blessed. With this trace of energy to transform his body, he would at least live to 100 years old. Of course, he naturally had to put on a show. Lin Fei patted the old man's body a few more times. It took less than 5 minutes before he stopped. The old man's pale face gradually recovered to a rosy color. Even his breathing was stable. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. Ting, what's wrong with me? Seeing that her grandpa woke up and spoke, Dong Ting completely relaxed. It's okay, it's okay. You just fell asleep because you were too tired. Dong Ting was also shocked. This was really a miracle, doctor. I've helped you solve the problem. If there's nothing else, don't come to me. Lin Fei turned and walked toward the aisle. Su Shaowan also followed closely. Although she knew that Lin Fei was very powerful, she didn't expect his medical skills to be equally powerful. He actually made the sick old man recover in a few minutes. Both of his eyes were shining. Miracle doctor. This kid is a miracle doctor. He's too amazing. Many people around who were watching clapped their hands one by one. Everyone clearly saw what happened just now. In just a few minutes, the old man had recovered. This was not an act. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Dong Tinya's mouth was wide open. Looking at the young man's back, he found it hard to digest the scene. Is this guy really a folk expert? He's really a miracle doctor. If he's a miracle doctor, he seems to be a little too young. Shouldn't he be white-haired and have a sage-like demeanor? For a moment, Dong Tianai felt that he had really offended someone. He seemed to understand why his sister was so strict with him just now. As for Wang Pengfei, there was no need to mention. He had never seen the old man have a relapse of heart disease. He actually recovered with just a few pats. Moreover, his face looked ruddy and he didn't look sick at all. There's actually such medical skills in the world. If I get this, won't I become a great hero in the medical world? Wang Pengfei's eyes suddenly lit up and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Keep an eye on him. We must keep an eye on him. We can't let him escape. Wang Pengfei felt that this was an opportunity. If he missed such an opportunity, he didn't know when he would encounter it again. After a short moment of realization, the old man quickly recovered. The old man still heard the words of the people around him clearly. What was going on with him? He knew that he didn't have much confidence in this trip to Donghai, but now he only felt comfortable all over his body. This was a comfort that he hadn't felt in 20 or 30 years. He seemed to be 10 or 20 years younger. This feeling was very strange, but he yearned for it very much. He even felt that his heart disease seemed to have been cured and he had completely recovered. Ting, tell me honestly. What happened just now? 2K Reading Network. Chapter 40-44. After saving him, Lin Fei didn't bother about it anymore. On the contrary, this made Su Shaowan feel embarrassed. After all, she was the one who caused this. Fortunately, no one came up to seek medical treatment. Otherwise, Lin Fei would really be depressed. 3 hours later. Lin Fei and Su Shaowan got off the train and stood at the exit of Hangzhou. Compared to Donghai, the air in Hangzhou was more polluted. It was normal. After all, Hangzhou had just been rated as a first-tier city. Brother Lin, now that we're in Hangzhou, we're in my territory. I'll be your guide. Don't reject me, or I'll be angry. Su Shaowan took charge of everything once they arrived at the exit. Wait here. I'll drive the car over. You actually parked your car here at the train station. Lin Fei was surprised. Su Xiaowan had lived in Donghai for half a month. She was indeed a rich lady who didn't care about money. Isn't it convenient to go out and come back? Su Xiaowan smiled and went to drive the car. Lin Fei didn't reject Su Xiaowan's kindness. Anyway, he was revisiting his old place in Hangzhou. However, Hangzhou had changed a lot like Donghai. Miracle Doctor, are you waiting for a car? Why don't you take my car? I'll drive you wherever you go. Just then, a white Toyota Alpha drove over. The car window wound down, revealing a smiling face. Who else could it be other than Dong Tingting on the train? Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Thank you, but there's no need. My friend is driving. Dong Tingting really wanted to invite him to the car. If he hadn't done it himself, no one would have known that this ordinary-looking guy was actually a miracle doctor. Dong Tingting found it hard to believe that her grandfather had recovered. His medical skills were superb. Dong Tingting naturally knew how to befriend such a miracle doctor. This is my business card. If you have any trouble in Hangzhou, feel free to call me. Dong Tingting saw that he didn't get into the car, so she took out another business card. She had planned to take it out on the train, but she had forgotten about it because of her grandfather's matter. Fortunately, she met him now. Thank you. Lin Fei kept the business card. Dong Tingting didn't waste any more time and ordered the chauffeur to drive. It's really the world of the young now. I didn't expect the doctor who saved me to be so young. The old man sitting in the back also laughed at this moment, a trace of excitement and shock flashing through his turbid eyes. From the moment he recovered to the moment he sat in the car, the old man had never felt so good. He also realized that the young man's medical skills were much better than those doctors in big hospitals. When I go back, I will arrange for someone to investigate this person's background. No matter what, I must ask him to take another look at Grandpa. If possible, it would be best if he can completely cure Grandpa's illness. Dong Tingting now completely trusted this person. Fortunately, this person didn't get off at any other place. As long as he was in Hangzhou, Dong Tingting still had some confidence. The old man nodded. You have a sense of propriety. It's best not to offend someone like him. To be able to cultivate such amazing medical skills at such a young age, he must have an amazing teacher behind him. Dong Tianai, who was sitting on the other side, shrunk his neck. He didn't dare to offend this young man anymore. Tianai, you should learn from your sister. You can't just look at the surface when you do things. Otherwise, you will always be at a disadvantage. Dong Tianai nodded repeatedly. I understand, Grandpa. I won't do that again in the future. After Dong Tingting and the others left, Su Xiaowan drove over. It was a white BMW 5 Series. Coupled with Su Xiaowan's appearance, she looked like a fair, rich, and beautiful lady. Brother Lin, get in the car. Sitting in the car, Lin Fei could smell a faint fragrance. This was the unique smell of a woman. Brother Lin, this is your first time here. You should stay for a few more days. I have already arranged a hotel for you at Four Seasons Hotel. Then I'll have to trouble you as a guide for the next few days. After all, it's rare to get good food, drinks, and a good place to stay. Lin Fei chuckled. Su Xiaowan was worried that Lin Fei wouldn't accept it. Now that she heard this, she was completely relieved. She drove the car and brought Lin Fei to the Four Seasons Hotel. Along the way, Su Xiaowan kept introducing Hangzhou City to Lin Fei, which more or less made him feel like he used to. Lin Fei stayed at the Four Seasons Hotel. Su Xiaowan, on the other hand, went home. In the evening, Su Xiaowan drove out and took Lin Fei to taste all kinds of special snacks. For 3 days in a row, Su Xiaowan accompanied Lin Fei and they almost walked around the entire Hangzhou city. Lin Fei was also happy to enjoy Su Xiaowan's service. With such a local knowledge, the experience would be better. Lin Fei went to some places that he had been to and felt that time flew by. On the fourth day, Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan went to West Lake in Hangzhou City. Fortunately, it was not a holiday, so there were not many people. Su Xiaowan took Lin Fei on a boat and tasted delicious food. In the afternoon, she took Lin Fei to a special Sihiyuan next to West Lake. Brother Lin, today I'll take you to taste the special food here. It is said that ordinary people can't eat it. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The Sihiyuan was hidden at the foot of a mountain. There were red lanterns hanging outside the door, which gave it an antique look. After walking into the yard, there were rockery and flowing water. From time to time, there was even the sound of gouging, which instantly made people feel relaxed and happy. The skill of playing the gouging is good. It's quite charming. Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan were arranged to stay in an elegant and quiet private room. The faint fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air, which was very pleasant. At that moment, it seemed that all the troubles and tiredness disappeared with the faint fragrance of sandalwood. Lin Fei was quite interested in this place. What he saw along the way proved that the owner of the Sihiyuan was not ordinary. In this place, Lin Fei seemed to smell the concept of Tao. Perhaps others could not see it, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. Such a layout was rare. He also understood why Su Xiaowan said that it was so difficult to make a reservation here. This place was indeed quite unique. It could also be regarded as a place for health. I heard that the gouging player here is at the master level. It's not every day. It's very comfortable to listen to it. It is said that it's an ancient song. Su Xiaowan's eyes were shining. It's a pity that I don't have a chance to see it. Otherwise, I can ask for an autograph. Actually, it's not difficult to see it. Lin Fei smiled. It's quite simple. Chapter 40-45. Su Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Lin, can you really do it? Of course. It's just a small matter. In fact, I also want to meet this zither master. She's much more powerful than you think. Ah, much more powerful. Isn't she just an ordinary zither master? Su Xiaowan did not realize it, but she still believed Lin Fei's words subconsciously. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You'll know when you come down." There was a trace of Tao's artistic conception everywhere in the Sihiyuan. Although this trace of Tao's artistic conception was not very good, in Lin Fei's opinion, no matter who this person was, it was quite amazing to be able to do this. In particular, this Sihiyuan had begun to change slowly. It was a great enjoyment to eat and listen to music here. Such a place was not so easy to find, so Lin Fei also wanted to meet this powerful zither master. If I'm not mistaken, this zither master may be the proprietress of this courtyard. Su Xiaowan's eyes widened again. Proprietress, how is this possible? I remember that the boss here is a man. When did he become a proprietress? Ha 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 ha, you'll know later. This proprietress is very mysterious. Brother Lin, I can't help but be curious. After all, everyone thinks that the boss here is a man. If this is really the proprietress, it will definitely surprise many people. Not long after, a waitress in a cheongsam came over and ordered for Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan. This waitress in a cheongsam was very elegant. Although her appearance could only be said to be about 7 points, her temperament was not something that every woman had. Sir and madam, this is our menu. Take a look. If it's your first time here, I suggest that you two choose our special signature dishes. This signature dish has a total of 4 dishes and a soup. It's our specialty here. After tasting, you can also leave your own thoughts. If our boss likes your thoughts, there will be other surprises, such as a free meal, and a free chance to taste the dishes. Lin Fei suddenly said, "If I'm not mistaken, the boss will rarely like your thoughts here." When he said that, the expression of the waitress in the Chong Sam changed slightly. There was a flash of awkwardness in her eyes. "Sir, you must be joking. I can't guarantee that the boss will take a liking to it." After the waitress left, Su Shaowan could not help but ask, "Brother Lin, how do you know that if we really want to write our thoughts, the boss may not like it?" "That's why I said that you don't understand this place. As long as you understand this place, you can naturally imagine that not everyone can write this kind of speech. If I'm not mistaken, since the opening of this Sihyuan, I reckon that there are very few speeches that can attract her attention. There are even less than 5 of them." "Ah, so few. The boss is a little too stingy," Su Shaowan said unhappily. "But that's for others. For us, it's not a problem at all. Let's taste the signature dish here first." The signature dish was served relatively slowly. It took about half an hour before the waitress in the Cheongsam arrived. "Sir, miss, this is the signature dish of our Sihyuan. 4 dishes and a soup. Please enjoy." The waitress left after putting down the signature dish. "It smells so good." Su Shaowan took a deep breath. "I think I'm going to drool." Lin Fei glanced at it lightly. "It's really a signature dish. It's really unique. I'm quite satisfied with this place. You're a very qualified guide. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to taste this signature dish. Thank you for your compliment, Brother Lin. In fact, it's also my first time here. I just heard that the food here is very good. I can't forget it after eating it." Su Shaowan was a little embarrassed because it was also her first time here. However, she was very happy to be able to satisfy Lin Fei. Outsiders might not be able to see anything, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this signature dish was indeed very signature because it contained a trace of spirit qi. The dishes were not ordinary, and the soup was also not ordinary. Hence, there were 4 dishes and a soup. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. After all, it was rare to see 4 dishes and a soup like this. After tasting it, as he had guessed, it contained a very thin trace of spirit qi. Even if it was only a trace of spirit qi, it was enough to make the 4 dishes and a soup delicious. In addition to the trace of spirit qi in the ingredients, Lin Fei could also see that the cooking method also contained a trace of ancient methods. Lin Fei did not know much about ancient methods, but he could tell from the various traces that it was indeed an ancient method. That was the only way to bring out the taste of the ingredients perfectly. This time, Lin Fei had learned something new. "Wow, it's delicious." Su Shaowan was very satisfied. In the end, her belly was round. She complained, "This is bad. After eating such a good meal, I have to go on a diet for a few days." There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Lin Fei did not eat much, but most of it went into Su Shaowan's stomach. Lin Fei had tasted all kinds of delicacies, but Su Shaowan had never tasted such delicious food. This was a very normal thing. Even if there were 10 people, they would also be fascinated by this smell. "Brother Lin, I've eaten so much good food. I'm afraid that I won't be able to eat anything else in the future. What should I do in the future?" Until now, Su Shaowan still could not forget it. It was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. Isn't that even better? You can lose weight when you have nothing to do. Brother Lin, you're so bad. After they were full, the waiter in Cheongsam came over again. "Sir, madam, are you satisfied with our signature dishes?" "I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied. This is the most delicious food I've ever eaten. It's our honor that you too are satisfied. Our Sihyuan has always pursued food above all else. We're happy if the customers are satisfied." The waiter in Cheongsam took out a book. According to the usual practice, you can write some comments. If the boss takes a liking to it, there might be a big surprise. You write it. I've never been good at this. Su Shaoan handed the book to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it without hesitation. He opened the book, picked up a pen, and wrote casually. Then, he closed the book and handed it to the waiter. Please show it to your boss. I believe your boss will come in person after reading it. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 40-46. The courtyard was neither too big nor too small, and there was a clear difference between it and the courtyard outside. If you looked down from a high place, you would find that this small courtyard was actually in the middle of the Sihyuan. It was perfectly square, perfectly stuck in the middle of the Sihyuan. The small courtyard was filled with flowers and plants, as well as many bottles and jars. It looked lush and green. In the middle of the small courtyard, there was a small patio. Next to the patio was a small pavilion. It was an octagonal pavilion, and it had an antique feel to it. Under the pavilion, there was a stone table with a Chinese zither on it. A woman in a red traditional Chinese dress, like a ball of fire, gently stroked the zither with her slender fingers, and a pleasant note jumped out. When the woman in the traditional Chinese dress played the zither, the sandalwood fragrance slowly rose and filled the pavilion, forming a beautiful picture. Senior sister, these are the remarks left by the guests today. I've brought them to you. A tall woman in a cheongsam walked in with several copies of the remarks in her hand. I don't think you need to read these remarks. These people are just ordinary people, and they don't know the magic of this suitable courtyard. The tall woman in the cheongsam was very familiar with the woman in the traditional Chinese dress. She put the remarks next to the zither and said disapprovingly. The rise and fall of fate. Feelings are hard to say. If you don't look, you won't know. Maybe one day, you will gain something. The red-clothed woman chuckled. The zither in her hand stopped, and the lingering sound lingered. I knew you would say that. I remember you have been in this Sihyuan for 3 years. The woman in the cheongsam sat down next to her. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress washed her hands, wiped them with a towel, and picked up the remarks next to her. Reading the remarks is a daily thing for me now. If I don't read them one day, I will really feel a little unaccustomed. Didn't you look disappointed? Although many warriors have come here, they are very ordinary. They didn't see anything special about this place. Even the Grandmaster experts only think that this place is not bad. If you want to say what you want, I think it's still a little difficult. Qin Haodong said with a smile. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress smiled, looked through the remarks, and put them down one by one. However, there was more or less a flash of disappointment in the depths of her eyes. Maybe it's time for me to change. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress did not know why she sighed in her heart. In the past, she liked to read these remarks the most, but after a long time, as the woman in the cheongsam said, none of these remarks could reach her doorstep. The longer she waited, the more disappointed she became. Senior sister, you are right to think so. Those people in the sect are still expecting you to go back. After all, you have wasted 3 years outside. The woman in the cheongsam smiled, and there was a hint of joy on her face. Over the years, she had persuaded her senior sister many times, but she had failed every time. The woman in the cheongsam knew her senior sister's temper very well. Unless she said it herself, ordinary people could not change her mind. Yes, it's been 3 years. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress said, today is the last day. It's time for me to completely let go of everything. Actually, I don't think it's necessary to read the last speech, because it doesn't make much sense. How can these ordinary people know the magic of the Sihyuan? Although the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress said so, the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress still felt that it was necessary to read the last speech, so that she could finish it. When she opened the last speech, the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress had planned to take a casual look at it. After all, she had been disappointed too many times, so she did not care about the last speech. But when she opened the last speech, the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress was attracted. She stood up and looked excited. How is this possible? Senior sister, what's wrong with you? The woman in the cheongsam stood up and asked, are you feeling uncomfortable? You told me that my medical skills are not bad. I'm in good health. This is the speech. Come and read it. It's definitely something you can't imagine. I didn't expect that after waiting for 3 years, someone finally saw through it. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress focused all her attention on the speech. The woman in the cheongsam was surprised, and she did not believe it. She knew what her senior sister wanted, but she never thought that anyone could see through the secret of the Sihiyuan. How could it appear now? Senior sister, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The woman in the cheongsam turned her head and looked over, but she was also attracted by the speech. At this time, there was only one word on the speech, which was a big Dao. The word Dao was very ordinary. There was nothing extraordinary about it. However, it was this word that gave people an infinite attraction. It was like a black hole that sucked their minds into it. How was this possible? Lin Fei and Su Shaowan did not leave. I don't think anyone will come. Su Shaowan looked around. Lin Fei smiled. Who said no one will come? Listen carefully. The Sihiyuan was very quiet, and it became even quieter after the sound of the guzheng stopped. There were crisp footsteps outside the door. They were very rhythmic, but they sounded very hurried. It seems that someone is really coming. Su Shaowan looked in the direction of the door and suddenly covered her mouth. She looked very excited. They're coming, they're coming. Someone is really coming. At the door. 2 women came in, one after the other. The former was a woman in a red traditional Chinese dress, and the latter was a tall woman in a cheongsam. These 2 women were very elegant. Just by standing there, they instantly made people feel a sense of inferiority. Su Shaowan had always been very proud of her appearance, but after seeing the 2 women, she realized that she was not very beautiful. She was no match for the 2 women, especially in terms of her temperament. Could one of the 2 women be the lady boss? Su Shaowan thought of what Lin Fei had said and was even more surprised. The Sihiyuan was famous, especially among the upper class. However, no one knew that there were 2 such beautiful women in the Sihiyuan. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Sir, did you write the word Dao? The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress was the first to speak. Her eyes were directly fixed on Lin Fei. The person who could write the word Dao was definitely not this beautiful woman, so it had to be this ordinary-looking man. You're still young, but your ability to comprehend is indeed very good. It's no wonder you're called the proud daughter of heaven. Chapter 40-47. Lin Fei's eyes were extremely sinister. The moment he saw the red-clothed woman appear, he knew that she was a proud daughter of the heavens. She was a real proud woman. He was not inferior to his eldest disciple in the slightest. In fact, he even had more potential. That was because the woman in the red Han costume in front of him was born with a trace of Dao aura. This was quite unusual. This was also the first time that Lin Fei had seen someone with Dao connotation since he returned to Earth. Such a person could be counted on one's fingers. If she was in a different world, her strength would skyrocket with a little guidance. However, in Huaxia on Earth, if there was no guidance, the achievement of the woman in the red Han costume would stop at the innate realm. Even if it was the innate realm, it would take a long time to break through. It might be 20 years old, 30 years old, or even 40 years old. The woman in the red Han costume in front of him was obviously stuck at a bottleneck. This kind of bottleneck was completely different from ordinary cultivation. When he saw the woman in the red Han costume, Lin Fei knew why she had left a message. She was looking for her opportunity. You saw it. The expression of the woman in the red Han costume changed and she became even more excited. Su Shaowan was the only one who did not understand. She just felt that these two women were too beautiful. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had temperament. Su Shaowan could not help but ask, "Sister, are you the proprietress here?" "Sister, you have a good eye. I am indeed the proprietress here." The woman in the red Han costume smiled and said, "You can call me Sister Gao." Although Su Shaowan had guessed that the woman in the red Han costume was the proprietress here, she was still a little shocked and could not accept it when she said it in person. There was too much information in this news. Su Shaowan asked again, "Is it you who played the guzheng?" "Yes, I played the guzheng." "Sister, you are so amazing. The guzheng you play is really nice. Can I have your autograph?" Su Shaowan did not expect that her idea would come true so soon. She hurriedly took out a notebook from her bag and asked Gao Fei to sign it. The woman in the red Han costume was called Gao Fei. She did not refuse Su Shaowan's request. She took the notebook and signed her name. Seeing the words was like seeing the person. Gao Fei's signature made Su Shaowan happy again. "By the way, little sister, this should be your first time here. Why don't you let my sister bring you around? I have quite a few interesting places here. Most people are not qualified to go there," Gao Fei said with a smile. "That's right." The tall woman in the guzheng chuckled and said, "Yes, I saw you looking at my guzheng just now. Do you like it very much? It just so happens that I have a lot of newly made cheongsams. I'll take you to try them on. With your figure, these cheongsams should be very beautiful, and they can also enhance your temperament." Guzheng said. Su Shaowan was not a Shaowan, was as guzheng. Fei was not a host of guzheng as was guzheng. Was Qi. Lin Fei also heard it and said with a smile, "Wearing a guzheng costume can really improve one's temperament. You can try it. It's good to improve your image." After hearing what Lin Fei said, Su Shaowan did not have any other ideas. She nodded and followed the tall woman in the guzheng costume out. Lin Fei sat down once again. "Just say what you want to say. After all, it can be said that fate has brought us together. There aren't many people like you who seek to comprehend Tao will. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to say it." Gao Fei had seen all kinds of geniuses, but for some reason, she always felt a sense of oppression in front of this young man. This feeling was inconceivable, but it could also be clearly felt. This was something that ordinary geniuses did not have. However, Gao Fei did not know such a person. However, the word Tao was clearly filled with the Tao meaning that she had been searching for, and it was very obvious. "I want to know how I can go further. I have been trapped in this realm for so long that I have almost become numb to it." Gao Fei wanted to find the answer from him. In the past 3 years, Gao Fei had been looking for someone who could figure out the layout of the Sihiyuan, but no one had been able to do so. Even when a Grand Power Master came, he only felt that the place was good. No one had ever been able to figure out her thoughts clearly. And this man was the only one. In fact, it is not too difficult to break through your realm. Lin Fei said with a smile, "You are a genius. You should not be more than 25 years old, but you are already at the peak of the acquired realm, which means that you have reached the great completion of the transcendent realm. You are only one step away from becoming a god-level expert. You should have been stuck in this realm for 4 or 5 years. The reason you opened the Sihiyuan was to find an opportunity. I don't know if I'm right." If it was not the first time she met this person, Gao Fei would have thought that there was a traitor around her. Because not a single word spoken by the other party was false, it was completely from what she had experienced all these years. Gao Fei had been stuck in this realm for a long time, but she had been unable to find a way out. Therefore, she opened a Sihiyuan outside and even made 4 dishes and 1 soup, which was also known as the spring breeze soup. However, no one had been able to see through all of this. This was the only time. Yes, you are right. I have indeed been stuck in this realm for a long time. At the same time, I have been very troubled. I don't know how to break through. You can't break through because your Tao meaning has not reached the great completion, so you can't break through. If you can't really comprehend your Tao meaning to the great completion level, then you will never be able to enter the innate realm. Lin Fei smiled. Now you should understand why you can't break through, right? This is the biggest barrier. After all, you are different from everyone else. As a proud daughter of heaven, there will naturally be a corresponding test, and this barrier is your test. There were many experts in the sect that Gao Fei was in, but no one could say such a thing. This seemingly ordinary young man was more mysterious than she had imagined. This is the test. Then how can I comprehend the Tao meaning to the great completion? Lin Fei was also bored. After all, it was not easy for him to meet such a person, and she was from Huaxia. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well give her some pointers. This is very simple. Lin Fei suddenly snapped his fingers. Now, I will let you feel what is called the real Tao. As for how much you can comprehend, that will be up to your own fate. Gao Fei instantly felt that she had fallen into a large world filled with divine will. In this large world, Gao Fei felt a familiar aura. This was the Tao that she had been pursuing. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 40-48. Gao Fei was immersed in this enjoyment and was unable to extricate herself. After an unknown amount of time, she only woke up from that special dream when someone pushed her body. Senior sister, are you alright? Gao Fei, who had regained her senses, realized that her junior sister was standing beside her and that the young man had disappeared. She could not help but feel anxious. Where are they? Where are they? Gao Fei turned her head and looked around. At this moment, there was no trace of the man and woman in the private room. Gone, they have already left. The Cheongsam woman said. You don't know. Gao Fei shook her head. I did not feel anything, nor did I know when they had left. Oh right, senior sister, what is the background of that young man? He does not look simple. Could it be that he really saw something? Gao Fei's heart flashed with disappointment. She actually did not ask for the other party's name, nor did she leave the other party's contact information. Has it been a long time since I stood here? About 2 hours. Gao Fei took a deep breath. You should not have said anything bad to that young man, right? The tall Cheongsam woman shook her head and said, No, I feel that this young man is not simple. Naturally, I would not say anything. However, senior sister was in a daze for a full 2 hours. Could it be that you experienced something just now? Do you know about epiphany and the unity of heaven and man? Gao Fei said, Just now, I entered a special state of epiphany and the unity of heaven and man. I never thought that I would be able to enter an epiphany that no one else could. I can only say that this young man is an otherworldly expert. Ah, senior sister, you entered an epiphany just now. Then, I shook you just now. Wasn't that a waste of an opportunity? The tall Cheongsam woman exclaimed subconsciously. As a martial artist, she knew better than anyone how rare an opportunity for epiphany was. In their sect, it was not easy to enter an epiphany. They might not even encounter it a few times in their lifetime. The tall Cheongsam woman could not believe that the young man just now could actually make her senior sister enter an epiphany. How amazing was that? I did enter an epiphany. It was a very strange feeling. Gao Fei recalled. It seems that masters were right. There are many experts in the great thousand worlds, and there's always a higher mountain. If I'm not wrong, this young man might be a divine level expert. Ah, God-grade powerhouses. Didn't they say that God-grade powerhouses no longer dare to show their faces outside? That young man doesn't look like a God-rank expert at all. That's why I said there's always a higher mountain. What we can see is just a starting point. Close the Sihyuan. I'm going back to the sect. Gao Fei suddenly said. After that day, the famous Sihyuan in the upper circle of Hangzhou City was inexplicably closed. No one knew why it was closed. Big Brother Lin, you definitely didn't expect that the big sister wearing the Cheongsam was actually a master of Cheongsam design. She even personally gave me a set of Cheongsam, sitting in the car. Su Shaowan chattered and came out with a small bag with a blue and white Cheongsam in it. Judging from the material of the Cheongsam, it was not cheap at all. Although Lin Fei did not give much guidance to Gao Fei, he still underestimated Gao Fei's potential. She could actually enter a deep level after an epiphany. If nothing went wrong, as long as she solidified her foundation, she could break through to the innate realm in at least half a year and become a divine-level expert, as everyone said. In Lin Fei's opinion, he just did a very casual thing. This kind of trivial matter was quickly forgotten by Lin Fei. Giving advice to a little guy at the acquired realm was not a trivial matter. What else could it be? Lin Fei did not pay much attention to it. He could only say that the opportunity had come and he happened to come to the Sihyuan for a meal. Su Shaowan was in a very good mood today. Not to mention anything else, she could not forget the 4 dishes and 1 soup in the Sihyuan. She also liked the Cheongsam that she brought out later. The white BMW finally stopped in front of the Four Seasons Hotel. Sorry for troubling you for the whole day. You can go back and have a good rest. Lin Fei smiled and opened the door. It's not troublesome at all. Su Shaowan shook her head and said, I feel very happy and comfortable when I'm with Brother Lin. At this time, a sapphire blue Porsche rushed up from behind and directly stopped behind Lin Fei. A young man ran out of the car in a threatening manner. Su Shaowan, you bitch. I knew you were with another man. What did I do wrong? How could you go and find another man? The man who rushed out of the car roared at Su Shaowan without any explanation. Su Shaowan's face immediately darkened. She pushed the door and walked out. Zhang Kai, shut your stinky mouth. Who's the bitch? I have nothing to do with you. It's all your wishful thinking, okay? Zhang Kai was not very old. He was only about 21 or 22 years old. He was dressed very fashionably. In modern terms, he was a fresh meat. Moreover, he was a fresh meat who could afford a Porsche that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. He could be considered to be from a wealthy family. I'm not talking nonsense. You're my woman. Now you're hooking up with another man. What do you want me to do? Zhang Kai said fiercely, and you, I don't care where you come from. Get out of here right now. Brother Lin, don't listen to him. I have nothing to do with this guy. I've never regarded him as my boyfriend, let alone dating him. Su Shaowan explained to Lin Fei, this guy is a troublemaker. He's a playboy. Who will like you? Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. After seeing this fresh meat man, Lin Fei knew why Su Shaowan had stayed in Donghai for half a month. Maybe it had something to do with Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai also met Su Shaowan at a gathering of friends. At that time, Su Shaowan happened to open a live broadcast. Zhang Kai fell in love with her at first sight. Zhang Kai was a local rich playboy. He thought he could easily win Su Shaowan's heart, but he did not expect that Su Shaowan was not the kind of person he had imagined. He pursued her again and again, but he failed again and again. This made Zhang Kai feel very embarrassed in his WeChat moments. After all, he was known to be unstoppable in his WeChat moments. As long as he was willing to spend money, there was nothing he couldn't get. In his words, As long as he was willing to spend money, there was nothing he couldn't do. But this time, he really failed with Su Shaoan. What made Zhang Kai even more dissatisfied was that Su Shaoan had left Hangzhou City, and he could not find her for half a month. This time, it was thanks to the help of his friend that he knew where Su Shaoan was. "Friend, since Su Shaoan doesn't like you, you'd better leave. Anyway, you're young and can find a woman. Why do you want to pester Su Shaoan?" Lin Fei said with a smile, "You should know your place. It's useless to pester her." 2K Reading Network. Chapter 40-49. Zhang Kai was furious. It was already amazing that he did not ask her to leave. Now, she wanted him to leave. Who did she think she was? "Boy, say it again if you have the guts. Believe it or not, I will kill you." Zhang Kai was quite hot-tempered. In Hangzhou City, no one dared to say such words to him. "You are so young, but your hearing is so bad. You can't even understand what I said. It seems that you really need to see a doctor." Lin Fei said with a smile, "Listen carefully. I told you to stop pestering Su Shaoan in the future. It's not like a rich man like you can't find a woman. Why do you have to make life difficult for a woman? You're a man. Be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. You should know that I rarely say words of persuasion. I think it's good to persuade people with reason." Zhang Kai felt that he had met a storyteller who had the nerve to persuade him. How could it be possible? "Zhang Kai, have you had enough? If you don't leave, I will call the police." Su Shaoan had already taken out her phone. It seemed that she would call the police as long as Zhang Kai did not leave. Su Shaoan knew what kind of person Zhang Kai was. He had quite a lot of connections in Hangzhou City. Although she knew that Lin Fei was quite powerful, there was a saying that a powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its territory. Therefore, Su Shaoan did not want anything to happen to him. Zhang Kai was even more unhappy when he heard that. "I have pursued you for such a long time, but you have never said a few words to me. Now, you are calling the police for a man." His whole face became gloomy. "Su Shaoan, listen carefully. Today, I will make it clear. If you don't leave with me today, your friend will not be able to leave Hangzhou City. You should know that I am a disciple of Tianhu Martial Arts Club. A casual sentence from me will be enough to benefit your friend endlessly." It was a threat. It was a threat. As a native of Hangzhou City, Su Shaoan had certainly heard of Tianhu Martial Arts Club. It was a benchmark in Hangzhou City with more than 10,000 members. It was said that there were powerful masters in Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Those foreign taekwondo, judo, etc. were no match for the Sky Lake Dojo. There was even news that the disciples of the Sky Lake Martial Club were all arrogant and despotic. They never put others in their eyes. The Sky Lake Martial Club was also very capable. It was said that there was a time when a disciple of the Sky Lake Martial Club beat someone up outside. In the end, the big matter was turned into a small matter, and the small matter was turned into nothing. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. Su Shaoan did not expect Zhang Kai to be from the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo. This was something she didn't know before, but now she seemed to understand why Zhang Kai was so confident. Zhang Kai smiled smugly in his heart. "Let's see what else you can say later. If you dare to not give me face, I'll let your friend enjoy my hospitality." From the few words just now, Zhang Kai knew that this young man should be an outsider and not a local. As long as he was not a local, Zhang Kai had nothing to worry about. Zhang Kai had done this many times, but no one could do anything about it. Not only did he have good connections, but he was also a disciple of the Tianhu Dojo. Therefore, no matter who this guy was, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Now it was up to Su Shaoan to choose. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Kai rarely used this method, but today, he really had to use this method to force Su Xiaowan. If it was not for the fact that he had not made any progress with Su Xiaowan, Zhang Kai would not have used this method. He was prepared to slowly roll the frog in the water, but now that there was a stranger, it would not work. Zhang Kai, you're so shameless. Su Xiaowan's hand holding the phone trembled a little. Zhang Kai said seriously, it's not that I'm shameless, but it's the truth. Who asked you to make me unhappy? As long as I'm unhappy, I can do anything. You should know that. Ha 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 ha, you can do anything. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy was really quite interesting. Then make one for me to see. Zhang Kai snorted coldly and showed a fierce look. It seems that you really did not listen to what I said. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think you're the king. Lin Fei laughed again. In fact, even if the king came, it would be the same in front of me. Do you see these 2 fingers? As long as I gently snap my fingers, I will let you enter a wonderful world. Lin Fei gave Zhang Kai a thumbs up and a middle finger, waving it in front of Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was so angry that he laughed. I've seen a lot of people like you who don't know how to behave. Since you like to play, I'll play with you. He pounced forward, instantly turning into a ferocious tiger, and his power was faintly discernible. Just this action alone showed that Zhang Kai was really a martial arts genius. Of course, this alone was not enough in front of Lin Fei. Originally, I didn't want to do it, but for people like you, I really have to fulfill your wish. I'll first break your mouth, then slowly play with you. Zhang Kai pounced forward, and then he used the black tiger worry. Although the move was old-fashioned, it was quite powerful. It was quite extraordinary at first glance. Brother Lin, be careful. Su Xiaowan was nervous, and her heart was in her throat. Snap! Lin Fei instantly snapped his fingers. Since you like boxing so much, then go to the square nearby and have a good night's practice. After that, go to the West Lake for a swim and sweat off. These words, which were neither light nor heavy, were deeply imprinted in Zhang Kai's mind like a magic song. Zhang Kai, who was originally pouncing towards Lin Fei, suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around like a pole, and sat back in the car. With a loud rumble, the Porsche rushed in like a ferocious beast. This scene stunned Su Xiaowan. She did not know what had happened, and only saw the Porsche disappear at the end of the road. Brother Lin, what did he do? Lin Fei said with a smile, I feel that since this kind of person likes boxing, he can't just do it for the 2 of us to see. There are so many aunties at the square, and I believe that they will be very interested in boxing. This scene suddenly appeared in Su Xiaowan's mind. She saw Zhang Kai driving the Porsche into the square, and then started boxing while the aunties were scolding him. Just thinking about it made her feel sour. Was that hypnosis just now? It felt so powerful. Su Xiaowan asked curiously. Su Xiaowan knew about hypnosis, but it was her first time seeing someone as powerful as Lin Fei, who could make Zhang Kai fall for it with a snap of his fingers. Actually, my hypnosis is used to hypnotize cats and dogs. This is the first time I've used it on a human. Who would have thought that Zhang Kai's brain is worse than cats and dogs? He can't do anything even if I hypnotize him. Su Xiaowan burst out laughing, Brother Lin, I realize that you're really bad. I can guarantee that Zhang Kai will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Shook Ju website. Chapter 40-50. That night, a hot piece of news appeared on all the news channels in Hangzhou. There were more than 1 million hits on the internet. A young man driving a luxury car barged into a public square, scaring all the aunties in the public square. Countless aunties were at a loss. This was not the end. Some people tried to grab hold of the young man, but they were met with a series of fierce blows. Wind blew like a tiger, and a group of people fell to the ground. After a series of vigorous punches, the young man ran into West Lake and jumped into the lake naked, causing countless people to panic, especially the girls, who covered their faces. Lin Fei didn't know any of this. It was a silent night. Big brother Lin, you're too awesome. Zhang Kai is famous now, Su Xiaowan said as soon as she arrived. Su Xiaowan knew that Zhang Kai would be in a difficult situation, but she did not expect that he would become a hot topic. Especially those middle-aged women who were interviewed, they wished they could tear Zhang Kai into pieces. I didn't do anything, Lin Fei said. He did it himself. To be honest, I'm very happy to see Zhang Kai like this. As long as you're happy, Lin Fei said with a smile. Today, I'll take you to the martial arts circle convention. Then I'll start the live broadcast. Su Xiaowan had mentioned the martial arts circle convention to her fans a few days ago, and the response was very enthusiastic. The fans had been looking forward to it for a long time. Just don't let me show my face, said Lin Fei. I will never let you show your face. Su Xiaowan giggled. Then let's go. The martial arts tournament was not held in the city. Instead, it was held in a mountain villa in the suburbs. On the road to a mountain villa in the suburbs. From time to time, luxury cars would pass by. Wow, Brother Lin, are these all going to participate in the martial arts circle convention? Along the way, Su Xiaowan saw many luxury cars. The cheapest one was priced at 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, and most of them were priced in the millions. All of them should be. I always thought that cultivators were imaginary. I did not expect it to be held in a mountain villa. Furthermore, it is so rich. This is beyond my imagination. Su Xiaowan was very surprised. Lin Fei knew very well that martial artists were not as poor as imagined. On the contrary, they were quite rich. Driving a car worth millions was actually very normal. When they arrived at the villa, Su Xiaowan was shocked again. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars. It was more than he had imagined. This is the martial arts circle convention. Su Xiaowan got out of the car and could not help but be shocked. Both men and women could do it. They were all very young and wondered if they had come to this place. That's right. Lin Fei said. Do you think they're all old men? Su Xiaowan nodded. She really thought so. She felt that she had really underestimated this martial arts circle convention. Luckily, Brother Lin brought me here today. Otherwise, I really don't know if the martial arts circle convention would be like this. Su Xiaowan had learned something new. I'll show you around. Lin Fei smiled and led Su Xiaowan to the gate of the villa. Someone was registering at the gate. When Lin Fei said his name, the person at the door came out. After confirming it, he handed Lin Fei a pass. You can go in. The villa was huge. I didn't expect there to be such a big villa in the suburbs. If I didn't come here, I wouldn't have known. Su Xiaowan exclaimed. As a native of Hangzhou, Su Xiaowan had never heard of such a place. Then I'll turn on the live broadcast. Su Xiaowan could not wait to open the live broadcast software. As soon as the live broadcast started, Su Xiaowan started the live broadcast. A group of fans immediately came to the live broadcast room. The number of viewers also reached more than 100,000 in an instant. What a beautiful villa. Is this the martial arts circle convention? Why does it feel like a vacation? I'm looking forward to it. Su Xiaowan first introduced the situation to everyone, which drew cheers from the live broadcast room. Lin Fei thought that Su Xiaowan was very resourceful as a streamer, and she was also very eloquent. To be a streamer, she still needed some means. When they walked into the lobby of the villa. In the lobby, groups of people were chatting with each other. The most obvious was a banner. Warmly welcome friends from all over the world to the Martial Arts Circle convention. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaowan burst into laughter. Are you surprised? Su Xiaowan nodded. I'm really surprised. If you think of them as ordinary people, you're definitely wrong. Any one of these men and women can easily defeat a few strong men. Ah! Su Xiaowan really couldn't see it. Isn't this too exaggerated? It's not exaggerated. In Su Xiaowan's live broadcast room, everyone was stunned. This is the Martial Arts Circle convention. I'm sure I'm in the right place. It's a critical hit. I don't believe it. The fans were really shocked. Basically, they were shocked. This is the Martial Arts Circle convention. They really know how to brag. Sorry, videos are not allowed here. At this time, someone came over and said to Su Xiaowan with a slightly gloomy face. At the same time, he stretched out his hand as if to grab a mobile phone. After all, it was Su Xiaowan's first time here, so she was somewhat flustered. As soon as the other party came up to grab the mobile phone, his behavior was also very overbearing. Friend, there seems to be no restrictions in this place. Just as the man was about to grab him, Lin Fei made his move. He grabbed the man's wrist, and without any hesitation, he grabbed it. This person was obviously stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone could grab his hand. He looked up and saw that it was a very strange young man. He immediately used his chi, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his hand back. Don't tell me you have the nerve to bully a girl. Since it's the Martial Arts Circle convention, it must be publicized. Don't tell me you have the nerve to bully a woman. Lin Fei said with a smile. Who are you? The man asked. His heart also sank. Who are you? I'm an ordinary martial artist who came to participate in the Martial Arts Circle convention. The man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be called an ordinary martial artist? He was an inward strength martial artist himself. Just now, he used his inward strength, but it didn't work. He realized that this guy was an expert. Everyone is looking. Don't make a fuss. Lin Fei withdrew his hand, but a force shook his body and he took a few steps back. The man looked him up and down for a while. You're amazing. He turned around and left. Forget it. Brother Lin, are you okay? Su Xiaowan was a little worried. I'm fine. Just continue the live broadcast. Su Xiaowan was relieved and continued the live broadcast. Many young people present also saw this scene, and they were a little surprised. They didn't know who that man and woman were. That man was an expert in the villa. Su Xiaowan, how dare you come out? Not long after Su Xiaowan's live broadcast, an angry roar came from outside the hall. She saw a group of people rushing in. When this group of people came in, many people's expressions changed. People from Tianhu Martial Arts Club. It seems that something is going to happen. Su Xiaowan looked back and saw Zhang Kai, whose face was covered with claw marks. She burst into laughter. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4051. Now, Zhang Kai's current appearance was really amusing. Su Xiaowan could not help but laugh. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She could even imagine Zhang Kai's embarrassing appearance when he was grabbed by the middle-aged woman. Xiao xiao xiao, shut up. Zhang Kai suddenly looked flustered and exasperated. His fierce eyes moved away from Su Xiaowan and fell on Lin Fei. Zhang Kai had seen everything that had happened last night, but he couldn't control himself. It was a very scary feeling. He was a dignified disciple of Tianhu Martial Club and a famous person in Hangzhou City. But now, he had suddenly become a big joke in his circle. Originally, the matter was temporarily suppressed. However, Zhang Kai had encountered this guy in the martial arts circle assembly. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find him by chance. Zhang Kai could not help but bring some people over. "Junior brother, this is the guy who attacked you." Several senior brothers of Tianhu Martial Arts Club also came with him. After all, Tianhu Martial Arts Club was one of the top martial arts clubs in Hangzhou. The disciples of Tianhu Martial Arts Club were also divided into drill disciples and inner sect disciples. Zhang Kai and the others belonged to the inner sect disciples. Zhang Kai was able to come out so quickly thanks to his relationship with Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Otherwise, with his vile nature, he wouldn't be able to come out as he wished. Even if he came out, Zhang Kai couldn't show his face outside. Therefore, he came to the martial arts circle assembly to relax. "Senior brother Feng, this is the guy." Senior brother Feng's name was Feng Dong. He was a martial artist and had a very good relationship with Zhang Kai. In fact, it was Feng Dong who brought Zhang Kai to attend the martial arts circle assembly today. Feng Dong patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder and said, "I will help you. If he dares to play tricks on you, he will be my enemy. I will teach him a lesson." Feng Dong's eyes became more fierce. He glanced at Zhang Kai and said, "I don't care who you are, what your name is, or where you come from. Kneel down now and wait for my junior brother to vent his anger on you." Feng Dong's words were condescending like a king. No one was allowed to resist. Lin Fei said to Su Shaowan, "Turn off the live broadcast first." No matter what, at this time, Lin Fei came with the identity of Dong Hai. If he really made a mess in the martial arts circle convention, it would more or less be a little embarrassing. Therefore, he asked Su Shaowan to turn off the live broadcast first. Su Shaowan turned off the live stream very quickly, but the fans in the live stream room were still in an uproar. After all, many of them were from Hangzhou City. They had more or less seen what had happened yesterday on the internet. So when they saw Zhang Kai, they could not help but be angry. Under normal circumstances, this guy should be locked up. How could he appear here? After Su Shaowan turned off the live broadcast, she secretly took a deep breath. It seemed that a lot of things had really happened. She knew that Zhang Kai had made the headlines last night. Now that the fans in the live stream room had seen it, Su Shaowan could not help but have a headache. Just now, Su Shaowan did not pay attention to this matter. Only now did she know that it seemed to be a little troublesome. However, when she saw Lin Fei, she did not know why. It seemed that as long as Lin Fei was here, everything would be a small matter. This feeling was very incredible, but it was real. As soon as the people from Tianhu Martial Arts Club came over, many people secretly observed them, especially after they recognized Feng Dong. It should be known that Feng Dong was a young talent from Tianhu Martial Arts Club. At a young age, he had reached the level of covert power. It was said that he was extremely talented and might become a generation of guru in the future. In the circle of Hangzhou City, more or less, people had to respect Feng Dong from Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Who is that young man? He actually offended Feng Dong from Tianhu Martial Arts Club as soon as he came here. Where did this unorthodox method come from? He beat up the people from Tianhu Martial Arts Club. In my opinion, unless it's someone from the older generation, no one can control Feng Dong's temper. But it's normal. After all, this is Hangzhou City. It's their territory. How can they tolerate an unruly person who dares to act presumptuously here? If I were him, I would also teach him a lesson. That lady is quite pretty and she looks like a broadcaster. I don't know how she ended up following such an unlucky guy. Maybe she'll suffer later. You people don't practice martial arts properly. You only know how to bully the weak. To be honest, I am very unhappy with your behavior. I think there is a very good saying, you have the strength of a warrior, but you have no moral character. Therefore, you should all be locked in a cage. Lin Fei said very seriously. This was not the first time he had encountered such a thing. In general, the martial arts circle was not as peaceful as he had imagined. Lin Fei now understood why there were existences like the Yanhuang battle team and the martial gate. It was just that the Yanhuang battle team's ability was slightly weaker, and they were unable to suppress the martial gate. There was no need to guess. This Sky Lake Dojo must have joined this huge force, which was why they dared to say such words. Feng Dong laughed and said, "What you said is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Locking warriors in a cage. You are really thinking too much. Even the Yanhuang battle team cannot do that. What qualifications do you, a brat, have to say such words?" Lin Fei nodded seriously and said, "Actually, I do have the qualifications to do such a thing. However, today is the martial arts circle convention. I won't say much to you. Take your junior brother and leave this hall. Don't disturb everyone's mood. After all, it is not easy for everyone to come to the martial arts circle convention. I don't want to make this martial arts circle convention a mess." Zhang Kai said fiercely, "Do you really think you are the king of heaven? You can make the martial arts circle convention a mess. Don't say such polite words. Just stand there obediently and let me break your limbs." And you, Su Shaowan, chose to follow such a person of all people. If I don't let you sing the Song of Conquest today, then I am not Zhang Kai. Since my junior brother has said so, I don't think you'll be honest. Since that's the case, I'll help you, said Yi Shiwen. Two junior brothers walked out from behind Feng Dong. Both of them were strong and muscular. Outside, they looked like muscular men. Both of them had cruel smiles on their faces. This is my junior brother. Their specialty is grappling, and it's not an ordinary grappling technique. With your small arms and legs, if you get caught later, I think you'll be crying for your parents. Alas, why do you have to do that? Chapter 40-52. The two Tianhu disciples were both at the obvious strength realm. In a few steps, they pounced on Lin Fei and tried to capture him. They wanted to pinch Lin Fei to the ground on the spot. There were two bangs. Lin Fei did not seem to have done anything. He only flicked his sleeves and the two cultivators, who weighed over 100 kilograms, were sent flying. They smashed into the marble floor. The solid sound caused all the cultivators present to suck in a breath of cold air. That's too fast. He could even imagine this scene. That intense pain was definitely uncomfortable. What shocked them even more was that this young man was so skilled that he even dared to beat the people from the Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Once he started, it would be hard for him to stop. Everyone knew Feng Dong's character. He was known as a bully in the Tianhu Martial Arts Club. His favorite thing to do was to challenge all kinds of martial arts clubs. At least dozens of people had been injured by him. Some of them were even in the hospital. Zhang Kai, who was next to him, was excited when he saw that guy attack. He knew that once that guy injured someone from the Sky Lake Dojo, and with senior brother Feng present, senior brother Feng wouldn't need to say anything. Senior brother Feng would teach that guy a lesson. That was why Zhang Kai was so aggressive when he saw Lin Fei at the entrance of the lobby. With senior brother Feng's support, what was there to be afraid of? Senior brother Feng's master was the curator of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club, and the curator was a Grand Master expert. They possessed terrifying battle prowess. Although they couldn't overturn mountains and seas, no one who had been targeted by them had ever survived. Boy, how dare you beat the people from the Tianhu Martial Arts Club? You're dead meat. Not everyone can touch our Tianhu Martial Arts Club. The disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club behind Feng Dong were angry. This time, they had brought a lot of disciples to participate in the Martial Arts Club assembly. In fact, they had brought them here to broaden their horizons. The Martial Arts Club assembly was an exchange meeting. At the same time, it was also an exchange activity used by Hangzhou City to announce its strength to the outside world. Now, the people from the Tianhu Martial Arts Club had been beaten before the event began. Everyone knew that the Tianhu Martial Arts Club was second to none in Hangzhou City and also a benchmark in the martial arts circle. Come at me if you have the ability. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Fei laughed and said, and Zhang Kai, it seems that you haven't suffered enough last night. Do you want me to give you another free meal? Zhang Kai's eyes narrowed. He was unable to remain calm. After all, not only had he been caught by the aunties of the square last night, some of them had even taken advantage of him. It was so disgusting that he hadn't been able to sleep well the entire night. You dare. If you dare touch me again, my senior brother will definitely help me vent my anger. Zhang Kai was so frightened that he took a few steps back. Until now, he still had not completely understood how he had fallen for the trick. However, he more or less had some understanding of it. This guy might even have a skill in hypnosis. Zhang Kai was really afraid that he would be hypnotized again. The last time he was hypnotized in the square, he was already in such a state. If this were to happen again, Zhang Kai could not guarantee what would happen to him. Just thinking about it made him feel uneasy. Not only did you hit a member of our martial arts club, but you also dared to threaten my junior brother. You are really capable. Few people in this place dare to say such words to you. Feng Dong was really angry. I have already hit you. What can you do to me? Lin Fei said very calmly, an ant like you, I can kill you with one finger. However, I have a good temper now, so I don't want to talk too much with you. As long as you leave now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Once I take action, you will not have a good ending. Lin Fei really did not like this kind of trivial things like fighting and killing. Even his immortal divine body did not exert its full strength. Otherwise, these ordinary flesh and blood bodies would not be able to resist his attack at all. Feng Dong was infuriated. In front of so many people, as a member of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club, if he left, it would mean that he was afraid of the other side. Moreover, he was a warrior of covert power, so there was really nothing to be afraid of. Since you dare to say that, let me see what makes you think you can say that. Forget it, I don't even want to fight with a piece of trash like you. Lin Fei shook his head and snapped his fingers. If you can stand it, I'll snap my fingers first. A crisp sound rang out. Before the crowd realized what was going on, they found that Feng Dong's face became listless. Since you like it so much, you can practice boxing here. And you, Zhang Kai, do the same. Practice here for 3 days and 3 nights. Energetic people should have a good exercise. The moment Lin Fei snapped his fingers, Zhang Kai actually noticed it. He wanted to run away, but he could not. His expression immediately changed, and he fell into a state of stupefaction. The crowd saw Feng Dong and Zhang Kai start practicing their boxing skills like puppets. One punch after another, strong and vigorous. After finishing one set, he did another set, repeating it over and over again. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Hypnosis. This is definitely hypnosis. It's amazing. I didn't expect there to be such a hypnosis. Feng Dong is a warrior of covert power, but he fell for it just like that. Some people who had looked down on them did not dare to look down on them anymore. With this method, even the people of covert power did not dare to have any ideas. With just a snap of his fingers, he was controlled like this. I guess only a guru can do this. Su Shaowan gently pulled Lin Fei's arm and said worriedly, Brother Lin, let's go. Lin Fei chuckled and said, what's there to be afraid of? Actually, there's really nothing to worry about. We're just here to watch the show. You don't say, a senior brother's fist technique is better than a junior brother's. It's more imposing. If we don't have money, we can still sell our skills and earn some money to spend. Who dares to make trouble in the martial arts circle convention? Are you really full and have nothing better to do? At this moment, 3 people walked out of the hall. The giant in the lead had a loud voice like a huge bell, which suppressed everyone's voices. Even so, Feng Dong and Zhang Kai continued to practice their punches without being affected at all. It's Director Shui from the Yan Huang battle team. At the mention of Director Shui, these young people's expressions changed, as if they had seen a huge beast coming. They saw a 198 meters tall giant walking over. Every step he took had a strong aura. Chapter 4053. This person's presence was completely different. He was a real big shot in Hangzhou. The disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club seemed to have found their savior. Director Shui, catch him quickly. He's causing trouble at the martial arts club and controlling our senior brother Feng using crooked means. The disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club were also good at talking. They immediately put a label on Lin Fei. Today was the Martial Arts Club convention, which was jointly organized by the Yanwang Battle Squad and the top masters in Hangzhou's martial arts circle. Whoever caused trouble here was equivalent to slapping the faces of these 2 people. Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. There was a loud bang, like thunder, directly exploding in the hearts of the disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Puff, 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 puff. The disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club vomited blood and sat on the ground shakily. Everyone knew that Director Shui's temper wasn't that good to talk to. Once Director Shui got angry, it meant that he was in a very bad mood. No matter who it was, they wouldn't give him face. Everyone could not help but sweat for the young man. Director Shui turned around and said to someone behind him, "Your disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club should be disciplined. They have no respect for their elders." The person that Director Shui was talking about was the deputy director of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club, Lei Yi. He was also a tall and strong man with a very strong aura, but he was still a head lower in front of Director Shui. Director Shui is right. When we go back, I will discipline them well, Lei Yi said. Thunder One responded, "Someone, take these blind guys back and lock them up for a week." Immediately, the people from the Tianhu Martial Arts Club helped them out of the room. "You're the one causing trouble here." Director Shui glanced over. Zhang Kai and Feng Dong knew each other, they had seen each other a few times, but the current situation made him somewhat unable to figure it out. However, he knew in his heart that they should have been hypnotized by a strong spiritual force, and his voice just now actually wanted to wake the 2 of them up, but in the end, he still underestimated the power of this hypnotism. He was a great master ranker, yet he couldn't wake the 2 of them up. Could it be that your Yan Huang battle team is also planning to interfere? Lin Fei laughed. If that's the case, then this martial arts convention will be meaningless. As soon as Lin Fei spoke, Chief Shui immediately locked onto Lin Fei. Vice Curator Lei Wan from Tianhu Martial Arts School was in a very bad mood. He swept his fierce gaze over. "How dare you cause trouble in the martial arts tournament? I don't care what your reason is, but you should go and think about what you did wrong." Someone behind Lei ran straight to Ling Fei. This Lei also knew how to talk. No matter what, he had to take Lin Fei away first. If he fell into the hands of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club, they could do whatever they wanted, and no one could say a word about it. "You can go now." As soon as Lei's men came out, a big hand blocked in front of them. Director Shui said, "This matter should be caused by your Tianhu Martial Arts Club, it has nothing to do with him." When Lei heard this, his whole face changed. He knew that Director Shui was a very old-fashioned person, and he was never polite to anyone who caused trouble. However, what kind of situation was this now? He actually spoke up for that person. Before Lei could completely recover, Director Shui strode in front of Lin Fei. "Young Master Lin, you should have informed us in advance that you are coming to Hangzhou. You are an important guest, so our Yan Huang battle team should have come to pick you up. If that guy knows, he will definitely call me and tell me. The tense expression on Director Shue's face became bright. This scene made everyone stunned, and they all wondered who this young man was. It was very rare for Director Shue to speak so warmly. Li also opened his eyes wide. Young Master Lin. When did they have such a person in Hangzhou? Even he didn't know about it. This was almost impossible. There is no need for your Yan Huang battle team to pick me up. Anyway, this time I just came to Hangzhou to have a look. I heard that there was a martial arts conference, so I came to have a look. Who knew that this kind of thing would happen? Lin Fei shook his head and said. Director Shue's heart couldn't help but thump. If it was someone else, he might not care, but the person in front of him was definitely a powerful person. One should know that there were many masters in Donghai, but they were all defeated by Lin Fei. Even the Shen family, one of the three big families in the south, suffered a big loss in the hands of Lin Fei. It could be said that the current Lin Fei was a real existence in Donghai, and he was so young with unlimited potential. Director Shue, as the branch director of the Yan Huang battle team, naturally knew about such a person. He was a person that could not be offended. Director Shue didn't want Lin Fei to make too much trouble in Hangzhou. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he heard the voice. Otherwise, today's martial arts conference would not be able to continue. That would really be a slap to the Yan Huang battle team's face. At that time, even if it was clear, if you let Director Shue find trouble with Lin Fei, it was simply too drunk. Only someone with brain damage would do that. He couldn't wait to serve Lin Fei. Young Master Lin, you are really joking. You coming is the biggest face of our martial arts conference. Director Shue smiled. Lin Fei didn't know this Director Shue, but since he was the branch director of the Yan Huang battle team, it was normal for him to know something about him. Director Shue really knows how to be polite. Just treat me as an ordinary person. Anyway, I'm just here to take a look and ask my friend to help promote your martial arts conference. However, I found that in our martial arts circle, there are many people who rely on their strong martial arts and do things based on their preferences. I think Director Shue should work hard in this area in the future. For example, these two people from the Tianhu Martial Arts School were really not very kind. Lei, who had been standing behind, couldn't help but say. This was a slap to the Tianhu Martial Arts School's face. Although he didn't know why Director Shue was so polite to this young man, he didn't think that this young man could challenge him. Maybe Director Shue was so polite because of the power behind this young man. Young man, you have to be responsible for your words. Everyone in the Tianhu Martial Arts School has good qualities. We are not as bad as you say. Lei walked out with a sullen face. He planned to let this guy know the strength of the Tianhu Martial Arts School. Deputy Director Lei, watch your attitude. What are the qualities of these two disciples of yours? I know very well. Men, take them back to the branch office and lock them up for half a month. This kind of people should be locked up in a dark room and reflect on their mistakes. Young Master Lin, what do you think of this? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Actually, I think it's better to just cripple their strength. People like this will never learn. Chapter 40-54. Cripple their cultivation. The moment Lin Fei said that, everyone present was dumbfounded. Director Shue only locked them up for half a month. How could he say that he wanted to cripple their cultivation? Did he think Director Shue would agree? Didn't he know if Lei Yi would agree? Of course, Lei Yi would not agree. Regardless of whether it was Shang Kai or Feng Donghao, they still had some influence in Hangzhou City. If their strength was crippled, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of Tianhu Martial Arts Club? Lei Yi did not think that Director Shue would agree to their request. After all, it was too much. Director Shue was slightly stunned. He finally realized how overbearing Lin Fei was. However, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. There were almost 10 Grand Masters strong in Longting Villa, and this was only on the surface. Who knew how many masters were hidden in the dark? Moreover, Zhang Kai and Feng Dong were not a big deal. It was not a big deal to deal with them. Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. What young Master Lin said makes sense. If martial arts practitioners have the mentality of bullying the weak, the circle will be messed up sooner or later. We have to deal with such people seriously. Director Xue nodded hard and turned to Lei. Deputy Curator Lei, what do you think? Director Xue's words were even more shocking. It subverted everyone's understanding. Where did this powerful man come from? Even Director Xue has to agree to his request. It's a matter of crippling their elixir fields. Feng Dong is talented and has the potential to be a genius in the future. It's a great loss that his elixir fields are crippled. Oh my god, just what kind of man did Little Lon find? His background is way too big, isn't it? Su Xiaowan's family was rich and some of the people present looked familiar. However, she did not expect Lin Fei to have such a powerful background. She finally understood why Xiao Qinglan was willing to follow this man. Xiao Qinglan had no regrets even if she had to be a bird in a cage. Su Xiaowan had good eyesight. Naturally, she could tell that this middle-aged man who looked like a giant was someone with a powerful background. Lei's heart skipped a beat. He thought he had heard wrongly. Chief Xue wanted to cripple 2 disciples from his dojo. Did he not know how powerful the Sky Lake Dojo was? Lei really wanted to disagree, but he felt pressured by Director Xue's gaze. Moreover, it was as if he could not be disobeyed. He knew what kind of person Chief Xue was. As long as he spoke, no one could stop him. If the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo refused, Lei didn't need to think to know that the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo wouldn't have a good time in the future. At that time, even the head of the dojo might not be able to mediate. This was because Director Xue was such a person. He was like a rock in the latrine, smelly and hard. Moreover, he was the director of the Yanhuang battle team, and represented the entire Yanhuang battle team. Even if the Sky Lake Dojo had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Deputy Head Lei said bitterly, Director Xue's words make sense. These black sheep have to be dealt with. I have to thank Director Xue for taking action at this time. If they really cause trouble one day, the reputation of the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo will be affected as well. Director Xue waved his hand, and 2 streams of energy shot out. They landed on Feng Dong and Zhang Kai like invisible palm prints, sending them flying and crashing outside. Without needing Director Xue to say anything, the people from the Yanhuang battle team immediately dragged them away. The hall quickly returned to normal. Lei's mood was the worst. The elite disciples of the dojo had been crippled, but he didn't dare to say a word. He hated this young man to the core. Young Master Lin, it's rare for you to come here. There are a few masters here who have always wanted to admire you. Why don't we go together? Director Xue invited with a smile. Lin Fei was also impressed by Director Xue's courage. He actually dared to cripple the Dantian of the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo disciple. Since Director Xue had invited him, Lin Fei naturally had to give him face. I'll have to trouble you then, Director Xue. It's no trouble at all. Director Xue smiled and took the initiative to lead the way for Lin Fei. After Director Xue left, Lei's expression turned even worse. Get someone to investigate this fella's background immediately. Lei knew all the reputable people in Hangzhou City very well, but this person was definitely not one of them, especially someone who was worthy of Director Xue's attention. The only thing he could do now was to get someone to investigate this fella's background. Even though he was furious, he could only hold it in for now. Once he found out who this fellow was, Lei would definitely not let him go. The disciples of the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo were not that easy to fight. After passing through the hall, Lin Fei and Su Shaowan arrived at a temporary martial arts field in the villa. Many people had gathered at the martial arts field at the moment. Many of them were dressed in martial arts attire, and it more or less looked like a martial arts circle convention. When Director Shui came in, many people greeted him with a smile. However, more people noticed Lin Fei and Su Shaowan, who were next to Director Shui. After all, it was hard not to notice the two young people who were walking side by side, especially when they were strangers. There was a row of tables and chairs at the top of the martial arts field. 5 old men were sitting there at the moment. All of them were above 60 years old. Their faces were rosy, and they were in high spirits. They looked like sages, and they had a very imposing aura. Director Shui, where did you find these 2 great disciples again? Are you trying to take advantage of us again? We won't agree to that this time. If you continue to take advantage of us, you'll take everything we have. The old men chuckled as they spoke. It was obvious that they were making fun of him. Director Shui smiled mysteriously and said, "Ha ha ha, you're wrong this time. He's not my disciple, and I'm not qualified to make him my disciple. He's a real young genius." The old men's faces changed slightly. They did have a preconceived idea, but they did not expect Director Shui to say that. They could not help but be shocked. They searched through the information in their minds, but they really could not find out who this fellow was. Director Shui, don't keep us in suspense. We're old and muddle-headed. We really can't figure it out. Director Shui laughed and said, "Didn't you guys just say that you want to see that young genius? He's here now." What? He's the one. He's too young. You're not trying to trick us old men, are you? Chapter 40-55. News of what happened in the lobby had spread inside. Therefore, everyone started guessing again when Director Shui brought a man and a woman in. It would have been fine if they were juniors, but Director Shui had brought them to meet the few grandmasters. Those master stage experts were not young, but they were also genuine master stage experts. As soon as they sat down, they gave off a strong pressure of a master stage expert, forming an invisible special zone. Everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears, wanting to know which family this person belonged to. Something unexpected happened. The few grandmasters who were present all stood up one by one and took the initiative to greet the young man. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Who can tell me who that fella is? The grandmasters are greeting him one after another. Oh my God, that's so scary. He's even tougher than an iron plate. No wonder Lei from Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo dared not say anything. Coincidentally, Lei brought his men in. Although he wanted to leave, he did not do so in the end. He wanted to find out who that fellow was. He felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly when he saw the scene. Lei knew very well where the few grandmasters came from. They were rather old-fashioned and were like a stabilizing force in the martial arts circle in Hangzhou. Lei had never seen them greet a junior on their own. Moreover, they seemed to be on the same level as him, judging by their enthusiasm. That made Lei even more confused, and he was getting angrier. He even felt that Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo was doomed today. Even if Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo was influential and everyone had to respect them, it would be impossible for them to teach that fella a lesson. Lei still had some awareness. Not only did the few grandmasters greet Lin Fan, but they even invited the man and woman to take a seat. No matter how one looked at it, they felt that they were from a powerful background, which made it hard for Lei to bear. The 5 old men were all Grand Master experts. They had heard about what had happened in the East Sea. Naturally, they had talked about it a lot. After all, this man had caused the Shen family, one of the 3 major families, to suffer a great loss. This was not something that anyone could do. When they recognized Lin Fei, they could not help but sigh with emotion. It was really the younger generation now. If they were his age, it would be good if they could enter the Dark Realm. How could they be like Lin Fei, who had become a Grandmaster expert? Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. They could more or less feel a trace of danger from Lin Fei. If they were to really fight, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. This kind of feeling was very absurd. However, as Grandmaster experts, this feeling was very real. For a moment, Lin Fei became mysterious in their hearts. Deputy Curator Lei, haven't you always wanted to meet the genius of Donghai? Now that you have the chance today, come and get to know him. One of the old men waved at Lei when he saw him. The genius of Donghai is here. Lei's heart skipped a beat, but he walked over anyway. He thought to himself, please don't let it be him. Otherwise, it'll be terrible. No matter how ignorant Deputy Curator Lei was, a name popped up in his head when he heard the word Donghai. Lei walked over and stood next to the old man. He forced an ugly smile on his face. It could not be helped. After all, this Grandmaster supported Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo, so it was not good to offend him. I don't think we need to get to know each other. We've already met outside, Lin Fei said with a smile. Deputy Curator Lei, what do you think? Lei laughed awkwardly. Master Lin, it was a misunderstanding. Please don't mind it. After all, there are many black sheep in the martial arts circle. Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo will definitely review them carefully in the future. We won't let these black sheep appear again. Before the old man could introduce him, Lei already knew who he was. Director Xue naturally took the opportunity to teach Lei a lesson. Deputy Curator Lei, you have to listen to what Master Lin said. There are many people in Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo who are arrogant. You can't do that. We're in Hangzhou. If you cause too much trouble, it'll affect the entire city. That won't be good for anyone. Deputy Curator Lei could not say much. After all, it was Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo that was in the wrong first. All he could do now was to tolerate it. Did you offend Master Lin? The old man asked coldly. Lei's expression turned even uglier. It's just a misunderstanding. It's been resolved. The 5 old men were all very wary and respectful of Lin Fei. It was because Lin Fei was younger than them and had unfathomable power. Until now, they had not been able to see through him. A person like Lin Fei had limitless potential in the future, and he might even be able to break through to become a divine-level expert one day. He was not someone they could afford to offend. That was why they were so polite to him, because he had the right to do so. In reality, all the martial artists in the martial arts training field had witnessed this scene. They inhaled sharply again. They were not well informed, but they could tell that this young man had a high status. Even Lei did not dare to breathe too loudly. It's indeed resolved. It's just a small matter. Don't let these things affect the martial arts circle convention today, Lin Fei said with a smile. Everyone laughed out loud. The martial arts circle convention is an exchange of pointers. It's our honor to have such a big shot like Master Lin here, Director Xue said. Lei felt the worst. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he could not leave. More and more people gathered on the martial arts practice field. Not long after, there were almost hundreds of people on the field. Young Master Lin, the martial arts circle convention is about to begin. You're the genius of Donghai and a guru powerhouse. It's a good opportunity for us to exchange pointers and learn from each other. I believe that with guidance from a genius like you, it will be extremely beneficial for them. Naturally, Director Xue would not let go of such a good opportunity. He had to get closer to Lin Fei no matter what. He had such an idea since a long time ago. As the branch director of the Yanhuang team, Director Xue naturally knew about the situation there. Recently, Donghai's Yanhuang team's overall ability had improved tremendously. The members had all achieved breakthroughs in their abilities. Hangzhou, which was initially ahead of them, was slowly falling behind. Meanwhile, the latter was gaining momentum. After further investigation, he realized that it was more or less related to Lin Fei. Naturally, Director Xue wanted to gain some benefits from Lin Fei. Now was the chance. Lin Fei rejected a few times without success. He eventually agreed and sat down at the front desk. It was unknown how many people were shocked by this scene. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4056. When Lin Fei was invited to the rostrum, it was unknown how many people were stunned. Those who could attend the martial arts circle convention today were not fools. From the scene outside to the actions of the grandmasters inside, it all proved one thing, and that was that this young man had a very strong background, and it was very likely that this person was from another province. To everyone, it was more of a kind of envy and jealousy. This was the true pride of the heavens. Compared with him, these people were obviously too far behind. Did you see that? As long as you have the talent and practice hard, you will be like them sooner or later. Who said that cultivation is useless? Heaven Lake Martial Arts Club is amazing. In the end, 2 of their disciples were crippled, but they did not dare to say a word. You must focus on practicing martial arts so that you can get rewards. For example, that young man must have practiced hard. At least for more than 10 years. This is the goal you are striving for. Many martial arts masters present took advantage of this time to instill new ideas into their disciples. The effect of this round of indoctrination was quite good. At the very least, many of the young disciples listened to it. No matter how they looked at it, that person was not much older than them. Now that he was sitting on the rostrum, it proved that they also had a chance. The martial arts circle convention soon began. Among them, Su Shaowan was the most excited. After agreeing, Su Shaowan began to broadcast live from the front stage. The Supreme Master experts did not refuse and approved of it. Originally, everyone had a lot of thoughts about Su Shaowan turning off the live broadcast. However, as Su Shaowan restarted the live broadcast, the number of fans in the live broadcast room directly soared to more than 1 million. Everyone came for the martial arts circle convention. This time, they really saw the martial arts circle convention. Although it was different from what they had imagined, it could be considered as an eye-opener. Lin Fei had been sitting on the front stage, watching the martial arts competition below with a smile. He had to admit that there was a certain difference between Donghai and Hangzhou City. The strength of the martial artists in Hangzhou City was much higher, especially the younger generation. There were many masters who could fight, but the people in Donghai City were not. Lin Fei finally understood why Tai Zhan had asked him to come to Hangzhou City. It was probably because he had lost face. Director Xue sat beside Lin Fei and introduced the geniuses below from time to time with a smile on his face. Although he knew that Lin Fei was representing the Yanhuang battle team, what did that matter? Young Master Lin, what do you think of these people? Chief Xue asked with a smile. His potential is very good. If he were to cultivate diligently, in a few years' time, Hangzhou City should be able to produce quite a number of Grandmaster experts, said Lin Fei with a smile. If they could hear you say that, they would be very happy. Everyone burst into laughter. The entire martial arts circle tournament lasted for a long time, and it only ended at noon. Brother Lin, I think this martial arts circle convention is quite interesting. It's completely different from watching Taekwondo and Jeet Kune Do. You don't even know that I have more than 1 million fans in my live broadcast room. Su Shaowan was very excited. Although she was also a famous streamer in the live broadcast room, there were not many times that she had more than 1 million fans. She did not expect that the live broadcast of the martial arts circle convention would actually make the number of fans skyrocket. Naturally, Lin Fei would not say that this kind of fighting was nothing. If you saw a fight between Grandmaster experts, it would be really shocking. It's good that you're happy. By the way, there's still a match in the afternoon. You can continue to live broadcast. Su Xiaowan's eyes were shining. Can I really continue to come? Of course you can. No one would dare to say anything if you live broadcast here. At noon, the table was very sumptuous. Originally, Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan planned to find a random place to sit, but they were forcibly dragged to the table of grandmasters by Chief Shui. They did not know how many people were envious and jealous of them. After eating and drinking, Chief Shui suggested that they sit together again. Su Xiaowan happened to be a little sleepy at noon, so Chief Shui arranged for someone to get a room for her. He brought Lin Fei to a small garden in the manor. At this time, several grandmasters were in the garden. When he saw these grandmasters, Lin Fei knew that Chief Shui must have something to say to him. Otherwise, he would not have found such a place. Lin Fei wanted to see what Chief Shui was up to. After sitting down, everyone chatted casually. They talked about everything under the sun. From beginning to end, Lin Fei did not say anything. He just listened quietly. Suddenly, the topic changed. A grandmaster surnamed Su spoke. Child Lin, do you know anything about the World Grandmaster list? Lin Fei shook his head. I've been cultivating all the time, so I don't know much about the outside world. Can you tell me more about it? Chief Shui explained with a smile. The World Grandmaster list is actually no different from the Grandmaster version in our country. It's just that if you want to enter the World Grandmaster list, you must be extremely strong. The World Grandmaster list has a total of 30 strongest Grandmasters. Yi Xian, who is ranked first in our country, is ranked third on the Grandmaster list. You can see how powerful the Grandmasters on the World Grandmaster list are. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The one in our country is only ranked third. Although he had not seen the god of war from Huaxia, subconsciously, he should not be weak. However, he was only ranked third on the World Grandmaster list, which made Lin Fei a little disappointed. Child Lin, you don't know. The Grandmasters on the World Grandmaster list have deep accumulation. Here in Huaxia, we cultivate internal qi. In the West, they cultivate all kinds of powerful abilities. They are innately faster than us in cultivating internal qi. Lin Fei had not been in this world for a long time, so he did not know much about this. If you have anything to say, you can say it directly. If I can help, I will. After all, we are all from Huaxia. Lin Fei heard a hint of meaning in their words, so he went straight to the point. He knew that these grandmasters definitely had something to say. The few old men, including Chief Shui, smiled awkwardly. They did have a reason for inviting Lin Fei over. After all, Lin Fei was a new star in the martial arts circle. No one knew how strong he was, but not everyone could make the Shen family, one of the 3 big families, suffer such a big loss. Actually, we want to invite Child Lin to join our group and compete for the Moon Spirit Stones that will appear soon. As long as Child Lin agrees, we will agree to any conditions. Wait, what is the Moon Spirit Stone you're talking about? Why do I feel confused listening to you? Chapter 40-57. After Lin Fei said this, the few old men present, including Chief Shui, were dumbfounded. In the end, Chief Shui took the initiative to say, Young Master Lin, don't you know about the Moon Spirit Stone? That shouldn't be the case. You should know that the Moon Spirit Stone is a treasure that cultivators use to cultivate. It is formed by absorbing the sun and moon spirits of the world. It is very rare, and every time a Moon Spirit Stone appears, it will cause a fight. After hearing Chief Shui's explanation, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it similar to a spirit stone? It just has a different name. Lin Fei was wondering what it was, but it turned out to be something like this. It just has a different name. I heard it so mysteriously that I didn't realize it. Lin Fei smiled. It's just that the name is different. It makes me think for a while. Everyone's heart trembled again. The Moon Spirit Stone was a rare treasure. From what Lin Fei said, it seemed like he had seen it often. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. We have calculated it. In about 7 or 8 days, there should be a Moon Spirit Stone appearing in a suburb outside of Hangzhou City. This is what we have roughly calculated. The specific range should not be more than 2 or 3 kilometers. Therefore, we would like to invite young Master Lin to join us and fight against the foreign enemies together. If it was anything else, Lin Fei wouldn't be interested. However, he was slightly interested in the Moon Spirit Stone. After all, this kind of spirit stone that contained heaven and earth spirit chi was very helpful to him. Although he now had a blessed enclave, it had just been created. It would take a long time for it to change. Something like the Moon Spirit Stone was slightly different. I am quite curious. Could it be that the Moon Spirit Stone doesn't appear in a fixed location? Or do they appear for some special reason? Lin Fei asked curiously. Whether it was in a different world or somewhere else, Lin Fei believed that all spirit stones and the like were produced by a mineral vein. It was impossible for one to appear here and there. This was not normal. Chief Shui shook his head. We haven't investigated the origin of the Moon Soul Stone. But every once in a while, the Moon Soul Stone will appear. And every time it appears, there will be a fight for it. This time, we heard that a Western force has infiltrated our Hangzhou city to fight for the Moon Soul Stone. Not only is the Moon Soul Stone helpful to the cultivation of warriors, but it can also help superhumans to improve their strength. I heard that the one who came this time is Mollison, who is ranked 30th on the World Grandmaster list. Young Master Lin, we wouldn't have taken him seriously if it was any other time. However, Mollison is very powerful. He's ranked 30th on the World Master ranking. Although he's ranked last, no one dares to underestimate his strength. Although the few of us old men are quite strong, we're still lacking compared to him. We don't have any confidence in winning. The few old men also smiled bitterly. There were also differences in strength among the grandmasters, and the disparity was still very big. As a member of Huaxia, since I've encountered such a thing, I have to do something about it no matter what. Lin Fei did not reject Chief Shui's invitation. In fact, he also wanted to see the Moon Soul Stone. He knew better than anyone else that since the Moon Soul Stone had appeared, it was impossible for it to appear alone. There must be some connection. If there was a Moon Soul Stone mine on Earth, it would be of great help to him. Chief Shui and the few old men heaved a sigh of relief. They were not afraid that Lin Fei would not agree, but they were afraid that Lin Fei would not agree. Come. Have some tea. Chief Shui took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Fei. During this time, he explained in detail, which also let Lin Fei know more information. The martial arts tournament continued in the afternoon. Su Xiaowan's fans in the live broadcast room increased greatly again. From 1 million, it had exceeded 2 to 3 million, and she received countless gifts. From afternoon to evening, she maintained a bright smile on her face. Brother Lin, I reckon I'm really going to become a big streamer this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even dare to think about this day. Su Xiaowan was also very excited. It was completely beyond her imagination. Her live broadcast career had ushered in the most important day. Her popularity had increased to 5 million, which made her feel like she was in a dream. It's good to become a big streamer. In the future, when I go out, I can say that I've had a meal with this big streamer. It'll make me look good. Su Xiaowan burst into laughter. Ever since he knew that Su Xiaowan was a streamer, Lin Fei knew that Su Shaoan lacked an opportunity. After all, she was quite good in terms of personality and other aspects. As long as there was a chance, she would definitely become famous. In the evening, Lin Fei returned to the Four Seasons Hotel. When he was in the lobby, Lin Fei noticed that there were a few strangers there. Their gazes shifted from time to time. Although their movements were very subtle, Lin Fei saw them clearly. Lin Fei pretended not to see them and walked into the elevator. They were just a few nobodies. There was no need to pay too much attention to them. There was no one lying in ambush in the room. Lin Fei was a little surprised. What the hell were these guys doing? Subconsciously, Lin Fei thought that these people should be from Sky Lake Martial Arts Club. After all, Zhang Kai and Feng Dong had been crippled outside today. It could be said that they would never have a chance to practice martial arts again. It was equivalent to giving Sky Lake Martial Arts Club a big slap in the face. Therefore, it was very normal for them to take revenge at this time. When he walked into his room, Lin Fei thought that someone would sneak up on him. In the end, he rejoiced for nothing. If the people from Sky Lake Martial Arts Club really dared to sneak up on him, Lin Fei did not recommend going to Sky Lake Martial Arts Club to teach them a lesson. Until 12:00 in the evening. There was a sudden knock on the door. It was very urgent. When Lin Fei opened the door, he found that there was an envelope outside. Interesting, really interesting. After opening the envelope, there was only a note inside. Su Shaoan is in my hands. If you want her to be fine, come to 365 West Lake and welcome young Master Lin. After reading the words on the note, Lin Fei was not angry. Instead, he closed the door. I really don't know if you're pretending to be smart or if you're really smart. Su Shaoan is obviously fine, but you actually tried to trick me with a note. You guys are really smart. Lin Fei had left a spiritual imprint on Su Shaoan. He sensed that the spiritual imprint had not left that position, which proved that Su Shaoan was fine. The words on the note became a lie. If an ordinary person saw this note, they would definitely go to this address. However, Lin Fei could tell at a glance. Since you guys sent me an envelope in the middle of the night, if I don't go, won't I disappoint you too much? Lin Fei also wanted to see who wanted to see him in the middle of the night. Chapter 4058. Number 365 West Lake. This location was on a mountain next to West Lake. It was surrounded by lush trees and was very inconspicuous. If one was not familiar with it, one would not be able to find this location. At this time, there were already many people standing at this location. The leader was a woman dressed in red. Senior sister, are you sure that kid will come? Don't let us come here for nothing, a handsome young man asked. The one dressed in red was Hoofing Phoenix. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize her. Last time, when he accelerated on the mountain road, Hoofing Phoenix was so scared that she cried. She did not come out for a long time. He will definitely come. Hoofing Phoenix looked at a place not far away. Speaking of which, everything that happened today was a coincidence. Let's talk about the martial arts circle convention first. Hoofing Phoenix was a member of the Huo family in Hangzhou, so she was naturally a member of the martial arts circle. Although Hoofing Phoenix's strength was average, her talent was not bad. She really went to the martial arts circle convention today. Originally, she just wanted to join in on the fun, but she didn't expect that she would actually run into that kid, Lin Fei. Not only that, but Lin Fei was even treated as an honored guest and even sat on the rostrum. This caused countless young people in the audience to be displeased, but no one dared to say anything. Fire Phoenix had almost forgotten what had happened last time. Now that she was able to see Lin Fei again, she couldn't help but feel a sense of resentment in her heart. Although Director Xue and the others treated Lin Fei warmly, Woofing Phoenix always felt that Lin Fei was arranged like this because of the family behind him, and his own strength must be average. Therefore, Woofing Phoenix planned to trick Lin Fei out and teach him a lesson. At that time, she would vent her anger, and Lin Fei would definitely hold back after being beaten. Naturally, he would not dare to spread the news. Then, Woofing Phoenix had nothing to worry about. Therefore, he arranged for someone to guard the Four Seasons Hotel and wait for Lin Fei to return. He also arranged for someone to deliberately send a letter over to lure Lin Fei out. As for kidnapping or not, Woofing disdained to do it. She believed that Lin Fei would definitely come out for Su Shaowan. This was a woman's intuition. "Senior sister, he's here, he's here. He's coming up from the foot of the mountain." A junior brother ran up and said. Woofing Phoenix said, "Is he alone?" Yes, it's just him. I've been waiting below for a long time, but I didn't see anyone else come up, so I took the small path. He should be here soon." Woofing Phoenix stood up and said, "Remember what I told you. When that guy comes over, you have to fight him fiercely. Don't be afraid of losing face. That guy is ruthless. If you do well today, I'll take you to eat and drink good food tomorrow. It won't be a problem even to introduce my best friends to you." Tonight, Woofing Phoenix brought all the powerful disciples of her family's martial arts club. She even prepared some tricks. In any case, she had to make Lin Fei suffer. Who asked a grown man like Lin Fei to use such a dangerous method to scare her? Since returning from Donghai, Woofing Phoenix had nightmares for several nights in a row. Although she was open and bold, she had never experienced such a thing. She almost lost her life. So far, Woofing Phoenix did not dare to race. Even when she touched the steering wheel, she would feel afraid. All of this was caused by that bastard Lin Fei. If she did not vent her anger, Woofing Phoenix felt that she would never forget that guy's hateful appearance. Lin Fei walked up the stone stairs. To be honest, this place was really not easy to find. However, Lin Fei's spiritual sense was powerful. With a slight sweep, he locked on to a group of people above. He even saw a familiar figure. At this moment, he understood who did this. This woman seems to have suffered too little. She actually came out to stir up trouble again. When he saw Woofing Phoenix, Lin Fei was a little surprised that he met her here. If it was someone from Tianhu Martial Arts Club, Lin Fei would be interested. After all, he could go straight to the root of the problem. However, if it was Woofing Phoenix, Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. However, Lin Fei still chose to come up. Since he was here, he still had to teach Woofing Phoenix a lesson. Don't think that men don't hit women. That was just a joke. After turning the corner, there was a stone door. Before he could walk through the stone door, he saw a stone door. Lin Fei! A shout rang out. Immediately, a large amount of white substance sprinkled towards him. After the white mist sprinkled out, 7 or 8 people rushed out from the left and right sides, holding wooden sticks in their hands. Without saying a word, they smashed towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this fire phoenix. In order to deal with him, it actually used such a despicable method. This was because the white mist that had just been sprinkled was lime. For a martial artist, if they were sprinkled with lime, their strength would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, these people were all strong and had martial arts foundation. This kind of ambush would work on anyone. Lin Fei, you bullied this old mother last time. Today, I will let you taste this old mother's power. Woofing Phoenix stood on a stone, looking valiant. Seeing that Lin Fei was surrounded, she couldn't help but smile. Ever since she came back, Woofing Phoenix hadn't smiled for a long time. Bang, 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 bang. Before Hoofing Phoenix could finish her words, the 7 or 8 juniors who rushed up all flew out and fell to the ground, wailing. Walking out of the white mist, she looked at Hoofing Phoenix with a smile. "Beautiful lady, you didn't sleep at night and found people to ambush me. You have quite the guts." Lin Fei didn't have a single trace of lime on him. He was clean. On the contrary, those people more or less had the shadow of lime on them. You are actually fine." Hoofing Phoenix's eyes widened in disbelief. "I have really underestimated you." At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s, standing behind Hoofing Phoenix stood out. "Miss, I have already told you that this kind of pettiness is meaningless." Hoofing Phoenix pouted. "I just wanted to try. Who knew that this guy was actually fine? I can only trouble Uncle Bai." This time, Hoofing Phoenix didn't come alone. She also brought an expert from the martial arts club. This expert was half a step to the supreme power realm in the martial arts club and was quite famous in Hangzhou. However, at this moment, he stood behind Hoofing Phoenix respectfully like a servant. "Lin Fei, I am bold. What can you do to me? Who asked you to bully me last time? You are a man. What tricks did you use to make Sister Qingya not contact me? Tonight, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Sister Qingya." Lin Fei smiled faintly. "Wrong. It is not you who will teach me a lesson. I will teach you a lesson. I will let you know that it is immoral to threaten others. People like me like to use their fists to convince others." Chapter 40-59. Bai Wuheng was a half-step supreme power master in the martial arts club. After hearing about this, he was very annoyed, so he took the initiative to follow them. On the one hand, he wanted to guard the place, and on the other hand, he wanted to prevent any accidents. In his eyes, this was just a small game, and he didn't need to pay too much attention to it. However, he didn't expect that the young man's strength was so strong that he could resist this kind of small trick. Since they couldn't do it, Bai Wuheng would definitely teach this guy a good lesson to avenge Miss Hua. Hoofing Phoenix was quite confident in Uncle Bai's strength. Even a supreme power master might not be able to defeat Uncle Bai in a few moves. "Uncle Bai, help me teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to boast in the future." Hoofing Phoenix hated Lin Fei's words the most. What did he mean by winning people by virtue? What a joke. Bai Wuheng walked down. "I advise you to think clearly. Don't lose face when the time comes. Come on, let me see how powerful a master like you is. If you can't even touch the corner of my clothes, you will really lose face. How dare you?" Bai Wuheng took 3 steps at a time, directly pouncing forward, directly using a move that could split Mount Hua. His movements were bold and unrestrained, advancing bravely. However, this move directly missed. Obviously, Lin Fei was standing in front of him, but he actually missed. But it didn't matter. He still had a second and third move. Bai Wuheng's combat experience was very rich. One move after another, he continued to attack Lin Fei. Even if Lin Fei dodged the first move, it would be impossible for him to dodge the second. However, after Bai Wuheng continued to attack, he discovered that Lin Fei was just casually standing there, yet he was still able to easily dodge all of his attacks. Bai Wuheng was dumbfounded. Even people in the same realm might not be able to do this. "See? I told you. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You just have to be strong." Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. He lifted his foot and kicked Bai Wuheng. He directly hit a stone behind him and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. "How about I win people by virtue?" Bai Wuheng spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. "Shameless, really shameless, you actually hid your strength." Under this kick, Bai Wuhen's internal qi was shaken to a state of chaos, and he could not mobilize it at all. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Miss, leave quickly. This guy is very likely to be a Grand Master strong. Bai Wuheng quickly reacted and urged Hoofing Phoenix to leave. At this time, Hoofing Phoenix was also quite frightened. In her subconscious mind, this Lin Fei's strength was definitely not that big of a deal. However, the current situation was completely different. From the original little white rabbit, he had transformed into a big fierce tiger, and it was the kind of fierce and fiendish kind. Even their Hua family didn't have many Grandmaster experts, but this person was so young. It was hard to believe. You're a master strong, how old are you? Hoofing Phoenix blurted out, obviously not believing it. Lin Fei smiled and walked over step by step. Now we should have a good talk. You let me run out of the hotel in the middle of the night. If you don't give me a good answer, hee hee. Hoofing Phoenix still underestimated the strength of Lin Fei. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran. The last experience had a deep lingering fear. Hoofing Phoenix did not want to do it again. Hoofing Phoenix ran very fast. Lin Fei followed her at a steady pace, always keeping a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Fire Phoenix was on the verge of collapsing. She had clearly run very fast. Lin Fei, you are a man bullying a weak woman like me. What kind of hero are you? After Hoofing Phoenix ran for a long time, she still couldn't outrun him. She had to stop. Her eyes were red, and she was about to cry at any time. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sorry, you're not a weak woman. You have a foundation in martial arts, and I'm not a man either. It's your fault for doing this in the middle of the night. Hoofing Phoenix already regretted looking for Lin Fei for revenge. Not only did she hurt her own people, but Uncle Bai was also injured. Her heart was full of guilt. Then I'm wrong, okay? Anyway, you didn't suffer any losses. Just treat it as the end of this matter, okay? The Fire Phoenix begged for mercy. And I won't trouble you after this. What do you think? Lin Fei shook his head. Whether it's trouble or not, I really don't care. It's just that I'm very unhappy with your actions. You're already a grown man, but you actually used others to threaten others. This kind of thing shouldn't be done by you. Lin Fei walked over. He reached out and grabbed Hoofing Phoenix's clothes. With a casual lift, he made Hoofing Phoenix lay on a rock. No matter how much Hoofing Phoenix struggled, it was useless. Lin Fei, what are you doing? If you dare to mess around, I'll definitely get Sister Qingya to deal with you. Lin Fei ignored Hoofing Phoenix's words. He raised his hand and slapped her butt. Moreover, he didn't use much strength. It was very loud in the night. Boo-hoo, Lin Fei, you bullied me. You dared to hit me there. I'll fight it out with you. Hoofing Phoenix had never been hit there in her life. She only felt that every slap from the other party felt like needles. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. It hurts. It really hurts. Lin Fei didn't stop at all. Instead, he slapped down again and again, landing heavily on the ground. Boo-hoo, I really know my mistake. Lin Fei controlled his strength. Even so, it wasn't something that Hoofing Phoenix could take. You know your mistake. Let's see if you dare to do it again next time. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think that anyone can bully you? Lin Fei wouldn't give Hoofing Phoenix any face. He thought that he had taught her a lesson the last time they raced. He didn't expect that she would do the same thing again. If he didn't teach such a person a lesson, who knew what would happen in the future? Hoofing Phoenix cried her heart out. Her eyes were red and twitching. She had never thought that there would be a man who didn't care about her looks and hit her just like that. Even her father wouldn't dare to do that. Big brother Lin, stop hitting me. I was wrong. I really know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Woofing Phoenix cried her eyes out. As long as you don't hit me, I'll tell you a secret. A secret that will shock you. Woofing Phoenix was a rich missy. Although she practiced martial arts, she was still a woman. How could she endure such pain? Sorry, I'm not interested in secrets at all. I just want to teach you a lesson. Lin Fei had seen everything. He really didn't care about such secrets. When it came to secrets, who knew more than him? It could be said that he knew everything in the world. What about this thing? You definitely don't know. This is a treasure for practicing martial arts. Woofing Phoenix struggled to raise her hand. Look at the gem on my wrist. Chapter 4060. Under the night sky. The bracelet on Woofing Phoenix's wrist became very eye-catching, especially the red gem in the middle. It was shining like a flame, vivid and lifelike. If an ordinary person saw it, they would only be surprised. Perhaps they would think that she was very beautiful and valuable. In Lin Fei's eyes, this red gem was not simple. Hey, why do you have this thing? Lin Fei's hand stopped in midair. He reached out and grabbed, and the bracelet on Woofing Phoenix's hand fell into Lin Fei's hand. If it was an ordinary thing, Lin Fei might not care, but there was something wrong with the red gem on this bracelet, and it was not a small problem. Seeing that Lin Fei did not continue to hit her, Woofing Phoenix secretly let out a long sigh of relief. As long as you let me go now, I'll give this bracelet to you. Just treat it as an apology. I really can't bear to give it to an ordinary person. Fire Phoenix was not lying because the red gemstone on the bracelet was not a small matter. At this moment, Woofing Phoenix was really afraid of Lin Fei. The strength of the palm almost penetrated her body and mind, and she gradually could not hold on. Otherwise, she would not have cried so miserably, like a pear blossom in the rain. Anyone who saw her would feel pity. Lin Fei reached out and directly grabbed Woofing Phoenix's pulse. This time, Woofing Phoenix was at a loss. She did not know what Lin Fei wanted to do, and she did not dare to ask, for fear that Lin Fei would continue to hit her. No wonder you can wear this bracelet. Ordinary people wearing this bracelet will definitely die. It turns out that your bloodline is not ordinary. With Lin Fei's eyesight, he was able to recognize what the ruby was at first glance. His heart trembled. Although this item wasn't considered precious, it was definitely a top-notch treasure on Earth. It just so happened that it was hanging on Fire Phoenix's wrist, which made it even more extraordinary. Woofing Phoenix was shocked because the bracelet was indeed unusual. Apart from herself, only a few close relatives knew about it. No one else knew about it. How did you know? When Woofing was still young, her bracelet was snatched away by someone. In the end, the person who wanted to take the bracelet died not long after. Later, she realized that her bracelet was different. Other than her, no one else could wear it. Isn't it just Firestone? It's not like I can't tell. It's just that your Firestone is a little different. Lin Fei said coldly. Right, did your clan tell you? If we don't find a way, people like you won't live past the age of 25. Because the bloodline in your body can't be suppressed any longer. Woofing Phoenix's whole body seemed to have been electrocuted. She became muddle-headed and stared at Lin Fei. You even know this? How is this possible? You are not a member of my whole clan. No one can know this secret. This was a big secret hidden in Woofing Phoenix's heart. There were very few people in her family who knew about it. Even her best friend Bing Qingya didn't know about it. But now, it was actually exposed. Because of this secret, Woofing Phoenix had a bad temper since she was young. Her family didn't dare say anything, so she became like this. With her body's condition, her family wouldn't say too much. Even if she caused trouble, with the whole clan's ability, they could easily suppress it. This is not a big secret. You can only fool people who don't understand. Lin Fei said very casually. It was indeed as he said. Bloodlines seemed profound, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was just like that. There was nothing special about it. He had seen countless bloodlines, especially powerful ones. Last time, Lin Fei didn't notice Hoofing Phoenix's bloodline. But after seeing the Firestone this time, he realized that this Hoofing Phoenix should have a bloodline in her body. It was just that this bloodline hadn't been opened. It was precisely because she hadn't opened it that she was able to carry the Firestone with her. To put it more simply, the Firestone was used to extend the life of the Fire Phoenix. However, it wouldn't be able to extend her life for long. Once she turned 25, the Firestone would reach its end. When the Firestone broke, it would also be the end of Hoofing Phoenix's life. Hoofing Phoenix had never seen a person who could easily see through bloodlines. But now, hearing the other party's words, it seemed like the matter of bloodlines wasn't a big deal at all. In an instant, a glimmer of hope appeared in Hoofing Phoenix. She endured the pain and climbed down from the stone. Brother Lin, I was wrong. You must be an amazing person. Can you help me remove the curse of my bloodline? As long as you can help me remove it, I, Hoofing Phoenix, am willing to become your woman. It doesn't matter even if I'm your lover. I only ask that you help me. Hoofing Phoenix didn't know where this thought came from, but she immediately hugged Lin Fei's arm. Ever since she knew that her lifespan wasn't long, Hoofing Phoenix never dared to think that she could live longer. This was because their Hu family was a top-notch family in Hangzhou. Even in the whole of China, they were considered one of the top families. But even so, they still couldn't remove the curse of their bloodline. As long as they were a direct descendant of the Hu family, no one could live past the age of 25. This also caused the Hu family's strength to decline year by year. Unable to see any hope, Hoofing Phoenix became even more indulgent. She made a name for herself in the big cities in the south. Actually, this was also because Hoofing Phoenix used these things to numb herself. Only then would she not think about this matter. Hoofing Phoenix realized that perhaps she could find a chance to live through Lin Fei, so she didn't hesitate to say something like that. Lin Fei said it casually, but he didn't expect that Hoofing Phoenix would take the initiative to lean towards him. She even grabbed his arm with a lovely and pitiful look. It was very awkward. Brother Lin, I know that you're a powerful person. I've lived for 24 years and there's never been anyone who could withstand my approach. You're the only one. Please, Brother Lin, help me. Because of their bloodline, Hoofing Phoenix's constitution was similar to that of a normal person's. For example, normal people wouldn't be able to withstand Hoofing Phoenix's fire-based energy waves, let alone something like hugging her arm. Right now, only Lin Fei could withstand it. Hoofing Phoenix didn't want to miss this opportunity. She didn't know if she would be able to meet someone as powerful as Lin Fei again if she missed this opportunity. In Hoofing Phoenix's bones, she still worshipped the strong because only the strong could conquer her. And now, Lin Fei was that strong in her eyes. Chapter 4061. Lin Fei didn't know if he should let it go or not. It was very awkward. He had to admit that Hoofing Phoenix was different from other women. Because of her physique, invisible waves of heat rolled over. Not everyone could withstand it. Lin Fei realized one thing. Why would Hoofing Phoenix be together with Bing Qingya? One was fire and the other was ice. They could get along well. No wonder they could play so well. You said your family is cursed. Lin Fei didn't shake off Hoofing Phoenix and asked curiously. Yes, our family is indeed cursed. Not many people know about it. Brother Lin is the first to see it so easily. Hoofing Phoenix started to change the way she addressed him. Let me take a look at your bloodline. Hoofing Phoenix didn't refuse. She took the initiative to hand over her wrist. Lin Fei didn't care about bloodline at first. But after hearing what Hoofing Phoenix said, he couldn't help but feel a little interested. Bloodline curses were not simple. Hoofing Phoenix didn't dare to make a sound. Her heart was in her throat. The bloodline curse had troubled their family for too long. Hoofing Phoenix felt that this might be an opportunity. She was looking forward to it. As soon as he saw it, his expression changed. It changed several times. I still underestimated this bloodline. Lin Fei slowly exhaled. Hoofing Phoenix's heart sank. You know what bloodline I have? Lin Fei nodded. You might not believe it yourself. Ah. Your bloodline is the Phoenix bloodline, the primordial Phoenix bloodline. Even Lin Fei was shocked. He thought it was a fire bloodline, but it turned out to be the ancient Hoofing Phoenix bloodline. This was awesome. Hoofing Phoenix's beautiful eyes widened. My bloodline is the ancient Hoofing Phoenix bloodline. Are you joking? If it was something else, she might believe it. Who would believe the ancient Hoofing Phoenix bloodline? It was too exaggerated. No one would believe it. It is precisely because of the ancient Hoofing Phoenix's bloodline that your family has fallen into a curse. This curse will last for a very, very long time. Lin Fei thought that he was very lucky to find his eldest disciple, Su Mei. He didn't expect to meet another Hoofing Phoenix bloodline. He was also a genius. Others might think that this was a curse, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was just a small problem. Once his bloodline was unlocked, his strength would soar to the heavens. His future potential was unlimited. Lin Fei felt that he had underestimated Earth and Huaxia. Maybe the Earth is not what I think it is. Lin Fei sighed with emotion. This was also the first time he felt this way. If I'm not wrong, your family should have collected a treasure. Lin Fei said, this treasure is very precious. Go and tell the family that I will visit the Huo family tomorrow. Hoofing Phoenix was shocked once again. There was indeed a treasure in the family. It was said that it was passed down from the ancestors. At the same time, there was an ancestral saying that there would be great fortune in the bloodline. The people in the family had been researching it generation after generation, but they were still unable to understand it. These were all secrets. But now that Lin Fei easily said a part of it, it was inconceivable. The matters of the family had never been leaked out, so where did the other party hear it from? You want to go to my house? Yes, unless you are willing to refuse. I am willing, I am willing. Hoofing Phoenix was not a fool and knew the meaning behind it. I will definitely tell father when I return. Lin Fei left. Hoofing Phoenix was still excited. Miss, are you all right? Bai Wuheng chased after her with injuries. I am fine. Hangzhou, in a villa in the downtown area. Nonsense. In the living room. Hua Tianlin scolded with a sullen face. Hoofing Phoenix stood with her head lowered, but I feel that he really has a way. Our family's cursed bloodline can't be solved by just anyone. Hua Tianlin said, I don't care where this person found out from, at least it proves one thing, and that is that someone in our Hua family is secretly helping outsiders. Hua Tianlin wasn't angry that his daughter found someone to take revenge, that was just a small matter. She shouldn't have leaked the family's news. Hoofing Phoenix returned in high spirits, but she didn't expect to be scolded. Her heart felt bad. Go back and rest first. Hua Tianlin said without any room for refusal. Before Hoofing Phoenix went upstairs, another sentence came from behind. Don't go out tomorrow, dress yourself well, the Southern Shan family's young master Woody is coming. Hoofing Phoenix's heart shook, she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Master, there is no need to be angry over such a small matter. Miss might have been bewitched, it's fine as long as it makes sense. Bai Wuheng said. Hua Tianlin said solemnly, is that kid really powerful? And, he should be a grandmaster expert, his strength is unfathomable. Bai Wuheng didn't forget until now, in a life and death battle, I will definitely die. Hua Tianlin's face was gloomy. If that kid dares to come tomorrow, bring some people to capture him and interrogate him. No matter who it is, they must be punished severely. As long as that kid dares to come, I have 100% confidence in taking him down. Bai Wuheng promised. Oh right, Master, do you really intend to let Miss and that young Master Woody interact? Sigh. Hua Tianlin's face was filled with helplessness. Our Hua family is getting worse every year, we can't afford to waste time. If it wasn't a last resort, who would be willing? Bai Wuheng was silent. Lin Fei accidentally found the ancient Hoofing Phoenix's bloodline, he was thinking about it. With the fire attribute ancient Phoenix's bloodline, what about the other 4 sacred beasts' bloodlines? Would they appear too? Lin Fei felt that he had found something interesting. This was also the reason why he planned to go to the Hua family. Lin Fei was interested in that treasure, he wanted to know what was left behind. Hangzhou. On a road in the downtown area. In a black Bentley car. Father, I heard that the Hua family's man has a bad temper, he's really willing to give up his precious daughter. Shen Wudi frowned. In a short period of time, Shen Wudi had grown quite a bit. The Hua family is getting worse every year. Others might not know the reason, but I do. It's all because of that bloodline curse. Shen Tianquan held a glass of red wine in his hand. I've studied it for a long time, I can confirm that it's a bloodline seal. Hua Tianlin probably doesn't know about it himself. My son married Hoofing Phoenix, undid the bloodline seal, and devoured that power. He has a 90% chance of breaking through to the Dao God realm. God realm. Shen Wudi's breathing quickened. Father, will there really be a chance? At the very least, there's an 80% chance. I risked my life to get this information out of the dark ruins, it can't be fake. Shen Tianquan's breathing quickened. Who would have thought that the Hua family has the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts? That's why their family members don't live long, especially the females. This generation is Hoofing Phoenix's turn. As long as I reveal it, Hua Tianlin will definitely agree. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4062. The Hua clan's villa was very lively today. The Shin clan, one of the top 3 clans in the south, was coming to the Hua clan today. Hua Tianlin, the clan leader, came out personally to welcome Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi. After all, they had to give face to one of the top 3 clans in the south. The Hua clan was no longer the same as it was in the past. Wudi greets Uncle Hua, Shen Wudi said to Hua Tianlin as soon as he got out of the car. Hua Tianlin was very satisfied with Shen Wudi. Whether it was in terms of appearance or strength, he was the cream of the crop among the younger generation. He had a high chance of becoming a God realm expert in the future. Hua Tianlin wasn't the only one who said this. Actually, many people said the same thing. He would have a high chance of breaking through in at least 10 years. By then, Shen Wudi would only be in his 30s. He was considered a promising young man with limitless potential. The only thing that displeased Hua Tianlin was that his daughter didn't come to welcome Shen Wudi. This made him look a little uncomfortable. Not bad, not bad. You look talented. No wonder you're the pride of the young generation, Hua Tianlin said with a smile. If it was in the past, Shen Wudi would have admitted it with a smile. However, after suffering time and time again at the hands of Lin Fei, he didn't dare to think so anymore. There was a mountain in front of him. If he didn't get rid of Lin Fei, Shen Wudi felt that he wasn't qualified to be the pride of the young generation. Shen Wudi nodded reluctantly. Uncle, you're flattering me. With my strength, I can be considered the pride of the young generation. There's always someone better than you. Hua Tianlin didn't take it seriously. You're too humble. Come in and take a seat. Hua Tianlin was very supportive of this marriage, so he was very polite to them. While Hua Tianlin was welcoming Shen Wudi, Huafeng Phoenix came out of the door quietly. She had just received a message from Lin Fei, saying that he was coming to the villa. Huafeng Phoenix's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, she was happy. On the other hand, she was a little sad. With regards to Lin Fei's eyesight, Huafeng Phoenix firmly believed in it. After all, with his strength, he could see through the problem of her bloodline at a glance. Not everyone could do that. However, what worried Huafeng Phoenix was that Invincible God, one of the 3 major families in the south, had come to the villa today. That guy was the pride of the younger generation. Although Huafeng Phoenix did not like Invincible God, Invincible God's fame and potential were recognized by everyone. Therefore, she was worried that Lin Fei and Invincible God would have a conflict. If that happened, Lin Fei would be implicated. This was not something that Huafeng Phoenix wanted to see. Huafeng Phoenix sneaked out to stop the two from meeting. Lin Fei had indeed come. He was very interested in the ancient Phoenix bloodline. Moreover, he also wanted to know what good things the Hua family ancestor had left behind. There were not many things that could interest Lin Fei now. Originally, he thought that there would be nothing good on earth, which was lacking in spirit qi of heaven and earth. However, it seemed that it was not as simple as he had imagined. There were still many secrets hidden on earth. If that was not the case, Lin Fei would not have come in person. In the morning, Lin Fei declined Su Xiaowan's invitation to continue touring Hangzhou City. Instead, he went straight to the villa that Huafeng Phoenix had left behind. The Hua family really left something good behind. Lin Fei walked over slowly. He squinted his eyes and saw a place in front of him that was filled with an intense fire attribute aura. This kind of fire attribute aura was very hidden and almost invisible. Only a trace of it permeated the air. Even Grandmaster experts and inborn experts might not be able to sense that trace of fire attribute aura. Lin Fei could already tell that this should be an amazing treasure. That trace of fire attribute aura was very overbearing. Although it had dissipated for a long time, it still left a faint trace in the air. Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. He was even more curious about the treasure because he knew that ordinary treasures would not have such an effect. Only ancient treasures were qualified to have such an effect. Could it be that the Hua family's ancestor left behind a magic weapon of fire attribute? Even a magic weapon might not have such power. Lin Fei thought to himself. He did not stop walking. After a while, he saw Huafeng Phoenix trotting over. He could not help but frown slightly again. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid that you can't go to my house today. Huafeng Phoenix said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Lin Fei was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Do you not want me to go to your Hua family? Or do you think that what I told you yesterday was all a lie? It's not worth mentioning and I was just trying to scare you. What a joke. Since Lin Fei was here, he would definitely go to the Hua family's villa. No one could stop him. There was really no one on earth who could stop Lin Fei. Hua Guangmang's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He waved his hand. Brother Lin, you misunderstood. It's not like that. It's just that today is not the right time. I think it's better to change it to tomorrow. At this time, Huafeng Phoenix really did not want Lin Fei to go to the villa. After all, she knew that Invincible God was not a good person. He hated people who were stronger than him. Moreover, the Hua family's secret was not suitable to be revealed at this time. Therefore, Huafeng Phoenix did not want Lin Fei to go to her house no matter what. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, Huafeng Phoenix's actions, he could more or less see some problems. You're afraid that I'll meet someone important in your Hua family so that there won't be any conflict, right? If that's the case, then you can rest assured. In my eyes, there is really no one who can scare me. Lin Fei laughed. Tell me, am I right? How do you know? Huafeng Phoenix was indeed shocked. She really did not tell Lin Fei that there would be someone important in the villa. Moreover, this person was the kind of person who was arrogant. Lin Fei laughed. There's no need to say anything. It's written all over your face. You look worried and afraid. If it's not someone important, you wouldn't be like this. I heard that your whole family is also quite powerful. Therefore, to be able to visit your family, it must be someone more powerful than your whole family. It might even be that your whole family needs help from the other party. If I can't even see this, then there's no need for me to come in person. Everything is right. Everything is right. Huafeng Phoenix was secretly shocked. She gritted her teeth in her heart. But I still don't want Brother Lin to go because those people are people with great backgrounds. I'm afraid that my father won't believe you if you go. Don't worry. As long as I go, no matter who it is, they will listen to me obediently. Moreover, I feel that today is a good day. There's no need to come another day. Chapter 4063. In the Hua family villa. Hua Tianlin was enthusiastically entertaining Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi. Without a doubt, Hua Tianlin was very supportive of this marriage alliance. When Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi arrived, they were already certain that the Hua clan was not as prosperous as it had been in the past. Furthermore, they were well aware of the bloodline curse even though others might not know about it. If this continued, the Hua family would become an ordinary family in a few decades. No powerful family would allow such a thing to happen. Hence, this marriage alliance was very important. This was also one of the reasons why Shen Tianquan was so sure that he had the Hua family under his thumb. If the Hua family wanted to continue standing in Hang City, they had to accept the Shen family's goodwill. A marriage alliance between the Hua family and the Shen family was also very beneficial. Just the Hua family's bloodline alone would allow his son to become a god-rank powerhouse. When that happened, the power structure of the three great families in the south would change. Up until now, none of the three great families had produced a god-rank powerhouse. Whoever managed to groom a god-rank powerhouse first would be able to unify all the powers in the south. This was the dream of everyone in the three great families in the south. It could be said that everyone was doing their best to groom the next generation. Among this generation, Shen Wudi was the one who called for it the most. Apart from this, the Hua family still had a treasure left behind. Shen Tianquan had secretly bribed someone in the Hua family to find out about it. Hence, apart from the marriage alliance, he also wanted to get his hands on this treasure. As the saying goes, treasures belong to the virtuous. You're a declining Hua family, so what right do you have to hold on to such a good treasure? A treasure like this should fall into the hands of the Hua family and be used to its fullest potential. Brother Hua, we've been talking for so long. Where's your daughter? Don't tell me she's hiding because she's shy. Shen Tianquan teased. Shen Wudi also looked around. He had heard of Huafeng Phoenix. She was a hot-tempered little pepper. In Shen Wudi's eyes, this little temper was nothing. Moreover, a woman with a bit of a temper could only be conquered. Hence, he wanted to take a look at this Huafeng Phoenix. Although he had never seen Huafeng Phoenix's influence in the south was not ordinary. At the mention of this Huafeng Phoenix, Hua Tianlin felt a little uncomfortable, and his expression became a little awkward, because just now, he heard his subordinates report that his daughter ran out again. Hua Tianlin regretted that he didn't arrange for someone to watch over his daughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Girls are a little shy. I'll arrange for someone to call her over. Hua Tianlin was indeed worthy of being the patriarch. The moment he opened his mouth, he spouted a bunch of lies. Right now, they still needed to satisfy Shen Tianquan and the rest. If they were dissatisfied with their daughter's matter, it would be terrible if their marriage was ruined. Go call the young miss over. How long are you going to make the divine young master wait? This isn't proper at all. Hua Tianlin called his trusted aide over and said with a sunken face. This confidant naturally knew that Miss Hufeng Huang had left the villa, but he still replied seriously, Master, please wait for a moment. I'll go and call Miss back. When the confidant came out of the hall, his face revealed an anxious expression, like an ant on a hot pan. He really didn't know where to go to find the young miss. But this was something that the master had instructed him to do, so he had no choice but to go. He could only pray that the young miss hadn't gone far. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome today. To be able to become the master's trusted aide, he naturally knew how capable the Shen family, one of the three great families in the south, was. Young miss, you're really too willful this time. This confidant hurriedly called someone over and prepared to go find Miss Hua. But before he left, he saw Miss Hua coming back with a young man. When this confidant saw this, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This was really bad. Young miss, the master is looking for you. In the end, Hufeng Huang still brought Lin Fei to the villa. To be honest, she was quite flustered. She knew her father's temper. Once he was angry, something might happen between the two of them. Hufeng Huang didn't know whether she was worried about Lin Fei or her father. Although her father was a master, the strength that Lin Fei displayed seemed to be that of a master as well. This was what Hufeng Huang was most worried about. Moreover, apart from her father, Shen Tianquan from the Shen family in the south was also here today. He was an old fox who was best at scheming. If he also made a move, Hufeng Huang was really worried that Lin Fei would be at a disadvantage. If it was possible, she really didn't want Lin Fei to meet her father and the people from the Shen family, especially at this time. But she couldn't stop Lin Fei from coming. In front of Lin Fei's strength, Hufeng Huang didn't have the strength to stop him at all. She could only bring him over. You don't need to look for him. I'll go over now. By the way, how's my father's mood now? Old master is in a good mood. It's just that he seems a little annoyed that Miss didn't go. The confidant reported honestly. Hufeng Huang wasn't surprised. She knew that it was a marriage alliance today. If she didn't go, her father wouldn't be happy. When she thought about Lin Fei's expression when he came over, she felt that her father's expression would be really good. The old master's confidant was also observing this young man. However, after searching through all the memories in his mind, he couldn't find any information about this person. He couldn't help but be shocked. Miss, where did you find such a man? One could imagine that there might be a huge accident later on. I don't think we need to go in. Someone is coming towards us. Lin Fei suddenly smiled and looked forward. Someone is coming. Hufeng Huang looked forward instinctively. Not long after, she saw a figure walking over. Young Master Shen is here. Young Master Shen is here, old master's confidant said softly. Hufeng Huang couldn't help but feel nervous. Brother Lin, are you sure you don't want to wait? Lin Fei smiled even more happily. No need, no need. There's no need at all. Who knows, I might even be acquainted with this person. This must be Miss Hua. It's not a waste for me to come out personally. Shen Wudi saw a fiery red figure from afar. He knew that it was Hufeng Huang, the beloved daughter of the Hua family. She was recognized as the big sister in the southern circle. Old friend, long time no see. Last time, you went to harm Bing Qingya. Now, you're here to harm Hufeng Huang. You really know how to cause trouble. Who's talking nonsense here? Shen Wudi walked over quickly. His face darkened as he got angry. He had suffered a lot because of Bing Qingya. Until now, he still hadn't forgotten about it. Therefore, he definitely didn't want anyone to mention Bing Qingya's name again. It's me, your old friend. Chapter 4064. Invincible God was furious. No matter who said that, he was determined to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Who's your old friend? Believe it or not, I'll smash your mouth right now. What a joke. In Hangzhou City, Invincible God did not have many friends. Even if he did, it would be impossible for him to be here. He knew this very well. Even in the whole clan, there was no one who could be considered a friend. Okay, then come and try. I want to see if you can twitch later. Don't ruin your face when I slap it. Invincible God was a little angry. He raised his head and glared at Lin Fan coldly. Then, he strode forward. Young Master God, you misunderstood. This is a misunderstanding. Before Invincible God could make a move, Woofing Phoenix stood in front of him. She really did not want anything unpleasant to happen. She was even afraid that Lin Fei would get into trouble because of this. Woofing Phoenix was very worried, but what happened next left her dumbfounded. Invincible God, who was still in a state of rage, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, a dry smile appeared on his face. His hand, which was raised in the air, stopped just like that. Woofing Phoenix saw something in the other party, indecision. Woofing Phoenix firmly believed that it was indecision. Come on. Didn't you want to hit me just now? Go ahead. I'll give you a chance now, lest you lose unwillingly. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The more he said that, the more awkward Invincible God's expression became. He never expected that the person who came with Woofing Phoenix would be Lin Fei. The person he hated the most was the one who made him clench his teeth helplessly. Every time he saw this guy, Invincible God felt that nothing good was going to happen. Invincible God's mind was on Woofing Phoenix just now, so he naturally ignored everything else around him. He never expected that Lin Fei would be here. Isn't he in Donghai? What is this called? Invincible God really wanted to fight, but he knew that he was no match for Yi Futian with his strength, unless he stepped into the immortal level. If you win, I'll leave. Invincible God retracted his hand and turned to leave. He wanted to tell his father that Lin Fei had come. No matter what reason Lin Fei had, he was definitely related to the Huo clan. Perhaps he had come for the bloodline. If that was the case, then this matter would have to be considered at length. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Let's have a good talk. Who wants to talk to you? Invincible God thought to himself. But just as he took a few steps forward, an explosion rang out beside his ear. His entire body shook. Sigh, I seem to have missed it just now, but I promise I won't miss it next time. You can test my accuracy. It turned out that Lin Fei had casually flicked out a stream of power that brushed past Invincible God's face. Even if it was just a casual flick, it was not something that Invincible God could withstand. He was scared half to death. Amidst that power, he smelled the scent of death, and his entire body felt uneasy. Lin Fei, don't go too far. Don't think that the Shin clan is afraid of you. Invincible God turned around and gritted his teeth. But no matter how he said it, it sounded empty and lacking in confidence. Oh, so the Shin clan is very strong. Then come at me. If you don't, then I'll just stand still. Haven't you heard of this saying? If you're taking a beating, stand still. Believe it or not, I'll send you flying with a kick and make you bedridden for a year and a half. Invincible God immediately lost his temper and did not dare to speak anymore. He had seen Lin Fei's strength before. If he really gave it his all, he might really be bedridden for 2 to 3 years, let alone half a year. For Invincible God, who was in the prime of his youth, this was not something he wanted to see. Don't hit me. Let's talk this out. Invincible God's tone softened, and he sounded like he was begging for mercy. Fire Phoenix was stunned by what she saw. She knew that Invincible God was an arrogant and despotic person. He thought that he was the pride of the heavens and never took anyone seriously. But now, he was behaving in front of Lin Fei. Fire Phoenix could not believe what she was seeing. Was this still the son of the Shen clan, one of the 3 clans in the south? He was no different from a coward now. When Hoofing Phoenix sneaked a peek at Lin Fei, her eyes were filled with confusion and even a hint of admiration. Not everyone could make Invincible God stand still. Look at how cowardly you are. What are you doing here instead of staying at home? I really want to know. Do you want to hit on Hoofing Phoenix again? Or do you guys have ulterior motives towards the Huo clan? Be honest with me so I can know. Lin Fei was surprised to see Invincible God here. But when he thought about the Huo clan's bloodline, he knew that Invincible God must have ulterior motives for coming to the Huo clan. The Shen clan, one of the 3 clans in the south, definitely knew more than Lin Fei. So, Lin Fei did not mind finding out more about the Huo clan from Invincible God. Who asked Invincible God to come here of his own accord? If he did not get to the bottom of this, it would be a shame. Invincible God immediately felt a headache coming on. If it was anyone else, he would not have been able to force him to speak. But with Lin Fei, he had no confidence at all. Invincible God really wanted to say that he would never say anything and that Lin Fei had no right to listen. But Invincible God could not say something like that. He was sure that if he really said something like that, Lin Fei would send him flying with a kick. Even if his physique was stronger, he would not be able to withstand a kick from Lin Fei. He had experienced it firsthand. Of course, you don't have to say anything. It doesn't matter to me anyway, Lin Fei said with a smile. You just have to let me kick you 3 times. Kick him 3 times. Invincible God felt his hair stand on end. That one kick had nearly taken his life. If 3 kicks were to follow, he would definitely be dead. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you can escape from me, I'll consider you impressive. Lin Fei smiled and raised a finger. 1. Invincible God's body began to tremble. Things had been going well, but he had run into Lin Fei. He did not know what to do at that moment. 2. Lin Fei raised 2 fingers. Every number gave Invincible God immense pressure. He had never felt so pressured before. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't kick me. Invincible God's mentality was still problematic. After all, it was not the first time he had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. There was a crack in his mentality. We're here for Miss Huo's bloodline and the treasure left behind by the Huo clan. As long as our Shen clan obtains this treasure, our Shen clan will have an immortal realm expert. Hoofing Phoenix was enraged as well. What a Shen clan, to have such intentions. Where did you get this information from? We got it from the Dark Ruins. Chapter 4065. Invincible God did not dare to hide anything. He told Lin Fei everything. He just wanted to stay as far away from Lin Fei as possible. Nothing good ever happened when he saw Lin Fei. Invincible God did not even dare to spy on Hoofing Phoenix's Huo family bloodline. It was not something he could spy on. Lin Fei just had to show up at this time. He would not dare to do that even if he had 100 guts. You guys went to the Yin Void Land. Hoofing Phoenix was shocked. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was confused. He had never heard of the illusory Yin Land before. However, he could tell that the illusory Yin Land was not an ordinary place. It might even be similar to the blessed land of paradise or Arcana land. Didn't I say that the Yin Void Land is untraceable? How did you guys find the Yin Void Land and know about the Huo family bloodline from there? Hoofing Phoenix was usually carefree, but now she realized how serious the problem was. Previously, Huofing Phoenix had thought that they came to the Huo family for a marriage alliance. Now it seemed that it was not just a simple marriage alliance. They were spying on everything about the Huo family. Invincible God shook his head. I don't know how to get in. Anyway, my father told me that. If you want to know, ask my father. At this moment, Invincible God had betrayed his father. After all, he didn't know anything about this. All right, you can leave now. Lin Fei swung his arm and Invincible God flew out and fell on the ground. Invincible God did not dare to make a sound when he got up. He ran towards the hole. Brother Lin, why did you let him go? He might have gone to find someone. Huofing Phoenix stomped her feet in anger. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Even if he went to find someone, it would be useless. By the way, what is this Yin Void Land? This place sounds quite different to me. Huofing Phoenix said, I've only heard about the Yin Void Land from my father. It said that it's a special secret space. No one knows where it is, but there are many treasures in the Yin Void Land. I've even heard that some powerful people have come out of the Yin Void Land. To put it simply, the most famous Yin ruin land in our country is Kunlun. Although everyone knows where Kunlun is, this is only on the surface. The real core is the Yin Void Land. That is where the real Kunlun is. It is said that 50 years ago, an expert emerged from the Yin ruins of Kunlun. He defeated all kinds of experts along the way. In the end, he even accepted a disciple, and this disciple is Yi Xian, the current #1 god of war in our country. As Fire Phoenix spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration. With such a simple explanation, Lin Fei understood that the Yin ruins were not much different from a mystic realm. At the same time, I became interested in this Yin illusory land and kept it in mind. Let's go in and take a look. Who knows, Invincible God's father might know more. Actually, even if Lin Fei had not mentioned it, Huofing Phoenix would have gone in and told her father. This was because the Shen family was too shameless. They actually came with such an idea. If Invincible God had not taken the initiative to say it, the Huo family might have been devoured by the Shen family after some time. This was not what Huofing Phoenix wanted to see. Coming from a martial arts family, Huofing Phoenix more or less knew some mysterious things. She did not doubt this at all. In the hall, Hua Tianlin and Shen Tianquan were chatting and laughing as if they were old friends. As Invincible God entered in a fluster, the atmosphere was broken. Dad, let's go. That B*** is here. Seeing Invincible God's sorry state, Hua Tianlin frowned and stood up. What happened? Did someone from the Huo family do something to you? Tell me the name and I'll teach them a lesson. Although that was what he said, he was extremely shocked. He knew that no one in the younger generation of the Huo family was a match for Invincible God. Even a grandmaster might not be able to defeat him. But now, Invincible God looked like he had been bullied. This was hard for Hua Tianlin to imagine. Perhaps someone had barged in. Moreover, Invincible God did not have any advantage over the other party. That was why he had rushed back. If that was the case, then as the owner of this place, Hua Tianlin had to make a move. He had to let the other party know that this was the Huo family, not some ordinary place. Not everyone could cause trouble as they pleased. The Huo family could not afford to lose face. Shen Tianquan was in a good mood. He could already tell that Hua Tianlin of the Huo family was indeed planning to have a marriage alliance, and his attitude was very proper. However, when he heard his son's words, he frowned. Who's here? Look at you, aren't you ashamed? You're a grandmaster after all. Shen Tianquan naturally did not expect Lin Fei to be here. Invincible God became even more anxious. Dad, Lin Fei is here. What do you think we should do? This time, Shen Tianquan heard it clearly. His face darkened and the smile on his face froze. He sat up from the sofa as if he had been stabbed by a needle. What did you say? Lin Fei is here. Isn't he in the East Sea? Why is he here in Hangzhou? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Invincible God smiled bitterly. Look at me now and you'll know. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. You know that among the younger generation, I don't really care about anyone. But Lin Fei is one of them. Hua Tianlin was confused. This name was very unfamiliar to him. He did not know why he had heard it before, but he could not recall where. Brother Shin, isn't it just Lin Fei? What's there to be afraid of? I'll take care of them for you. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Fei should be taken care of. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Hua. Shin Tianquan's mind spun quickly. Now that Lin Fei had come here, he definitely had a motive. If Lin Fei and the Hua family were to go against each other, at least they wouldn't have to worry about the two of them getting together. Dad, I'm back. I want to talk to you about something. Just as Shin Tianquan finished speaking, Hua Feng, Phoenix, and Lin Fei walked in from the entrance of the hall. When Shin Tianquan and Invincible God saw Lin Fei, they both took a step back. They were really afraid of this guy. Hua Tianlin's expression was strange. Phoenix, who allowed you to bring a man in? Why aren't you letting him leave? Hua Tianlin had planned on a marriage alliance. But when he saw this scene, his heart was about to explode. Especially in front of the family head. How was he going to resolve this? Chapter 4066. Father, listen to my explanation. He's my friend and an expert. If you want me to form a marriage alliance with the Shin clan, you can go and ask them what their motives are. They want to use your daughter as a human cauldron to strive for the divine level. Huafeng Phoenix didn't have any fear this time. She pointed at Shin Wudi and said angrily, if you don't believe me, ask them and see what they say. Being pointed at, Invincible God immediately lowered his head, losing all confidence. After all, he had already explained everything clearly. It would be difficult for him to argue back now. Furthermore, there was still Lin Fei standing there. Even if he had the guts to argue back, he wouldn't have dared to argue back. He felt wronged, truly wronged. Hua Tianlin really wanted to marry into the Shin family. After all, the Shin family was the one who brought it up. To the Hua family, it was a great honor. The Shin family was one of the 3 great families in the south. Their influence was much greater than the Hua family. If they could marry into the Shin family, the Hua family would benefit greatly. However, this didn't mean that Hua Tianlin would let his daughter fall into the fire pit. When he heard his daughter's words, his face darkened, revealing a trace of displeasure and even a trace of confusion. This was a secret that only the Hua family's leaders knew. How did the Shin family know about it? Phoenix, what you said is true. Huafeng Phoenix nodded. It's true. Young Master Shin said it himself. Nonsense. Our Shin family Wudi really admires Miss Hua. He definitely didn't come for the Hua family bloodline. Someone must be talking nonsense. Shin Tianquan snorted. If he admitted it, he would fail. Hence, he wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Hua Tianlin trusted his daughter's words. Although she was careless, she wouldn't say anything about this. Young Master Shin, it's better if you explain yourself. Who's talking nonsense? Hua Tianlin's eyes shone coldly as he stared at Shin Wudi. If this had been anywhere else, Invincible God would have definitely spouted nonsense. However, with Lin Fei around, he really did not dare to spout nonsense. If the other party were to give him another kick, he might just end up being sent flying. Shin Wudi, didn't you just say it honestly? Why are you scared now? Or do you think that with your father backing you up, everything will be different? You can give it a try. Let's see if my next kick will land on you, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. Young Master Lin, do you think it's fun to play tricks on the Shen family? Shen Tianquan's expression changed as well. Just like his son, he didn't want to see Lin Fei appear. This guy was full of secrets, and they hadn't been able to find out anything about him. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. People like that were the hardest to deal with. This kid seems to have some background. Hua Tianlin also heard Shen Tianquan's words. His mind raced, and suddenly, his body trembled. He finally remembered where he had heard this name before. Could this brat be the Lin Fei of the Soaring Dragon Manor who caused the Shen family to suffer a loss? If it's really him, he's too young. Also, how did our daughter get to know him? Thoughts after thoughts appeared in Hua Tianlin's mind. Recently, the martial arts circle was still quite lively, especially in the martial arts circle of Donghai, where a big dark horse had risen. This dark horse had dominated a blessed enclave in a short time, and he had 9 supreme power experts under his command. He had become the #1 force in Donghai, but the origin of such a person was very mysterious. Until now, no one knew the specific origin of such a person. When Hua Tianlin first heard this name, he was secretly shocked. The first thing he suspected was the Lin family in Yanjin because only the Lin family could cultivate such a genius. However, the martial arts circle later denied this matter. Hua Tianlin couldn't figure it out. Now that he saw Lin Fei again, he sensed a familiar aura from him. Could it be that the information was wrong? Say that again if you dare. Who do you think I, Lin Fei, am? Do you think it's fun to play tricks on you? For people like you, I can't wait to slap them to death. However, this is a society governed by law. Fighting and killing isn't good at all. That's why you're still alive and breathing fresh air. Don't you think I'm right? Lin Fei said with a smile. Shen Tianquan was infuriated. He knew that today's matter had been completely ruined. It would be even more difficult for him to form a marriage alliance with the Hua family. Young Master Lin, you're amazing. Our Shen family will leave now. Shen Tianquan forced himself to calm down. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would attack. Maybe the other party was waiting for him to attack. This guy was also a little fox. He wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't believe that Lin Fei came here for the Hua family. It would be a lie if he didn't have a purpose. You haven't explained yourself clearly. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You have to let the Hua family know your purpose. Otherwise, he will think that I'm bullying you. Lin Fei took a step forward and stood in front of the gate. If they wanted to leave, they had to pass by Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei didn't agree, no one would be able to leave. Hua Tianlin said, since he said so, you should at least give me an explanation. Although my daughter can marry your Shen family, she is definitely not someone that your Shen family can use as a cauldron. You should remember this clearly, so right now, you should give me an explanation, lest I have doubts in my heart. No matter what your final explanation is, I will not do anything to you. After all, you are guests. I understand this principle. Although Hua Tianlin didn't know their purpose from their mouths, he knew that they were close to the truth. This made him very angry. If Hua Tianlin wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't be easy. Shen Tianquan's strength was on par with him. Moreover, Shen Tianquan had a treasure. If they really fought, they would only have a 50% chance of winning. At that time, neither of them would have a good ending. There's no need to explain. Everything is as your daughter said. That should be enough. Our Shen family can't afford to be related to you, so we can only take our leave. Young Master Lin, are you satisfied with this explanation? Shen Tianquan's expression was cold. Lin Fei laughed heartily, it's barely passable. Remember, the next time you try to scheme against someone, you have to find out more. Otherwise, if you encounter such a thing again, you won't even have a place to cry. Chapter 4067. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi wanted to leave this place immediately. They didn't want to stay a minute longer. However, Lin Fei didn't let them leave. He stood at the door without moving. How could he let them leave so easily? Hold on, you still have something you haven't explained. You can leave only after you've explained everything. Shen Tianquan's face twitched. He didn't know what Lin Fei wanted to know. Didn't I say it clearly just now? What else do you want to know? Lin Fei unhurriedly said, you only explained things to Patriarch Hua, but you didn't explain it to me. I'm very interested in the Dark Ruin Land, so tell me about it. Remember, I want to hear the truth, not lies. Of course, you can also try and see what will happen to you if you lie in front of me. Lin Fei took a step forward. There was a loud rumble and an invisible pressure pressed down on Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi. Thud thud thud, thud 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 thud. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi kept retreating. Every time they retreated, they would leave a footprint on the ground. The impact alone was enough to make their blood boil. They almost vomited blood. Hua Tianlin, who was standing not far away, could still feel the terrifying pressure even though he wasn't facing it head-on. He didn't doubt that the pressure alone was enough to suppress a Grandmaster realm expert to the point that he couldn't move even if he didn't do anything. In fact, Hua Tianlin had guessed correctly. With Lin Fei's immortal body, he could easily crush a Grandmaster to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Hua Tianlin knew that a powerful guy had appeared in Donghai, but he didn't think that his pressure alone would be so terrifying. Hua Tianlin felt like he was getting old. He was really the younger generation now. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the Yin ruins that Shen Tianquan had mentioned. As one of the top clans in Hang City, they naturally knew many secrets that others didn't, including the Yin ruins. However, he had never expected that Shen Tianquan would actually find the Yin ruins, enter it, and find out about the bloodline. He was even able to implicate the Hua clan. This caused his expression to turn ugly. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, he would have been deceived. No one knew better than him that after becoming a human cauldron, one would be completely crippled. At that time, Hua Tianlin would definitely be filled with guilt because he was the one who proposed the marriage. Shen Tianquan didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Although they had fought before, it wasn't as terrifying as this time. It was enough to make him unable to even think of resisting. He probably only had less than 10% of his strength left. Hence, he explained everything that had happened in the Dark Ruins in detail. You said that the Dark Ruin Land is 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou. Lin Fei frowned and suddenly remembered what had happened before. It was Chief Shue's invitation. It was said that the Moon Spirit Stone was more than 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou. Could it be that the two were in the same place? Lin Fei's memory was very good. He didn't think that he had heard wrongly. It was very likely that the two places were in the same place. Young Master Lin, I don't dare to lie to you. The Dark Ruin Land is indeed more than 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou City. I only entered that place after hearing the news from someone else. However, the Dark Ruin Land is very dangerous and dangerous. I only came out after obtaining some things and didn't dare to hesitate. Lin Fei asked a few more questions. After confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he let Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi leave. The person who was the most shocked was Woofing Phoenix. She had never thought that Lin Fei, whom she had met once on the mountain, would be so powerful. Even the two masters of the Shen family couldn't resist him at all. Moreover, he was so young. His thoughts were also constantly changing. He had thought that the geniuses he had seen before were the true geniuses, but compared to Lin Fei, they were nothing. This was a true monstrous genius who could suppress a Grandmaster powerhouse with just a wave of his hand. I thank young Master Lin on behalf of Phoenix. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened to my daughter. I wouldn't even have a place to cry, what Tianlin said gratefully with his fists cupped. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. After all, the other party had bad intentions. In the end, the Hua family and his daughter, Huafing Phoenix, would be the ones to suffer. Lin Fei smiled and said, "It's fate that we met. Since we met, I have to help. Moreover, I don't like those guys from the Shin family." Just as Lin Fei said, it was a coincidence. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't have known about this. He also wouldn't have known that there was a Yin ruins in the suburbs of Hangzhou. From these few words, what Tianlin could tell that although Lin Fei was a proud son of heaven and his strength was unfathomable, his character was much better than invincible gods. At the very least, he didn't put on an air of superiority. He was just like an ordinary person. If he hadn't suppressed a grandmaster just now, no one would have believed that he was a warrior. Because Lin Fei didn't have a trace of a martial artist's aura. He was just too ordinary. Lin Fei, no matter what, I still have to thank you. It's just that I'm afraid that Shin Tianquan and his son are up to no good now that they've left. After all, the Yin Ruins is an extremely mysterious place. Once the news spreads, who knows how many martial artists will flock there. Moreover, I've also heard that there's a long wait to enter the Yin Ruins. It's not something that can be entered at any time. This is just a small matter. Since it's the Yin Ruins, it will be exposed sooner or later. Even if he doesn't say it, others will know. There's no need to make a fuss. Lin Fei said with a smile. Phoenix, invite young Master Lin to sit down and drink some tea. Go to the study and bring me the top grade by Luo Chun. Hua Tianlin invited Lin Fei to sit down. Huafing Phoenix smiled as she ran to the study and brought out the Bai Luo Chun. Then, she personally brewed the tea. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. It could be seen that Huafing Phoenix was not only good at martial arts, she was also very good at the tea ceremony. During this time, Huafing Phoenix and her father also talked about her bloodline. Hua Tianlin was glad that he didn't take action. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would have happened. Young Master Lin, I heard that you are very knowledgeable about bloodlines. I wonder if you have a way to solve my daughter's problem. As a father, Hua Tianlin was most worried about his daughter's bloodline. After all, the family's bloodline curse had been passed down. He didn't want to see his daughter die before him. Now that he knew that Lin Fei had a way to solve it, he had to ask Lin Fei for help no matter what, even if he had to pay a big price. Chapter 4068. After leaving the villa, Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi sat in the car sullenly. Once again, they felt a deep sense of helplessness and sullenness. They had encountered him once in the East Sea and suffered a huge loss. Now, they suffered another huge loss in Hangzhou. They were one of the three major families in the south, the Shin family. When had they ever suffered such a huge loss? Every time, they could only watch helplessly and couldn't take revenge. Lin Fei's strength was truly unfathomable. They were both evolved Jing masters. One was a new evolved Jing master, while the other was an old evolved Jing master. In the end, they couldn't resist Lin Fei's pressure at all. Dad, can we really only lower our heads like this? But I really can't accept it. We are one of the three major families in the south. When did a brat step all over us? Shin Wudi's eyes were filled with hatred. A loud bang was heard. What Shin Wudi didn't expect was that his father would slap him in the face. Brat, isn't this all because of you? Even now, you still haven't thought it through. This brat is very likely to be a god-ranked expert. You are going against a god-ranked expert. You want to drag the Shin family down with you, don't you? Shin Tianquan was much more farsighted than Shin Wudi. To be able to easily suppress them with pressure, who else could it be other than a god-ranked expert? The probability was more than 90%. Even if it was 70% or 80%, Shin Tianquan knew that he definitely couldn't make Lin Fei an enemy. Remember, in the future, when you see Lin Fei, you must either be polite or turn around and leave. Don't offend him anymore. Right now, the Shin family can't afford to offend Lin Fei. Unless one day, our Shin family can also give birth to a deity rank expert, otherwise, we can only be a well-behaved turtle. When Shin Tianquan said this, he seemed very helpless. However, there was no other way. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was stronger than them. Just his pressure alone was enough to cause them to be in such a state. Even a pig's brain would know what was going on. Shin Wuti opened his mouth. In the end, he fell silent. He knew that his father was right. To be able to cause them to be in such a sorry state, other than a god-ranked expert, who else could it be? A god-ranked expert could easily deal with any top-tier faction, unless that faction had a god-ranked expert overseeing it. In any case, we'll just sit back and watch the show. Once news of the sinister ruins comes out, it will definitely attract the attention of all the experts in the country. Who knows, a divine-level expert might even appear one day. If you insist on being so high-profile, you'll be going against everyone. We have plenty of time to wait. Although Shin Tianquan had lowered his head, he was very clear about the current situation. Dad, are you saying that a tall tree attracts the wind? If that's the case, I'll need to arrange for someone to spread the news about him and make him look good. Maybe one day, the first god of war, Yi Xian, will find trouble with him. Suddenly, Shin Wuti's eyes lit up. Pa! Shin Tianquan slapped Undefeatable God in the face again, and half of Undefeatable God's body slammed into the glass. The sturdy bulletproof glass cracked, and it was a shocking sight. How many times have I told you? We won't get involved in anything. Don't tell me you want Yi Xian to look for the Shin family. Could it be that when the time comes, you'll be the one to defend? Or do you want me to stop him? Shin Tianquan was furious. Only then did Undefeatable God realize that he had said something wrong. Dad, I know I was wrong. You're the best. Let's just wait and see. We won't get involved in anything. If I see him in the future, I'll stay far away from him. Undefeatable God nodded tactfully. He wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he knew very well that offending Lin Fei wouldn't end well. He wouldn't refute his father's words. It was because his father's words made sense. They just needed to wait and see. If he really went to make arrangements and spread the news of the sinister ruins, the Shin family would still be the unlucky ones. In the hall, Hua Tianlin and Huafeng's ears perked up. Hua Tianlin was especially concerned about this matter more than anyone else. After all, this concerned the life and death of his daughter. In order to solve the problem of the Hua family's bloodline curse, Hua Tianlin had spent a lot of time and effort on this matter. However, he hadn't achieved anything yet. Now, he could only place this slim hope on Lin Fei. Perhaps there would be an answer. It's actually not that difficult to get rid of the bloodline curse. The curse on Huafeng's body is especially easy. Lin Fei said calmly, the reason why the Hua family's bloodline is cursed is because the power of the cursed bloodline will keep accumulating. However, you won't release it. Once the power reaches a critical point, it will erupt instantly. No one can resist it. That's why the curse happened. Huafeng's spirit was suddenly lifted. Doesn't that mean that as long as we release the power, the bloodline curse will be broken? Hua Tianlin frowned. He knew better than anyone that this wasn't a small matter. If this power could really be released, then the Hua family wouldn't have so many casualties. They knew this better than anyone else. Hua Tianlin didn't continue to ask. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely give an explanation. You're right. As long as we release the power, then everything will no longer be a problem. For example, with the help of this power, you can instantly break through to the Master Realm. Moreover, your potential is greater than anyone else's. Huifeng's eyes blinked. She didn't dare to believe it. Is this true? I can break through to the Master Realm. Although Huifeng's phoenix had the potential to break through to the Master Realm, it would take at least 2 or 3 years. It might even take longer. I never lie. If I say that you can become a master, then you will definitely become a master. As for releasing the bloodline, it's actually even simpler. All you need is a suitable fire attribute technique. I think that the Hu family should have a fire attribute technique that has been passed down for generations. However, this technique should have some flaws. That's why you haven't been able to cultivate this technique to perfection and release the power of the bloodline. Am I right? Hu Tianlin's entire body trembled. Young Master Lin, you're right. The situation is like this. Our Hu family has indeed lost the most important part of our technique. That's why our strength has been stagnant all these years. Moreover, the bloodline curse has caused our Hu family to lose a lot of disciples. I hope that young Master Lin can help us solve this problem. As long as young Master Lin can help us, no matter what you ask of us, our Hu family will agree. Hu Tianlin trusted Lin Fei more than ever. This was because he could see the determination in Lin Fei's eyes. It was enough to prove that he really knew that their fire attribute technique had flaws. You're the one who said it. Helping your Hu clan perfect your cultivation method is not a problem. I only want the treasure left behind by your Hu clan. It's that simple. Because this treasure has no effect on you, I'm only interested in it. Chapter 4069. P.S. Thank you City Lord Nan and Monopolizing the Mountains for your tips. Forgive me for not reading the reviews. When Lin Fei stated his request, Hu Tianlin's expression didn't change much. In fact, he had expected this to happen after Shen Tianquan and the others left. However, Hu Tianlin's expression was somewhat unnatural. Young Master Lin, are you sure you want our Hu clan's treasure? I'm afraid you'll regret it when you see it. Our Hu clan doesn't want you to misunderstand and think that we're lying to you. Only Hu Tianlin knew what the Hu clan's treasure was. If he offended Lin Fei because of the treasure, it wasn't something he wanted to see. After all, the lives of the Hu clan's descendants were in Lin Fei's hands. It would be hard for Hu Tianlin not to be careful. Lin Fei also sensed something. Obviously, the Hu clan's treasure was different from what he had imagined. To Lin Fei, the treasure wasn't that important. He just wanted to see what the Hu clan's ancestors' treasure was. That was what Lin Fei wanted to know. As for helping the Hu clan for free, that was impossible. Normally, a perfected cultivation technique could be passed down for hundreds of years. This would be beneficial to the Hu clan. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, Lin Fei had to take something. The only thing that interested him was the Hu clan's treasure. Actually, you don't have to worry about anything. I only want the Hu clan's treasure. It doesn't matter what it is. Even if it's ordinary, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Fei said casually. You can take out your Hu clan's cultivation technique now. I'll help you perfect it first. Perfect it now. Hu Tianlin was surprised. After all, the Hu clan's treasure hadn't been taken out yet. He didn't expect that Lin Fei would be the first to suggest perfecting it. What? You don't want it? I'll get it right away. How could Hu Tianlin not be happy? Ever since he became the head of the family, the pressure he felt was greater than anyone else. Because the Hu clan was getting weaker and weaker with each generation, the patriarchs of each generation hoped to push the Hu clan back to its peak. Unfortunately, this dream had always been out of reach. Now, it was finally being carried forward by Hu Tianlin. That was happier than anything else. Hoofing Phoenix was also a little excited. She finally saw hope, a beautiful wish to continue living. Not long after, Hua Tianlin returned with a wooden box in his hand. The wooden box was made of red sandalwood. It had an antique feel to it. He carefully opened it and took out a yellowed book. After looking at this yellowed manual, Lin Fei knew why the Hua family's cultivation technique had been left out. It was because the last few pages of this manual were missing. Young Master Lin, I've let you see a joke. This is our Hua family's fire art, 13 layers of heavenly flames. Unfortunately, only 9 layers remain. The last 4 layers are gone. Hua Tianlin said in shame. Find me a quiet room. I will help you deduce the next part of the cultivation method. No problem, no problem. I will arrange it immediately. Lin Fei took the yellowed manual and walked into a room. Hua Tianlin and Hoofing Phoenix were waiting outside. Dad, do you think he can really complete the last 4 layers? Hoofing Phoenix asked with joy and worry. Hua Tianlin didn't dare to guarantee it, but subconsciously, he believed that Lin Fei could do it. We just need to believe in young Master Lin. Weren't you very confident in him before? Could it be that you are afraid now? I'm afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Sitting in the room, Lin Fei flipped through the secret manual. Not to mention, the 13 layers of heavenly flames were really not low level. If the last 4 layers were not lost, the Hua family would definitely have a few more Xiantian experts because this was a cultivation technique that could be cultivated to the Xiantian realm. In the eyes of outsiders, it might be very amazing, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was no different from a common product. And to make up for the last 4 layers of the cultivation method, it was not difficult at all for Lin Fei. In less than 5 minutes, it was completely perfected. After making up for it, Lin Fei was bored, so he deduced the next few layers. In total, he deduced up to the 18 layers of heavenly flames, which could be cultivated to the next realm. To be able to deduce the cultivation method so easily, only Lin Fei could do the rest easily. After sitting in the room for half an hour, Lin Fei walked out and returned the secret manual to Hua Tianlin. Take a look yourself, right? Hua Tianlin held the yellowed secret manual in his hands, and his breathing quickened. He quickly opened it. Hua Tianlin had already cultivated to the 9th layer of the 13 layers of heavenly flames, and had been stuck at this level. When he saw the 10th layer, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. Oh my God, yes, 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 this is it, this is the 13 layers of heavenly flames. No one knew better than him about the latter part of the cultivation method. When he saw the mental cultivation method, he was sure that it was real. Lin Fei had really managed to create the last 4 levels. When Hua Tianlin continued to read, his whole body trembled in fear. He thought that it was amazing to be able to deduce up to the 13th layer, but he never thought that Lin Fei would actually go all the way to the 18th layer. What an unbelievable level! Hua Tianlin immediately realized that with the 18 layers of heavenly flames, the Hua family was going to rise again. Even he had a certain degree of confidence in breaking through to the God realm. This was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Young Master Lin, I thank you on behalf of the entire Hua family. If it wasn't for you, our Hua family would have become an ordinary family sooner or later, and we wouldn't even be able to keep this cultivation method. Hua Tianlin took a deep breath, and lowered his head to express his gratitude to Lin Fei. This time, it was from the bottom of his heart. He had never thought that a young man could be so amazing, able to deduce all 9 layers of cultivation methods in one go. Even Hoofing Phoenix, who was standing at the side, could feel the change. She knew that Lin Fei must have deduced the cultivation method, which meant that she could really live. Thank you, Lin Fei. Hoofing Phoenix had been suppressed for too long, and she never dared to imagine that she could live forever. She couldn't help but kiss Lin Fei's face. It seemed that this was the only way for her to completely believe that everything was real. After being kissed for no reason, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, he had just done something casual, and it wasn't anything complicated, but he didn't expect that he would gain such a reward. I've helped you solve the problem of your whole family's cultivation method. Now, can you bring us to see your whole family's treasures? Chapter 40-70. The place where the whole family's treasure was stored was beyond Lin Fei's expectation. It was actually hidden deep underground. It was a secret room. Moreover, there were many traps outside the secret room. Even if a Grandmaster expert came in, he would suffer a great loss if he was not careful. If he was unlucky, he might even lose his life. Finally, they arrived in front of a large metal door. This metal door was made of reinforced iron plates. It was at least 10 centimeters thick. The solemn black color gave people a great visual impact. Hua Tianlin looked a little uncomfortable. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry to let you see this. This treasure is really not ordinary, so we can only use this method to preserve it. The more it was arranged like this, the more interested Lin Fei became. Something that could be guarded like this must be very interesting. Hua Tianlin's face showed a trace of a smile. I'm afraid that young Master Lin will be disappointed when he sees it. A fingerprint lock appeared on the metal door. After Hua Tianlin operated it for a while, the heavy door slowly opened. Young Master Lin, please come in. Lin Fei was the first to enter the secret room. He glanced around. The secret room was not very big. At most, it was the size of a few square meters. However, the most eye-catching thing was that there was actually a fiery red egg in the middle of the room. The egg was about the size of an ostrich's egg. It was placed on a shelf. Other than that, there was nothing else in the secret room. Young Master Lin, this is the treasure of our whole family. It has been passed down from generation to generation. Until now, we still don't know what it is. We've tried to hatch it, but it didn't work. That's why it's been here all this time. Hua Tianlin said awkwardly. That's right. Everyone knew that the whole family had a treasure, but who would have thought that it was actually an egg? After seeing the egg, Lin Fei was actually a little surprised. He had more or less underestimated his imagination. Who would have thought that the whole family's treasure was actually an egg? When Lin Fei carefully examined the egg, his eyebrows jumped. He actually discovered a trace of life force within the egg. However, this trace of life force was very weak. Only someone like him could detect it. Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. Is this the Nirvana Hoofing Phoenix? Or is this the egg that Hoofing Phoenix gave birth before it died? Lin Fei had seen the 4 great sacred beasts before, but he had never encountered such a situation. And now, a Hoofing Phoenix's egg was placed right in front of him. Moreover, it was still alive. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel excited. A Hoofing Phoenix's egg was more valuable than anything else. Moreover, this Hoofing Phoenix's egg actually had a trace of life. This was the most important thing. If Lin Fei hadn't come here, then this Hoofing Phoenix's egg would have been completely destroyed. This was because the trace of life was very weak. It could only be said that the Hoofing Phoenix's egg was constantly consuming its life force. Unfortunately, no one was able to hatch it. Once it hatched, it would be a sacred beast. Young Master Lin, if you don't like this treasure, you can ask for anything you want. Our whole family will definitely do our best. Even if we have to go bankrupt, we will still get you. Hua Tianlin saw that Lin Fei wasn't saying anything, so he thought that the other party was angry. This Hoofing Phoenix's egg was indeed priceless. However, in the eyes of knowledgeable people, it was just a dead egg. It was completely impossible for it to hatch. If it could hatch, then the current whole family wouldn't be like this. Lin Fei waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say any more. I want this egg. Moreover, you don't need to worry about anything. Since it's the whole family's treasure, then there's naturally a reason for it to stay. I don't mind. Lin Fei thought that the hoofing phoenix's egg only had a trace of life force. However, for Lin Fei, if he handled it properly, then it might really hatch into a phoenix. As a member of the four sacred beasts, although it was on the same level as the vermilion bird, it was even more amazing. Therefore, Lin Fei was really looking forward to the birth of a phoenix. Even if it was a vermilion bird, it wouldn't matter much. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't miss such a chance. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he would encounter such a thing again. Young Master Lin, this egg is just a dead egg. Why don't you change your condition? Hua Tianlin was worried that Lin Fei would get angry. After all, this dead egg was basically useless. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hua family had passed it down, Hua Tianlin would have opened it to take a look. There's no need. I, Lin Fei, mean what I say. Since I want your whole family's treasure, even if it's useless, I will still take it. You don't need to say anything else. Lin Fei said indifferently. He waved his hand and the hoofing phoenix's egg was instantly stored away. This is a storage ring. Hua Tianlin's eyes widened as he looked at the disappearing hoofing phoenix's egg. His heart shook. He actually saw a storage ring. This was something that only cultivators could have. Hua family head has good eyesight. This is indeed a storage ring. Lin Fei said with a smile. Now that I've taken it, this matter is settled. As for the 18 layers of heavenly flame, you just need to cultivate well. I believe that with Hua family head and Miss Hua's talent, you will soon make a breakthrough. Hua Tianlin was overwhelmed by the favor. He finally knew that Lin Fei was more mysterious than he had imagined. He even had a storage ring. This was something that only appeared in legends. Since Lin Fei had said so, Hua Tianlin didn't dare to say anything else. He only felt that he had gotten a great bargain. As for the hoofing phoenix's egg, it was already given away. How could it be compared to the 18 layers of heavenly flame? This was something that could be passed down for hundreds of years. It was simply incomparable. Hua Tianlin and Hoofing Phoenix personally sent Lin Fei out of the villa. If it wasn't for Lin Fei declining their request, they would have driven Lin Fei back. Phoenix, if you have nothing to do in the future, you can contact young Master Lin more. He's more powerful than you think. Hua Tianlin watched Lin Fei leave and said to his daughter with a smile. This was an existence that was even more of a bachelor than a diamond bachelor. If their Hua family could have a relationship with Lin Fei, it would be of great help to their Hua family. It could even be said that they would reach the heavens in a single step. Dad, you're so annoying. Hoofing Phoenix's face turned red. Didn't you always advise me not to find a random person? Hua Tianlin said with a smile. That depends on who it is. For example, Lin Fei isn't someone that just anyone can compare to. This is your fate. Cherish it. Shook House website. Chapter 4071. Hoofing Phoenix's egg, I actually brought such an egg back. On the way back. Lin Fei couldn't believe it. Although this wasn't something rare, and he had seen things more precious than this was China, his hometown. Finding a Hoofing Phoenix's egg had a completely different meaning. More importantly, this Hoofing Phoenix's egg actually had a trace of life. As long as he arranged it properly, he could definitely hatch this Hoofing Phoenix's egg. Lin Fei didn't need Hoofing Phoenix to do anything. He was just satisfied with the previous thought. Raising a phoenix outside was something to be proud of. Back at the Four Seasons Hotel. Lin Fei took out the Hoofing Phoenix's egg and carefully observed it. With his powerful mental power, he could indeed see that the Hoofing Phoenix's egg was very different. It was covered with tiny runes. However, these runes had begun to collapse as time passed. At the same time, there was a trace of life leaking out. Although it was very weak and inconspicuous, it was still leaking out. Little guy, you should be glad that you met me. Otherwise, in a few years, you would have become a dead egg. Lin Fei looked at it for a while, then cut his finger and dripped 5 drops of blood. The moment the blood essence landed on the surface of the eggshell, it was completely absorbed. This egg also burst out a scorching aura, rolling like a wave. In this wave, Lin Fei could even feel a trace of joy. Eat more if you like it. Digest it slowly. Anyway, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a good life. The 5 drops of blood were quickly digested. Originally, this egg didn't have any special aura. However, after absorbing the 5 drops of blood, it began to emit a scorching aura, causing the temperature of the entire room to rise by more than 10 degrees. It was like a furnace. Because Lin Fei's essence blood was the blood of an immortal, it contained a terrifying pure yang aura. When it landed on Hoofing Phoenix's egg, it was like a great tonic. If it had been any other creature, they would not have been able to withstand the vast and boundless pure yang aura and would have died on the spot. However, the Hoofing Phoenix was different. It belonged to the fire lineage, and the more pure the yang, the more it liked it. To Lin Fei, the 5 drops of blood essence weren't a loss at all. However, to the egg, they could be said to have played a crucial role. There would be no loss of life aura for a very long time. Now that the egg was completely stabilized, it only needed a certain amount of time to hatch. Lin Fei casually put the Hoofing Phoenix's egg into his storage ring. As for the hatching of the Hoofing Phoenix, he wasn't anxious at all. With his powerful pure yang aura and constant nourishment, the hatching speed should be very fast. Now that I've discovered the Hoofing Phoenix's bloodline, although the bloodline is sealed layer by layer, as long as I cultivate the 18 heavenly flames, I will naturally be able to unlock it. I just don't know if the other bloodlines exist. If they do, it will be more interesting. Of course, to Lin Fei, it was only interesting. After all, no matter how strong the 4 sacred beasts were, they were no match for him. In the next few days, Lin Fei originally thought that he could have a few more days of peace, but with the arrival of the Hoofing Phoenix, the situation became a little different. This rich lady was very enthusiastic and insisted on taking Lin Fei to play around. However, Lin Fei had already played around once, so he really didn't have much interest in Hangzhou City. After refusing several times, he finally gave up the idea of going with the Hoofing Phoenix. Even so, the Hoofing Phoenix still came every day, claiming to be a good guide. The arrival of the Hoofing Phoenix made another person a little unhappy, and that was Su Shaoan. After all, she used to be Lin Fei's guide. Now that she was inexplicably taken away by the Hoofing Phoenix, she would definitely be unhappy. The two of them often schemed against each other. However, in front of Lin Fei, she was very enthusiastic. Regarding this situation, Lin Fei simply acted as if nothing had happened. They could do whatever they liked. Lin Fei could still see Hoofing Phoenix's thoughts. This situation did not last long, because Chief Shui came. As the branch chief of the Yan Huang battle team in Hangzhou City, he naturally knew every move of Lin Fei. Fortunately, Chief Shui did not arrange for people to watch him day and night. "Young Master Lin, did I disturb you by coming here?" Chief Shui came to visit the Four Seasons Hotel. After seeing the Hoofing Phoenix and Su Shaoan, he regretted coming too early. Whether it was Hoofing Phoenix or Su Shaoan, he knew them, especially the former. Chief Shui also admired Lin Fei's ability. In Hangzhou City, everyone knew that the Hoofing Phoenix was a rich lady with a bad temper. Anyone who wanted to pursue Hoofing Phoenix was beaten badly, so in the end, nothing happened. Now looking at the situation of the Hoofing Phoenix, if he did not see it with his own eyes, Chief Shui would not believe it. This was completely different from the Woofing Phoenix in his impression. It was like they were two different people. He could not help but admire Lin Fei's methods. Chief Shui, you must be joking. I can't be happier that you're here. How could you say that I'm disturbing you? Lin Fei was indeed quite happy, because Chief Shui's arrival meant that the dark ruins were going to be opened. After looking at each other, Woofing Phoenix and Su Shaowan tactfully left. The former knew Chief Shui's ability, while the latter had seen Chief Shui's ability. Naturally, she knew that Chief Shui was here to discuss something important. Seeing that Lin Fei was not angry, Chief Shui was relieved. Chief Shui did not like to be a third wheel. Young Master Lin, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble when we go to collect the Moon Spirit Stones this time. After the two of them left, Chief Shui spoke. He looked troubled and helpless. Could it be that some big force is planning to participate in it? Lin Fei had not gone out for the past few days, so he was not very clear about the movements in Hangzhou City. However, he knew that since Chief Shui had said so, something must have happened. Chief Shui smiled bitterly and said, if it's just the Moon Spirit Stones, there won't be a problem. However, because the place where the Moon Spirit Stones appear is a little different from what we imagined, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to snatch the Moon Spirit Stones this time. After all, the Moon Spirit Stones are located in the Dark Ruins. At the mention of the Dark Ruins, Lin Fei knew why Chief Shui was having a headache. Even an expert like Shen Tianquan, who was close to the Xiantian realm, was afraid of the Dark Ruins, let alone someone like Chief Shui. After all, Chief Shui was not as strong as Shen Tianquan. It's actually the Dark Ruins. What a coincidence. Lin Fei pretended to be shocked. Chapter 4072. In fact, Lin Fei had already guessed it, and he wasn't far from the truth. Now that he heard Chief Shui's words, he could tell that the Yin ruins weren't ordinary. Not only could it produce Moon Spirit Stones, but it could also produce other things. At the very least, Shen Tianquan had obtained a lot of good things from it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come to the Huo family to fight for an opportunity to advance. This was also the reason why Chief Shui came over personally. Shui Tianli was also frustrated and helpless. The Yin ruins were exposed by coincidence, and it was too late to block the news when they reacted. The news spread immediately, and there was no way to control it. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't know this secret, but it was completely different in the martial arts circle, and it caused a huge commotion. After Chief Shui revealed this matter, he was actually observing Lin Fei. If the other party was dissatisfied, he would find an opportunity to explain. No matter what, he had to get Lin Fei to go to the Yin ruins with him. It wouldn't matter if it was an ordinary person, but Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person. He was full of secrets, and until now, Chief Shui still hadn't seen Lin Fei. He only felt that in front of Lin Fei, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat him with his strength. As the saying went, it was better to have a friend than an enemy. Chief Shui would rather choose to be friends with Lin Fei than enemies. Perhaps it would be a terrible nightmare. As a martial artist, he had a sixth sense. Anyway, if he went against Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. It sounded a little ridiculous, but Chief Shui really took it seriously. Chief Shui, you came all the way here. Could it be that you're afraid of someone? Or is it that the Yanhuang battle team can't control the news once it gets out? Lin Fei joked. Lin Fei didn't think that Chief Shui was here to talk nonsense. If that was the case, there was no need for Chief Shui to sit in this position. Director Shui breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't see any signs of anger from Lin Fei. Young Master Lin is young Master Lin. I've just talked to the Grandmasters and decided to personally guard the vicinity of the Yin ruins. I won't let anyone come into contact with them. When the time comes, I'll block as many as I can. I hope young Master Lin can lend us a hand. I thank you on behalf of the Yanhuang battle team. This was the purpose of Director Shue's visit today, which was to invite Lin Fei back to oversee the operation. I believe that once the news of the Dark Ruin spreads, those hidden powers will begin to stir. I'm afraid that just my Yan Huang battle team alone won't be able to guard the entrance. We need to ask the other Grandmasters to act together. I won't let young Master Lin help for nothing. As long as we can stop most of them, then our Yan Huang battle team will give young Master Lin a place to enter the Dark Ruins. It was just a Yin Ruins. Lin Fei really did not care much about it. He was only interested in the Yin Void Land, especially the Moon Spirit Stone. One place is not enough. At least 3 places. Lin Fei smiled and said, because I'm different from others. Of course, Director Shue can choose not to believe my words. Anyway, it's that simple. 3 places, and they're permanent. No matter who the place is given to, they can enter the Yin Ruins. The Yin Ruins have been discovered outside of Hangzhou. No matter what happened in the future, this place would be controlled by the Yan Huang battle team sooner or later. Therefore, any spot was extremely precious. No matter how bad the Yin Ruins was, it was almost like a paradise. Not everyone had the luck to be able to cultivate in it. I like straightforward people like young Master Lin. 3 places is not a problem. Director Shue agreed immediately. 3 places was still acceptable. After all, Lin Fei was different and could not be looked at in the same way. Director Shue was quite confident. When do we leave? If young Master Lin has nothing else to do, it's best to leave now, because the masters are already there. No problem. Actually, I also want to see what this Dark Ruin land looks like. It doesn't seem to be much inferior to the Blessed Enclave land. It would be a pity if I don't go there. Director Shue was afraid that Lin Fei would not go. As long as he went, things would be easier. After all, one of the 3 big families in the south, the Shen family, had suffered a big loss in the hands of Lin Fei. This time, with Lin Fei overseeing things, he believed that the results would be very good. Director Shue had called Tai Zhan from the Yan Huang battle team in private, trying to get some information. Although he did not get any useful information in the end, he could tell that Tai Zhan respected Lin Fei very much. Moreover, this kind of respect was completely different from ordinary respect. It was a very subtle feeling. Director Shue could hear it. Coming out of the 4 Seasons Hotel, Lin Fei sat in Director Shue's off-road vehicle. This was a modified off-road vehicle with very high horsepower. After driving out of the city for an hour, they arrived at a country road. This country road was very bad. There was mud all along the way. If Director Shue had not driven an off-road vehicle here, he might have been stuck in the mud. Lin Fei did not change much. He sat in the passenger seat and was as still as a mountain. After driving for 2 hours, Lin Fei saw many off-road vehicles parked in front of him. They should be here. After seeing these off-road vehicles, Director Shue breathed a sigh of relief. The importance of the Yin Ruins was self-evident. They could not let others get there before them. Lin Fei got out of the car and followed Director Shue all the way to the hillside. After arriving at the hillside, Lin Fei saw a sinkhole. This was a sinkhole surrounded by clouds and mist. Fortunately, this sinkhole was not very big. It was only a few hundred square meters. It was indeed incomparable to those famous sinkholes. Lin Fei squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the sinkhole. Outsiders might not be able to see it clearly, but Lin Fei could see the bottom. At the bottom of the sinkhole, there was a black vortex that was constantly rotating, and a door was faintly discernible. In the black vortex, there was a trace of spiritual qi leaking out as it rotated. Although it was very subtle, it was indeed spiritual qi, and it was denser than the spiritual qi wandering between heaven and earth. Just this trace of spiritual qi was equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of traces of spiritual qi outside. The two were on a completely different level. This is the entrance to the Yin ruins, but the Yin ruins hasn't opened yet. Let's go down first. Since discovering the Yin ruins, Director Xue was more anxious than anyone else. What do you do? This is the place that our Yanhuang team has sealed. If you dare to take another step forward, I will open the door and arrest you. Director Xue stopped and looked not far away. Shook Ju website. Chapter 4073. Unbeknownst to them, a group of people had arrived. The Yanhuang battle team was on their guard, which naturally attracted Director Xue's attention. Since when did the Yin ruins become your Yanhuang battle team's territory? We can come whenever we want, isn't that enough? A middle-aged man in the group had an arrogant look on his face as he barged in with his men. I heard that the Yin ruins are ownerless. If your Yanhuang battle team can enter, so can our Martial Gate. When the Yanhuang battle team members heard about the Martial Gate, their expressions changed. After all, the Martial Gate's strength was not inferior to the Yanhuang battle team. It was just that they did not have the authority to supervise them. I'll warn you again. If anyone dares to cross this line, don't blame the Yanhuang battle team for taking you down on the spot. You want to take us down with just you guys? Why don't you see how big your fists are? The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Obviously, he did not take the Yanhuang battle team seriously. The Martial Gate is getting more and more overbearing. Director Xue's face darkened. Although the Yanhuang battle team and the Martial Gate seemed to be on good terms, they were actually very competitive. Especially with the Martial Gate's special nature, they could not be treated as an ordinary force. Young Master Lin, we've let you see a joke. The Martial Gate is different from ordinary forces. Our Yanhuang battle team is also suffering in silence. Lin Fei could naturally see that the Martial Gate was doing this on purpose. They were just testing the Yanhuang battle team's bottom line. Lin Fei smiled and did not say much, because this had nothing to do with him. Let's go down. They will take care of the matters above. With just these people, they will not be able to break through the Yanhuang battle team's blockade. They walked all the way down. They could clearly see the formation of the whirlpool and the traces of spiritual qi. Not long after, Director Xue and Lin Fei arrived at the bottom of the whirlpool. At this time, there were already many people gathered at the bottom of the whirlpool. Most of them were grandmasters that Lin Fei had seen before. The weakest among them was a transcendent grandmaster. Other than them, there was no one else. These master stage experts were all above 40 years old. They were not surprised to see Lin Fei. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was a mysterious expert from Donghai. His strength was strange and unpredictable. No one knew exactly what realm he was at. After seeing Lin Fei, they all smiled and greeted him. Nowadays, youth was capital. For someone as young as Lin Fei, he might break through to the divine level one day. Moreover, they could tell that Chief Xue valued Lin Fei very much. To be able to invite them at this time, they were definitely here for the Yin ruins. I invited you all here because I believe you all know that Yin Su land will open in a few days. After that, moon spirit stones will appear. If it's just an internal conflict, there won't be a problem. However, I've received news that there will be forces from the outside breaking into Yin Su land to snatch the moon spirit stones and treasures of the world. Therefore, this time, we need to work together. Chief Xue was very good with words. In just a few words, he had explained the situation briefly. Moreover, his tone was very serious. It was obvious that he was very worried about this matter. Chief Xue, don't worry. With us here, even if those people come, they will have to ask us first. Yes, we grandmasters are not nobodies. If they want to break in, they will have to show their true strength. In fact, these grandmaster experts valued the dark ruins more than anyone else. As long as they could withstand the attacks of those people, they would naturally obtain unimaginable rewards, especially those permanent spots. This was a paradise. Cultivating in there for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 10 years. For the next generation, there was no better place to cultivate than this. Therefore, no matter what, they would do their best to guard this place. Lin Fei casually found a place to sit down and looked at the whirlpool in front of him. This whirlpool didn't seem to have much movement, but there were different changes inside. If anyone rushed in recklessly, they would suffer a lot. Whoosh! A ray of light flew out of the whirlpool. After the ray of light came out, it flew out. Look, something is coming out of the whirlpool. Hurry up and take it down. Don't let it escape. The eyes of the Grandmasters lit up and they hurriedly reached out to grab it. Not only was this ray of light extremely fast, but it could also dodge. It actually avoided the Grandmasters' attempts to grab it. This made the Grandmasters even more embarrassed, but their hearts were itching even more. Everyone knew that anything that could come out of this place had to be a treasure from the Yin ruins. It must be a 100% good thing. Young Master Lin, if you don't take action, this should be a treasure from the Yin ruins. Chief Shui was a little excited as he spoke. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. There are so many people trying to snatch it. It's so boring for me to take action. Chief Shui choked and couldn't say anything for a moment. Good stuff. This thing belongs to our Shen family. A figure suddenly pounced out in front of them. A few black shadows hit the ray of light and were sent flying. After a few rounds, they instantly grabbed the item. Seems like my luck is not bad. It's actually a moon spirit stone. After the figure landed, a person who looked like a rich young master stood there casually. The expressions of the Grandmaster experts changed again, because they recognized the person who had come. Shen Tianjun. This moon spirit stone came from the Yin ruins. When will it be in your Shen family's hands? A Grandmaster was very angry. After all, he was the closest to the treasure just now, but he was blocked by the attack. It was impossible to say that he wasn't angry. My Shen family wants it. Do you still want to say anything? Or do you think that you are more powerful than me? Then let me see how powerful you are. The nobleman pounced on him and struck out with a set of fist techniques. It was ferocious and valiant, forcing the Grandmaster expert to retreat repeatedly. After a feint, the Grandmaster expert was sent flying. With your strength, you dare to come here. I'm afraid that you won't even know how you died when you go to the Yin ruins. Shen Tianjuan's first move was absolutely powerful. He defeated a Grandmaster, which made all the Grandmasters present take a deep breath. Obviously, they had underestimated Shen Tianjuan's strength. There should be no objections, right? Then this moon spirit stone belongs to me. Shen Tianjun held a crystal-clear jade stone in his hand, but there was a trace of essence flowing in the jade stone. It was very eye-catching. If it wasn't the moon spirit stone, what else could it be? Young Master Shen, this is the area that the Yan Huang battle team has sealed. Anything that comes out of the Yin ruins has to be approved by us. Did you ask for my permission? Chief Shui walked over coldly. Chief Shui, I don't agree with what you said. Someone was coming from afar. Bookseller website. Chapter 4074. P.S. Thank you, City Lord Nan, for the tip. Thank you for your support. Chief Shui's words were interrupted. Something was not right. Three figures appeared not far away from them. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man. His face was pale and sickly, as if he did not have long to live. His eyes shone brightly. One look and anyone could tell that he was not an easy person to get along with. The people on his left and right were also arrogant and condescending. When the three of them appeared, the Grandmaster's expressions changed. Fear could be seen in between their brows. It was obvious that they knew these people. Chief Shue's expression darkened. How dare you come here? The man smiled. Why can't I? The Yin ruins finally appeared in Hangzhou City. Why can't the Shen family come? I would like to hear Chief Shue's opinion. Chief Shue did not dare to underestimate the person in front of him. The Shen family was one of the three major families in the south. They had been in Hangzhou City longer than the Yanhuang battle team. The Yanhuang battle team had been schemed against by the Shen family when they were in Hangzhou City. However, they did not have any evidence. Chief Shue could ignore the others, but Shen Tianhong was different. He had his eyes on the Yin ruins. Chief Shue had arranged for people to keep an eye on the Yin ruins. However, he still underestimated the Shen family. The Yanhuang battle team has taken over the Yin ruins. You will have to wait if you want to go in. After all, no one can guarantee the safety of the Yin ruins. Is this explanation satisfactory? Chief Shue asked. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man was Shen Tianhong. He laughed. Not enough. How can we let the Yanhuang battle team do such a dangerous thing? The Shen family is willing to contribute. He took a step forward. Chief Shue, what do you think? He released his aura. A terrifying pressure came crashing down like an avalanche. A few transcendent grandmasters who were not as powerful as Chen Fan started to back away. Only a few of them could withstand it. Obviously, it was not easy. Chief Shue was the first to bear the brunt. He was enveloped by the pressure, and his eyes were filled with shock. His own aura was also released. Boom boom boom. The pressure collided. A huge gust of wind was set off, sand and stones were sent flying. Chief Shue was forced to take 3 steps back. His face was dark and gloomy. You've broken through again, Chief Shue said as he stared at the man. If I don't break through to the god level, this little improvement is nothing. I'm just lucky that my mental cultivation method had a breakthrough. I don't know if I'm qualified now. Director Shue's face was filled with bitterness. The other party actually had a small breakthrough. Their strengths were about the same, but Shen Tianhong had taken the first step, putting Director Shue at a disadvantage. Lin Fei, who had been sitting, did not come over. They are much stronger than the Shen family. Shen Tianquan is only at the peak of the Hotian realm. He is not at the peak of the Hotian realm. Lin Fei immediately saw through the other party's background. The Shen family's influence in Hangzhou was immense. One could tell just by looking at the situation of the Yanhuang battle team. It will be interesting once the Dark Ruin Land opens. Perhaps Director Shue will have to swallow his anger. Just as Lin Fei had expected, Chief Shue had compromised with the other party. Chief Shue came back with a black face. I've embarrassed myself in front of young Master Lin. Chief Shue walked back. Once the Dark Ruin Land opens, there will be more trouble than I thought. Chief Shue can't do anything to them. Chief Shue smiled bitterly. We can't, because the Shen family is one of the 3 big families in the south. The Yanhuang battle team has to give them some face. So they are from the 3 big families in the south. Lin Fei did not care about this kind of thing usually. Lin Fei really did not know who the 3 big families in the south were. No wonder that guy is so strong. Lin Fei had thought that he came from that family. It was really rare to see someone who could reach this level. Chief Shue smiled bitterly. The Yanhuang battle team originally wanted to guard the Dark Ruin Land, but I'm afraid it will be difficult now. If there are no accidents, the people from the martial sect will also come. As the martial sect was second only to the Yanhuang battle team, it was very normal for them to appear here. Lin Fei saw it very clearly. They really came down. Chief Shue looked down the road and smiled bitterly again. It's the president of the martial sex branch, Wulong. Lin Fei looked over and saw a tall, burly, bald, and muscular man. As he breathed, the sound of rushing thunder could be heard faintly. Another expert. If anything happens, we will really have to trouble young Master Lin. Chief Xue instinctively believed in Lin Fei. In Lin Fei's eyes, Chief Xue saw a calm expression, that was a kind of calm. Obviously, he did not take them seriously. As long as they behave and don't do anything stupid, I won't touch them. But if they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me. Lin Fei smiled. Chief Xue had really been waiting for this sentence. Wulong and Shen Tianhong stood together. Brother Shen, you are still the best. You made old Xue retreat in a few moves. Wulong's voice was as loud as a mountain. It's just a so-so, I can't compare to you. I heard that Brother Wu's strength has increased again, and breaking through to the immortal realm is just around the corner. Shen Tianhong also knew how to talk. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. Everything could be seen in their eyes. Dad, we must take down the Yin ruins. After Shen Tianhong and Wulong exchanged greetings, they went their separate ways. The moon spirit stones are indeed good stuff. Shen Tianjun played with the moon spirit stones in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. If I can get a few dozen more, my strength will definitely increase. Although he did not absorb the essence of the moon spirit stones, Shen Tianjun could feel that they were extraordinary. As long as he had enough moon spirit stones, cultivation was no different from drinking water. Don't even think about taking over the Yin ruins. It's impossible for the Yan Huang battle team. If not for the internal and external troubles, old Xue might not have let us in. Shen Tianhong had a far-sighted view. Although he coveted the Yin ruins, he knew that with the Shen family's current strength, it was impossible to take it down. This required extreme strength. Currently, the Shen family did not have this strength. I'm not satisfied. Power surged from Shen Tianjun's feet, and the ground exploded, sending dust flying. When the Yin ruins open, we must get enough moon spirit stones, Shen Tianhong said. As long as you get enough moon spirit stones, you will have the chance to break through to the immortal realm. At that time, among the three families, the Shen family will be the number one, and we will rule the south. As he spoke, Shen Tianhong's tone was filled with excitement. I will definitely be the fastest to break through to the immortal realm. Shen Tianjun took a deep breath. No one can stop me. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the whirlpool at the bottom of the crater, more and more people gathered. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4075. The arrival of the martial sect and the Shen family undoubtedly made the grandmasters present feel pressured. After all, be it the martial sect or the Shen family, they were not to be trifled with. Even the Yan Huang battle team had to compromise and give them some face. The most relaxed person in the scene was Lin Fei. In this battle, the one who was the most relaxed was none other than Lin Fei. He was not interested in the martial gate, nor was he interested in the Qin clan. It did not matter if they were the three great clans or others, as long as they did not provoke him, then everything would be fine. Nothing much happened during the night. There were no more moon spirit stones in the black whirlpool, which made many grandmasters feel disappointed. The first moon spirit stone landed in Shen Tianjun's hands, and no one had the confidence to snatch it. Hence, they could only wait for the second moon spirit stone. However, no one knew when the second moon spirit stone would appear, so they could only wait. Around the whirlpool, the Yan Huang battle team had already set up temporary tents. Lin Fei slept alone in a tent. He slept more peacefully than anyone else. In this big world, sleeping was the most important thing, and no one could stop it. This dark ruins is indeed extraordinary. Even the slightest leakage of spiritual qi is enough to make cultivators jealous. When he woke up, Lin Fei felt refreshed. Beside the whirlpool, the Grandmasters each occupied a space and closed their eyes to cultivate. It could also be seen from where these Grandmaster experts were sitting. Among them, the most tyrannical was the Shen family. That Shen Tianjun sat at the place closest to the whirlpool, followed by the Martial Gate and the Yanhuang battle team, and then mainly these Grandmaster experts. It looked like a ladder. As for the spiritual qi that leaked out, Lin Fei did not care much about it. Although he could absorb the spiritual qi with a breath, it was of no use to his immortal body. When the dark ruins open, it should be very interesting. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. What he was most curious about the dark ruins now was whether it was a mystic realm or not, and whether there were sects inside. This was the greatest significance. Young Master Lin, this is a rare opportunity. Don't you want to cultivate properly? I think they've been cultivating for the whole night. Director Shui walked over and smiled at Lin Fei. Lin Fei shook his head. It's such a small place, and there isn't much spirit qi leaking out. It's useless for a group of people to cultivate here. I'd better not join in the fun. You are the most open-minded. Director Shui was impressed by Lin Fei. In the face of this spiritual energy, even he was restless. Ordinary people like Lin Fei simply could not sit still. If the spiritual energy at the bottom of the sinkhole was 10, then the spiritual energy outside was only about 1 or 2. There was no comparison at all. To a martial artist, this was no different from a great tonic. How could Director Shui know that Lin Fei had stayed in another world before? The heaven and earth spiritual energy there was much denser than here. There was no comparison at all. If Lin Fei really went all out, the Grandmasters present would not even be able to get a trace of spirit qi for cultivation. It was just that Lin Fei was too lazy to do so. It was no different from using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Director Shui, are there any living people in the Yin ruins? Or is the Yin ruins just a deserted place? Lin Fei asked curiously. Lin Fei did not know much about the Yin ruins, so he was rather interested in the situation inside. He was simply interested in one thing. Director Shui frowned and said with a bitter smile, if it was something else, I could guarantee it. However, I can't guarantee that there are no living people in a place like the Yin ruins. In theory, there shouldn't be many people in the Yin ruins. However, I can't guarantee this. Hence, the headquarters of the Yanhuang battle team will send people over to participate in the whole process. Lin Fei was a little disappointed that he did not get an answer from Director Shui. Lin Fei was not interested in the people from the headquarters of the Yanhuang battle team. In the afternoon, the bottom of the crater was bustling again. This was because another group of people had arrived. After this group of people appeared, Director Shui was the most troubled one. This was because it was the Shen family, one of the 3 major families, led by Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi. It would be strange if they did not come to such an important place like the Yin ruins. When Lin Fei saw Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi, he smiled. He thought that the 2 of them had already left. He did not expect them to still be thinking about the Yin ruins. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi did not intend to miss the Yin ruins. Although they knew that Lin Fei was here, they still mustered up the courage to come. This was because they knew that missing the Yin ruins would be a huge loss to the 3 major families. Everyone could choose not to go to the Yin ruins, but only the 3 major families could not go. When Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi saw Lin Fei, they were still a little afraid. This was the person who had caused the Shen clan to suffer losses time and time again. However, they did not dare to show any anger on their faces. They did not even have murderous intent. In that case, they could only pretend to be obedient. The only thing that made them feel better was that Lin Fei did not say anything to them. It was as if he treated them like ordinary people. That was why they breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Fei really said anything, the the Shin family would really lose face. They could not possibly fight with Lin Fei. They would not dare to do so even if they had 100 guts. They did not have the confidence to win. This was a suspected god-tier existence. Even 7 or 8 grandmasters would not be a match for him. If he did not pretend to be obedient, how could he be a big shot? Unless he was out of his mind. Isn't this Shinwudi? What brings you here? I heard that you tried to be brave in the East Sea and got slapped in the face. What do you think? When are you going to take revenge? Shin Tianquan and Shinwudi had just arrived. Before they even planned to do anything, Shin Tianjun spoke in a strange tone, pointing directly at Shinwudi. Shinwudi's face turned green and white. This matter had caused an uproar in the East Sea. Naturally, many people in the martial arts circle knew about it, especially since the Shin family and Shin family had always been enemies. Shinwudi and Shin Tianjun were the leaders of the younger generation. The two of them often fought with each other. Once they met, it was either one of them suppressing the other, or the other suppressing the other. It was not a rare thing in the circle to go back and forth. Therefore, Shin Tianjun and Shinwudi rarely met each other. Once they did, all sorts of things would happen. Whether I take revenge or not has nothing to do with you. Shinwudi glanced at Lin Fei from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that there was not much change in Lin Fei's expression, he heaved a sigh of relief. He really did not dare to say anything, especially since the person in question was sitting right beside him. At the same time, he was secretly pleased. Shin Tianjun, continue to cause trouble. Sooner or later, you will suffer. Shook House website. Chapter 4076. Shin Tianjun was purposely provoking Shinwudi. As the prodigies of one of the top 3 families in the south, the two of them had been fighting each other for a long time. Both of them wanted to be the top prodigy in the south. This title was quite tempting. In Shin Tianjun's eyes, this was an opportunity to trample on Shinwudi. After all, Shinwudi had suffered such a huge loss in East Sea. The news spread quickly in the martial arts circle. In fact, Shin Tianjun had a hand in it. He loved things that could embarrass Invincible God the most. If he could publicize it, he would publicize it. At the very least, he wanted everyone to know about it. Young Master Shin, that won't do. You're one of the geniuses from the south. Don't you find it embarrassing that you lost to that guy from the East Sea? Not only are you embarrassed, but all of us geniuses are embarrassed as well. If I were you, I'd just kill myself. Shin Tianjun had no intention of letting Shinwudi off just like that. He had to trample on him. When was the time to step on someone? It was definitely now. This time, he was standing on the side of righteousness. As long as Invincible God dared to spout nonsense, he would just need to spread the news and he would be able to destroy Invincible God's reputation completely. Shinwudi could also tell that Shin Tianjun was indeed a bad person. Actually, many people were guessing why he did not dare to take revenge on that guy from East Sea. In fact, he did not dare to. After suffering such a huge loss twice, he would not dare to do it again. But Shinwudi did not dare to say it out loud. If he did, he would become a joke. Young Master Shin, it seems like you're itching to talk again because we haven't fought for a long time. Shinwudi did not dare to mention Lin Fei's name now. He was just watching from afar. Since he could not say anything bad about Lin Fei, he could only fight with Shin Tianjun. Although he was not confident, he still had to fight. Otherwise, he could not let Shin Tianjun continue to talk all the way. Shin Tianquan, who was standing at the side, also looked gloomy. Brother Shin, my son is very rude. Don't mind him. After all, we are one of the top 3 families in the south. If your Shin family loses face, our Shin family loses face too. You should understand. Shin Tianhong also smiled and did not stop his son from continuing. If they did not take advantage of such a good opportunity, they would not be the Shin family. If the Shin family needs any help, the Shin family is very willing to support. After all, the guy in the East Sea is really arrogant and insolent. When the Shin family expands our territory to the East Sea, we will have a good chat with him sooner or later, Shin Tianhong added. Are these two families enemies? Lin Fei asked Director Xue with a smile. Chief Xue nodded. The two families have been fighting for a long time. Both of them want to become the #1 family in the south. The most competitive ones are the Shin family and the Shin family. The other family is too far behind. Interesting, very interesting. Lin Fei smiled. It seems that the three big families in the south aren't that united. Chief Xue nodded. If they work together, then the Southern Yanhuang battle team won't stand a chance. Of course, Chief Xue hoped that they would not work together. After all, if they really worked together and stood in a ditch, then the Yanhuang battle team would be the one who would be embarrassed. One martial gate was not easy to deal with. If another two families worked together, then it would be one disaster after another. Don't worry, they won't fight. They won't fight. Chief Xue was a little hesitant. After all, he really did not want the Shin family and Shin family to fight here. In the end, the Yanhuang battle team would be the one to end it. This was something that Chief Xue was very clear about. Everything was as he had said. They did not fight. The two of them casually found a place to sit down. However, their eyes drifted to the place where Lin Fei was sitting. Just do your own thing and pretend that I don't exist. After all, you did not offend me here. Why would I do anything to you? I don't like bullying the weak. Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi did not intend to fight here. Moreover, they knew that the Shin family had a good relationship with the Martial Gate. If they really fought, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Just as they were thinking about how to greet Lin Fei, Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi heard a mosquito-like voice in their ears. The two of them were secretly shocked. This was telepathy. It was a high-level martial art. Even as a grandmaster, they could not use it. It required a lot of power, and it was said that only those in the immortal realm could use it. Hearing this, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They really did not know how to face Lin Fei. The suspicion that he was an immortal realm expert had not dissipated in their hearts. With the telepathy technique, it had deepened. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not intend to make things difficult for them. If it was not for the importance of the dark ruins, they would not have come. After all, every dark ruins represented a treasure trove. Whoever entered and obtained treasures would be of great help to the family. The three major families of the south had more or less benefited from the dark ruins. That was why they could surpass other forces and become the three major families of the south. This time, they could enter the dark ruins because of the influence of the families of the south. Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi nodded slightly at Lin Fei. They understood Lin Fei's words. Lin Fei did not intend to make things difficult for them. After all, it was meaningless to bully the weak. That night, it was very quiet again. Nobody came to see him. On the third day after Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of the dark ruins, the people from the three great families from the south arrived. However, when they saw this person, they were stunned. Lin Fei was somewhat surprised. Director Xue, is the third family of the three major families surnamed Bing? It was true that Lin Fei did not try to understand the three major families of the south. In fact, he had never asked about them. To him, everything was natural and he did not need to be concerned. Even if the three major families of the south joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, he did not need to be concerned. Director Xue did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not even know the Bing family, one of the three major families of the South. This was too. Director Xue naturally would not say this out loud. Young Master Lin, do you know anyone from the Bing family? Or do you know Bing Qingya? I heard that she is known as the most beautiful woman in the East Sea, or even in the South. She has a long line of suitors. Unfortunately, no one has caught the eye of this icy beauty. Young Master Lin, you are favored by the heavens. Why don't you give it a try? Director Xue joked. Chapter 4077. Lin Fei did see someone he knew. Seeing this person again, he could tell that there was something different about him. But he had to admit that this person had great potential. In a short time, he had already reached the acquired realm, which meant that he was only one step away from the innate realm. Maybe he would break through in 3 months, maybe in half a year. He was already on the verge of breaking through. Chief Xue, don't joke around. Even a genius can't catch up to her. I'm even less interested in her. Lin Fei shook his head. Other than being interested in cultivation treasures, I don't really care about anything else. Even the most beautiful woman in the South is the same. She's just a skeleton after all. Director Xue heard it very clearly, and he could tell that Lin Fei was telling the truth. Not everyone could have such determination. At the very least, when Director Xue was at Lin Fei's age, he was definitely not as determined in his goals. The person Lin Fei was talking about was Bing Qingya. They hadn't seen each other for a while. Bing Qingya was still as cold as ice, like a 10,000-year-old snow mountain. Ordinary people couldn't get close to her. And this deterrent seemed to have become more outstanding as her strength increased. A group of people walked down the stairs. Bing Qingya walked at the front, creating a gap between her and the people behind her. Outsiders might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. This was the influence of an invisible pressure. When Bing Qingya walked over, Shen Tianquan and his son also noticed her, especially Shen Wudi. After all, he used to treat Bing Qingya as his exclusive property. He didn't allow anyone to come into contact with her. But because of Lin Fei, he had suffered a loss. Now that he saw Bing Qingya again, his heart skipped a beat. He felt uneasy, but he didn't feel anything. That god was waiting for him here. He forced an ugly smile at Bing Qingya. Isn't this Bing Qingya from the Bing clan? I haven't seen you for a while. You're getting prettier. Shen Tianhong spoke first before Shen Wudi could. As one of the three great families in the South, they naturally knew about the Bing family's rising power, especially this Bing Qingya. In this generation of the Bing family, she could be considered a true heaven's pride, suppressing the other heaven's pride of the Bing family. Naturally, Shen Tianhong also had his own thoughts. He wanted Bing Qingya and his son Shen Tianjun to be together. If they could get married, that would be even better. At that time, their Shen family's influence would reach a peak. Shen Tianjun's eyes also lit up. He admired Bing Qingya, and he also knew that Shen Wudi had pursued her before. However, for some unknown reason, Shen Wudi seemed to have retreated. At first, Shen Tianjun did not really believe the rumors. However, after seeing Invincible God's actions, he felt that the rumors were true. Since you don't want Bing Qingya anymore, then this Bing Qingya belongs to me. A thought flashed through Shen Tianjun's mind, and then he quickly became determined. Because of Bing Qingya's frosty aura, Shen Tianjun's desire to conquer her was aroused. This was much more interesting than defeating Invincible God. Uncle Shen must be joking. I'm not that beautiful. Bing Qingya replied calmly, but her eyes were always on Lin Fei, who was not far away. Ever since they parted, Bing Qingya went back to cultivate in seclusion, and finally solved her problem. Coincidentally, the Yin ruins was about to open, so she took the initiative to bring her clansmen over. However, she did not expect that man to be here. His originally calm emotions also began to change, becoming very complicated. This was a man that she could not see through, and he was full of mystery. Qingya, your Bing family is here. You came at the right time. The Yin ruins is about to open. Let's go in together. After all, we are one of the 3 big families in the south, and we must help each other. Shin Tianjun put on a charming smile. Moreover, I know quite a lot about the Yin ruins. Qingya, what do you think? Shin Tianjun had just suppressed Invincible God, so he naturally had to perform well in front of Bing Qingya. He wanted to let Bing Qingya know that Invincible God was not worthy of her, and that was because he was not good enough. But he, Shin Tianjun, was different. Only he, Shin Tianjun, was worthy of someone like Bing Qingya. Young Master Shin, what do you think? Don't you think so? Shin Tianjun had not fought with Invincible God before, but he was confident that he could defeat him. After all, recently, Invincible God's reputation was not good. He did not believe that Invincible God would dare to continue fighting with him. There was no way he could take advantage of him. It was not only the Shin family, but also the Martial Gate. The Shin family had a good relationship with the Martial Gate. Shin Tianjun believed that the Martial Gate would be very interested in working together to make the Shin family suffer. If they could make the Shin family head and Invincible God fall in the Yin ruins, that would be the best thing. Although Shin Tianjun looked very sunny, he was very good at scheming. In just a few thoughts, he had already schemed against Invincible God. After Shin Tianjun said this, the Bing family behind Bing Qingya looked a little tempted. Although the 3 big families in the south were the most influential, the Shin family and the Shin family were still the most influential. The Bing family had started too late. If they could work together in the Yin ruins this time, the benefits would be better than working alone. It had to be known that every dark ruin ground was ultimately controlled by the Yan Huang battle team. It was also a stroke of luck that they were able to enter this place. As to how they could obtain more moon spirit stones in the dark ruin grounds, they had to plan carefully. Young Master Shin, are you planning to be a bootlicker? Miss Bing doesn't know you at all, but she keeps talking about Qingya. You're quite thick-skinned to say that you want to work together. Who doesn't know that you like to scheme against others? Miss Bing, you have to be careful. It won't be good if you get schemed against, Invincible God said seriously. With that said, Shin Tianjun was a little dumbfounded. Instantly, he revealed a vicious look and glared at Shin Wudi. You're spouting nonsense. I'm just doing this out of goodwill. Although Bing Qingya was leading the team this time and was very confident in her own abilities, she still felt a certain amount of pressure when facing Invincible God and Shin Tianjun. But Invincible God's words surprised Bing Qingya. They hadn't even started fighting, but there seemed to be some friction between them. It was a little different from what Bing Qingya had imagined. Everyone knew that Invincible God was also a petty person. At this time, he would actually stand on their side and speak. Could it be because of him? Bing Qingya's gaze once again fell on Lin Fei. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4078. You know best whether or not I'm talking nonsense. Invincible God laughed. If you don't like it, then come and hit me. Anyway, I just want to say that you're unreliable. Even your entire Shin family is unreliable. Miss Bing, if you go down with them, you won't be able to gain anything. It's more likely that they'll use you as cannon fodder. Normally, Invincible God would not jump out and oppose Shin Tianjun, as there was no benefit to it. This was a skill that every family disciple had to master. But today was different, because Lin Fei was here. The Shin family had suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Fei. Invincible God believed that Bing Qingya and Lin Fei were definitely related. As for what their relationship was, that was not something he could know. Invincible God knew one thing. If he could stand out today, he might be able to leave a good impression on Lin Fei. To be honest, Invincible God could not afford to offend someone who was suspected of being a god. Most importantly, he had already offended him twice in a row. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? If he offended him again, Invincible God did not even need to think to know what would happen to him. He might not even see the sun tomorrow. Now that he had such a good opportunity, Invincible God had to put on a good show. Hence, Invincible God jumped out and scolded Shin Tianjun. Shin Tianjun was not a good person anyway, and they were all in the same boat. He knew this the best. Seeing that Shin Tianjun was about to explode, Invincible God felt very comfortable. It's not that easy for you to get close to Bing Qingya. I'm going to ruin it for you today. Shin Tianjun also felt that there was something wrong with Invincible God today. According to the situation, there was no way he would jump out and argue with him. This was like throwing a fly into a bowl of noodles. It was disgusting. This guy is doing this on purpose. He wants to ruin my reputation. Shin Tianjun's eyes turned, and he hated Invincible God. Daring to say something like this at a time like this was obviously ruining it. Invincible God, when did your mouth become so stinky? If you dare to speak again, I'll let you have a taste of my palm. Come on, come on. Who's afraid of who? We haven't fought for a long time. I heard that your strength has improved a lot. I wonder how much you've improved. Invincible God sneered and pounced forward. You still dare to take the initiative to attack. Shin Tianjun was also speechless. Even his father, Shin Tianhong, felt that there was something wrong with Invincible God's behavior today. Invincible God's behavior was completely irrational. Could it be that Invincible God would be able to take advantage of Invincible God's actions today? I'm not afraid of you. Shin Tianjun also raised his hand and struck out with a series of palms, bringing about gusts of violent wind. The two of them instantly started fighting. The elites of the Bing family saw this scene and frowned. Their faces were full of disbelief. Their family's Bing Qingya actually made two geniuses fight, and from the looks of it, they would not stop until the winner was decided. They were more or less overjoyed. No matter if it was Invincible God or Shin Tianjun, they were both geniuses of the South. They naturally hoped that Bing Qingya would like them. However, Bing Qingya's eyes were very cold. No one noticed that her eyes were always on Lin Fei, who was far away. It was a very complicated look. It must be him. Only he could make two geniuses fight, or maybe Invincible God suffered at the hands of Lin Fei, and now he wants to show off. Bing Qingya guessed with her woman's intuition. Bing Qingya did not walk over. She was also a smart woman. Maybe the people present did not know Lin Fei's identity. Thank you, Lin Fei, Bing Qingya said gratefully in her heart. Chief Shui did not expect the two geniuses to fight. The violent wind that was set off made everyone's clothes flutter. The calmest person present was Lin Fei. He knew exactly what Invincible God was planning. This kid is quite smart. I didn't let him off twice in vain. He's probably scared out of his wits and wants to take a gamble. Lin Fei really did not want to kill Invincible God. Invincible God was no different from an ant. Killing him was even more meaningless. It was quite good to take the initiative to show off. Although they had never been to the Yin ruins, it was not hard to imagine how dangerous it was. The Shin family was one of the three big families in the south. Plus, they had Shin Tianhong and Shin Tianjun, who were both calculative people. No matter how strong Bing Qingya was, how could she be their opponent? It would be strange if she was not used as cannon fodder. Even if Invincible God did not make a move, Lin Fei would have asked Invincible God to do it. Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't do anything if someone else did it for him. Invincible God, I told you that you are no match for me. Mountain-splitting palm, open. Shin Tianjun's palm technique was ferocious and overbearing. It was huge and forceful, directly suppressing Invincible God. Even if Invincible God had a strong physical body, he seemed to be having a hard time and could only take it passively. Today, I will break this turtle shell of yours. Shen Tianjuan's palms turned black, then turned into a pair of golden palms. A dangerous aura appeared from his palms. You actually mastered the divine strength stone-splitting palm. Invincible God's expression changed. He knew that the divine strength stone-splitting palm was a god-tier skill. It was very difficult to cultivate, but once it was mastered, the power in one's hands would become extremely terrifying. It could truly split mountains. Shen Tianjun laughed. So you also know about the divine strength stone-splitting palm. Didn't you always think that your physical body was strong and invincible? I just don't know how many palms you can take this time. Shen Tianjun laughed again and slammed his palm down. There was a tinge of gold in the palm wind, and it sliced towards Invincible God like a wind blade. This was another form of the divine strength stone-splitting palm. Invincible God pushed his physical body to the limit, but as the golden wind blew past, it still left many wounds on his body. Blood flowed from the wounds and dyed his clothes red. So fierce. The divine strength stone-splitting palm was more overbearing than Invincible God had imagined. It cut his physical body open. If he was hit by his palm technique, his entire body would be in a terrible state. Although Invincible God was a little regretful, he still braced himself. Since he had come out to show off, he had to pay a price. Divine strength stone-splitting palm, palm like a blade, the blade light will see blood. Shen Tianjuan's palm technique changed. In an instant, he used his hand as a blade and slashed down. His entire arm shone with a tinge of gold, and it was as if a golden blade had slashed down heavily. It was ferocious and overbearing. Damn, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Bloody wounds appeared on Invincible God's body. You actually merged a blade technique into a palm technique. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4079. When Shen Tianjun unleashed that palm strike, the expressions of many grandmasters changed. Many of the grandmasters present were shocked. Although they all knew that Shen Tianjun was very powerful, they did not expect him to be able to integrate a blade technique into a palm technique. The power of that palm strike was extremely terrifying. Even many grandmasters shook their heads secretly. Even they would not be able to withstand it. That was because that palm strike was truly terrifying. Even though they did not participate in the fight, they could still feel the sharpness of that palm strike from outside the circle. It could cut through anything. Young Master Shen is going to lose. He might even suffer a huge loss. It's really the younger generation now. Shen Tianjun is too powerful. He might even be the first to break through to the divine level in the south. Shen Tianhong, as his father, also laughed. Brother Shen, blades are blind. If you want your son to surrender, it's not too late. Shen Tianhong was very satisfied with his son, especially since he was much more powerful than his father. He could become even more powerful in the future. The inheritance of the family was now in Shen Tianjuan's hands. Shen Tianjuan's expression had indeed changed. He knew that Shen Tianjun was very powerful, but he had not expected him to master the divine strength steel-breaking hand. That was the Shen family's inherited cultivation technique. It was extremely difficult. Even a beginner would be able to unleash an extremely powerful force. If not for the fact that his son had cultivated the physique cultivation technique, he would not have been able to withstand the attack. Under normal circumstances, Shen Tianquan would have admitted defeat. However, he was betting that Lin Fei wouldn't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, even if he admitted defeat, given Shen Tianhong's temperament, he definitely wouldn't let his son stop immediately. At that time, he would use the excuse that he couldn't control his strength as an excuse to injure his son. If Shen Wudi could do something like that, then Shen Tianjun could do it too. He's a young man. It's normal to win and lose. Who hasn't walked out of a mountain of blades and a sea of fire? What's a small wound to him? You can't possibly take my son's life with just one strike. Shen Tianquan said with a smile. Shen Tianhong furrowed his brows. Not only did he notice that something was wrong with Shen Wudi, but even Shen Tianquan was acting the same way. Shen Tianquan did not surrender. Did he not know that Shen Wudi would be bedridden for at least 2 to 3 months after his son's attack? Shen Tianhong didn't believe it. Although there were Grandmaster-level experts here, they didn't dare to make a move. This killer move wasn't something that anyone could block. Even Director Shui, a local tyrant, wouldn't make a move so easily, unless it was a god-level expert. But was that possible? It was completely impossible. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Shen Tianhong did not say anything else. He sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of expression Invincible God would have when he was beaten to the ground. Director Shui also became anxious, but he was powerless to intervene. He looked at Lin Fei. At this moment, only Lin Fei could resolve the situation. Lin Fei had indeed seen all of this. He had to admit that Shen Tianjuan's strength was quite good. He was able to fuse his saber techniques into his palms. When the saber and palm merged, his strength would increase. When he used it at the critical moment, he could really catch his opponent off guard. He was already at the doorstep of the Khanate stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress Invincible God so easily. If it were any other place or time, Invincible God would definitely lose. But now that Lin Fei was here, it was naturally a joke. Invincible God was still useful. He could stay alone. At the very least, he could cause trouble for Shen Tianjun and disgust him a little. It was also a comfortable thing to do. Invincible God, if you don't want to lose miserably, then listen to me. Do what I say. Don't panic. I see that you've suffered a lot at Shen Tianjuan's hands. Today, I'll let you show off your power. Invincible God was indeed panicking, but he hadn't reached the point where he had a mental breakdown. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely make a move. Endless blades kept slicing at him. The intense pain didn't make Invincible God want to lower his head. Luckily, he finally heard Lin Fei's voice. I made the right bet. I finally made the right bet. As soon as he heard Lin Fei's voice, Invincible God knew that he was saved. At the very least, he wouldn't have to lie on the bed. He might even be able to turn the situation around and beat Shen Tianjun up. Step to the left and punch. Don't stop. Do it now. Invincible God didn't hesitate at all. In his eyes, Lin Fei was a god-level expert. Even if he wasn't, he could still use the power of a god-level expert. Although the fight between the two seemed to be full of danger, in the eyes of a god-level expert, it was like playing house. There were flaws everywhere. Invincible God, just accept your fate. This time, I'll suppress you for the rest of your life. Shen Tianjuan's palm blade was already coming, and it was heading for Invincible God's important position in a very dangerous manner. If he was hit, he would have to lie on the bed for a period of time. If he was lucky, it would be normal for him to lie on the bed for a year or 2. As long as he didn't die, the Shen family wouldn't dare to completely fall out with the Shen family. He could only accept his fate. Shen Tianjun knew that he would definitely win. When his palm blade pressed down, he was full of pride. At that moment, Invincible God actually took a step to the left, causing Yi Futian's palm blade to miss. Yi Futian subconsciously moved his palm blade horizontally. At that moment, Invincible God raised his hand and threw a punch. The force of the punch was ferocious and overbearing. It landed heavily on Yi Futian's wrist, and the rumbling power came crashing down. But this wasn't the end. Shen Tianjun was shocked, because the position of his wrist was a flaw. This was because he had just started cultivating and hadn't mastered it yet. But what surprised him even more was how Invincible God knew. Before he could react, Invincible God closed in again and slammed into Shin Tianjuan's chest. Shin Tianjun couldn't dodge at all, and under this collision, countless acupuncture points were damaged. With a muffled groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed into the rock wall behind him. Large amounts of rubble rolled down. The seemingly dangerous scene was actually turned around just like that. Invincible God, you're really sneaky. You even knew about this. Shin Tianjun clutched his chest, his face pale as he stared at Invincible God. Same here. Invincible God felt like he was dreaming. He felt proud and elated. I can only say that your strength hasn't mastered it yet. Looks like you have to continue cultivating, or else you'll be disappointed. Wah! Shin Tianjun spat out another mouthful of blood. Shook House website. Chapter 4080. Shin Tianjun spat out another mouthful of blood as he collapsed onto the ground. Shin Tianhong, who had been smiling all this while, froze. He immediately ran over to help his son up. He then glared at Shin Tianquan. What a great Shin family. I underestimated you. A father knows his son best. Shin Tianhong knew very well how powerful his son's palm technique was. He was especially talented. He had fused his saber technique with his palm technique to produce a palm blade attack. With this saber attack, he had defeated countless grandmaster experts. Even Shin Tianhong felt extremely lucky for his son. However, he had never expected that his son would actually suffer a loss at the hands of Shin Wudi. Furthermore, he had attacked from a weak point. This was a secret belonging to the Shin family. Clearly, there was a traitor in the Shin family. Furthermore, this traitor held a very high position in the Shin family. Shin Tianhong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Shin Tianquan was one of the calmer ones. From the moment his son defeated Shin Tianjun, he knew that it was definitely Lin Fei who had made a move. When Shin Tianhong helped his son up, Shin Tianquan also came to his side. He wanted to prevent Shin Tianhong from making a move. After hearing Shin Tianhong's words, he laughed out loud. We're all in the same boat. There's nothing to be angry about. You don't have to suspect anything. I really didn't arrange any spies in the Shin family. Shin Tianquan's words were bad. He had directly planted a thorn in Shin Tianhong's heart. Right now, Shin Tianhong wanted to immediately return to the Shin family and arrange for people to turn the entire Shin family upside down. No matter what, he had to uncover the Shin family's spy. If he didn't uncover this spy, Shin Tianhong wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Who knew when he would stab them in the back? The grandmasters present were also shocked. They hadn't expected Shin Wudi to defeat Shin Tianjun at the critical moment. Such a powerful move meant that Shin Tianjun wouldn't have the right to be arrogant for a long time. As long as he didn't make up for this flaw, he wouldn't dare to use this move again. Shin Wudi was now more and more convinced that Lin Fei was a god-level expert. With just a few simple moves, he had defeated Shin Tianjun. Previously, he didn't dare to imagine it, but now, there was nothing but pleasure in his heart. Young Master Shin, let's wait until you've mastered this flaw before we make a move. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm bullying you. There's no choice. Who asked me to find out about this flaw of yours? This was like rubbing salt on Shin Tianjuan's wound. Shin Tianhong thought that he had calculated everything. At this time, he could only hate the shameless methods of the Shin family. He brought his son to the other side and no longer spoke. Of course, Invincible God did not dare to thank Lin Fei, but he sat down nearby. The only one who could understand was Bing Qingya. Her heart was filled with shock and astonishment. Subconsciously, he felt that it was Lin Fei who had made a move. After all, Shin Tianjun and Shin Wudi were about the same level of strength. Moreover, the attack just now had been so fierce. It was obvious that Shin Wudi was not in his best condition, but he had won in the end. If that man wasn't involved, Bing Qingya wouldn't believe it. This was because Lin Fei was too calm. He was so calm that it made people think that this was the case. This kind of man was the real man in Bing Qingya's heart. He controlled the entire situation without saying anything. Sometimes, a woman's intuition was so scary. Once she believed in something, she would not let it go. Bing Qingya was like this. She increasingly did not see Lin Fei as a man. Chief Shui was still worried, but the next scene shocked him. He couldn't react for a while. When he finally reacted, he couldn't help but admit that the Shin family's methods were amazing. In a short time, the Shin family would be in trouble. Whether it was true or not, the Shin family would have to clean up. Who knew how many people would be shot in the foot? Chief Shui also had a headache because of the people he had arranged. Since when did the Shin family have such good methods? The only fortunate thing was that the matter seemed to have been settled. It was just that Bing Qingya walked over. Chief Shui smiled and said, "Niece Bing, your appearance is different." Bing Qingya also said lightly, "Actually, I didn't want to. Everything is up to fate. Maybe even without me, the two of them would still fight." Chief Shui agreed with this, and a trace of awkwardness appeared on his face. When it came to dealing with the Shin family, Chief Shui really couldn't do anything. In fact, he couldn't wait for the two families to fight each other. It would be best if both sides suffered. That would save the Yan Huang battle team a lot of trouble. "Young Master Lin, we meet again." Bing Qingya finally spoke to Lin Fei. It was this man that she couldn't see through time and time again, but he gave her a different feeling. If it wasn't for him, Bing Qingya wouldn't be standing here right now. "Yes, we meet again. You look much better than the last time we met." "Congratulations on taking the next step," Lin Fei said with a smile. Chief Shui, who was standing at the side, felt his heart skip a beat. Bing Qingya and Lin Fei had something going on. As the chief of the Yan Huang battle team's branch, Chief Shui naturally had extraordinary eyesight. With just a few words, he could tell that something was wrong. Shin Tianjun, who had just been taken away to eat a healing pill, had a dejected look on his face. When he saw Bing Qingya's actions, his blood boiled again. More importantly, he actually didn't know this young man. "What the hell is this? Shouldn't you have comforted me first? In any case, I was injured because of you." The more Shin Tianjun thought about it, the angrier he got. With a cry, he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Young Master Shin, is it because your Shin family's pills are not good enough? Why don't you use our Shin family's pills? I guarantee that you'll be cured. Shin Wudi, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Sigh, in this day and age, no one believes in being a good person. Shin Wudi shook his head seriously. Bing Qingya didn't change because of Shin Tianjun's words. After cultivating the complete cultivation technique, she had indeed taken a step forward. "Young Master Lin, you really know how to joke. Even if I took a step forward, so what? It's still because I can't see through you. I feel that from today onwards, I can chase after you until I truly stand by your side. I wonder if young Master Lin will mind." It was already very difficult for Bing Qingya to say such words. The experts of the Bing family were also secretly surprised. This was because this man was somewhat ordinary, and they didn't know him. However, Bing Qingya's actions surprised them. Was this still the Bing Qingya they knew? She actually took the initiative to talk to a man. What was this man's background? This was what their family was most concerned about. "Sigh, I'm actually quite ordinary. I don't really like things like fighting and killing. However, since you want to chase after me, there's no problem. I'll wait for you. Book Guest Residence Website. Chapter 4081. Bing Qinya smiled. It was a smile that could melt 10,000 years of snow. It could also be said to be the purest smile in the world. This smile made the bottom of the sinkhole feel a little warmer. All the experts of the Bing family were dumbfounded. Who didn't know that Bing Qinya had always been cold and would never take the initiative to smile at anyone? For a moment, they almost forgot that Bing Qinya was a normal person. Bing Qinya's smile made Shen Tianjun, who was already angry, feel like he was stabbed again. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost turned black. Brother Wu, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know who this kid is? Shen Tianhong noticed this young man. Someone who could make Bing Qinya take the initiative to smile was actually someone he didn't know. That was a completely different matter. Although Shen Tianhong had noticed this young man at the beginning, he didn't take it seriously. But now it seemed that he had underestimated this guy. As the president of the Marshall Gate branch, Wu Long was also confused. It seemed that things were gradually getting out of control. He knew Shen Tianjuan's strength. He could even easily defeat an ordinary master, but in the end, he was defeated by Invincible God. This was thought-provoking. Now, another seemingly ordinary man appeared, but Wu Long didn't know him. This was really different. Wu Long shook his head. I really don't know who this person is. There seems to be nothing with the surname Lin in Hangzhou. I only know of the Lin family in Yanjing. Other than that, there is no one else. It can't be someone from the Lin family. Although the Dark Ruins is important, it seems that the Lin family is a very low-key family. They rarely arrange for people to come to this kind of place. Shen Tianhong's eyes flashed. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Lin Fei naturally wasn't afraid of being noticed. Anyway, he just came to the Dark Ruins to take a look. As for the others, it was fine if they behaved themselves. If they had any ideas, they naturally didn't want to beat them up. Moreover, even if Lin Fei didn't do anything, he believed that Invincible God would be very interested in taking the initiative to clean up all the trouble, unless Invincible God was a fool. I have something that I don't know if I should say. Bing Qinya and Lin Fei sat to the side. He hesitated for a moment before saying. Lin Fei liked the current situation. What was true and what was false, what was true and what was false. It made everyone unable to figure it out. It was quite an interesting thing. We can be considered friends. If there's anything, just say it. I won't be angry. Lin Fei could also see that Bing Qinya seemed to have something to say, but this matter seemed a little unusual. Bing Qinya's voice became much softer. I don't know if anyone has told you before, but you look a little similar to the Lin family. When I first saw you, I felt that you looked a little familiar, but I couldn't remember. It was only when I broke through in seclusion recently that I connected the dots. Lin family. It was not the first time that Lin Fei had heard of this term. The Lin family of Yanjing was very famous. His thoughts fluctuated a little. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Bing Qinya said. I don't think so, because some of your angles are quite similar to some of the disciples of the Lin family. Because I have been to the Lin family of Yanjing before, I have seen some of the direct disciples of the Lin family. It seems that you are more or less among them. In Bing Qinya's understanding, the reason why Lin Fei could be so mysterious might really be related to the Lin family. Otherwise, it would be very impossible for those forces to create such an expert out of thin air. However, this Lin family was very mysterious. It was said that they had the support of a sect. And within this sect, there was also a part of the core strength of the Lin family that held the position of the upper echelon. The Lin family was the real big family. Families in places like Donghai city of Hangzhou province were actually first-rate families, but they could not truly inherit. That was why Bing Qingya came up with such a sentence. There's still such a thing. Then when do I really have to go to the Lin family of Yanjing to take a look? To be honest, I have nothing to do with the Lin family. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know. Lin Fei smiled faintly. As an orphan since he was young, Lin Fei really wanted to know who his parents were. When he was young, he really wanted to know who his parents were. However, as he went to another world for a long time, this desire became weaker and weaker. Following Bing Qingya's words, there was still a slight ripple in his heart. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have any thoughts. After all, he also wanted to see who his parents were. Why did they send him to the orphanage back then? At that time, Lin Fei had grown up. He didn't have any power or influence. Naturally, he couldn't find out. Originally, he had put this matter in the bottom of his heart, almost to the extent of forgetting, but now it had resurfaced. Sorry, I was just saying casually. You don't have to take it seriously. It's okay, it's okay. I won't take offense. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking. Just then, Lin Fei's phone rang. Although there was no ringtone, there was a vibration. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Yuzishan. He was a little puzzled. Based on the current situation, there shouldn't be any problems. The 9 grandmasters were not to be trifled with. In addition, there were skills passed down to them. Their strength would only become stronger and stronger. What's the matter? After the call was connected, Yuzishan's voice came from the other side. Boss, there is indeed something I want to tell you. Tell me and I'll listen. Didn't you ask us to build an intelligence agency? I started to collect all the information about the East Sea and even the entire Huaxia. I started to do as you instructed and poached a lot of people. Just recently, our people received news that a mysterious big shot came to the East Sea. It was said that even Taizhan had to treat him politely. I also heard that this person came from Yanjing and appeared outside our Longting villa several times. She thought that her actions were secretive, but we still found out. I'm wondering if our Longting villa in the East Sea has been targeted by people from Yanjing. The forces of the Yan army are targeting us. Do you know who it is? Lin Fei was not surprised at all. I don't know for now, because it is a woman. She is very strong and should have the strength of a grandmaster. A woman. Lin Fei was even more curious. He really didn't know any strong woman from Yanjing. He hadn't been to Yanjing since he returned to Earth. Even in his previous life, he didn't go there more than a few times. Originally, he planned to go to Yanjing after everything was settled. After all, it was the land of the emperor. Maybe there would be some good gains there. If she really breaks into the villa, directly open the formation, but don't hurt her. Just keep her trapped, Lin Fei ordered. Chapter 4082. Bing Qingya and Lin Fei's conversation had surprised many people. They couldn't understand what was going on. Now, no one would look down on Lin Fei. On the contrary, Director Shui, who was next to him, was shocked. He knew a lot of news more or less. He didn't believe it before, but now he really understood one thing. That was, there must be something wrong with Bing Qingya and Lin Fei. Because everything seemed to be too coincidental. Maybe Invincible Shin's attack just now was the other party's initiative to show off. Everyone knew that Invincible Shin had suffered a loss in the hands of Lin Fei. Director Shui also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the Shin family, one of the 3 southern families, didn't have to worry so much. He believed that with Lin Fei's influence alone, he could easily suppress the Shin family. He only needed to keep an eye on the Shin family and the Martial Gate. This was much easier than before. He was even more glad that he had invited Lin Fei over. Bing Qingya didn't waste the opportunity. She took the opportunity to see Lin Fei and asked many questions in her heart, especially about cultivation. As for the questions about cultivation, Lin Fei smiled and gave answers. Every answer made Bing Qingya suddenly see the light. It was like opening a new world. At the same time, in the Longting Villa far away in the East Sea. Since that battle, the Longting Villa had 9 grandmasters guarding it and became the #1 force in the East Sea. No one dared to linger outside the Longting Villa anymore. Whether it was day or night, it was very quiet inside and outside the Longting Villa. On another dark and windy night, a figure suddenly appeared outside the Longting Villa. The newcomers were dressed in black, but their eyes were bright and full of vigor. They were filled with curiosity and interest. "I've been in the East Sea for so long. It's time to explore the Longting Villa. I'd like to see what's so terrifying about the Longting Villa. Is it more powerful than Master's Blessed Enclave?" The person under the black clothes said to herself. It was a woman's voice, sonorous and powerful. With a tap of his foot, the newcomer soared into the air and executed the cloud-scaling ladder, leaping onto the wall and quickly entering the Longting Manor. As they entered, a white mist appeared in the Longting Villa, blocking the view in front. "A mere soul-bewildering formation dares to stop me." The corners of Lin Ziqing's lips curled up slightly. She raised her hand and flicked it forward. Streams of energy shot out, creating a buzzing sound. The white mist quietly dissipated. Lin Ziqing moved forward quickly as if there was no one there. If this is the only bewitching formation, then this Longting Villa really doesn't conform to my expectations. Lin Ziqing had been in Donghai for a while. During this period, the most she did was investigate Lin Fei. But as the investigation went deeper, she found that Lin Fei was very mysterious. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. Under normal circumstances, a person like Lin Fei would definitely have a place to stay. However, after mobilizing all their forces, they couldn't find any clues about Lin Fei. The only thing they knew was that Lin Fei had disappeared for 5 years. Where did he go during these 5 years? She had no idea. Lin Ziqing was even more curious about Lin Fei. After seeing the photo of Lin Fei, she even felt that he was familiar and strange, which surprised Lin Ziqing. So when she couldn't get any information, she decided to visit the Longting Villa at night. She believed that there must be Lin Fei's secrets in the Longting Villa, and she could also see the horror of the Longting Villa. Now in the whole Donghai, the Longting Villa was known as the most terrifying place. How could Lin Ziqing, who was already at the Grand Master Peak, take it seriously? There were only a few places in the whole of Huaxia that could stop her, at least not the Longting Villa. "Butler, shall we do it?" After Lin Ziqing broke the soul-bewitching formation, her trace was known by the Grand Masters of the Longting Villa, especially Yu Zishan, who was in charge of the formation. Yu Zishan shook his head with a smile. "Boss said that as long as he is trapped, it will be fine. You guys can also go and meet this man in black to see who he is. Remember to hold back. After all, in the formation, he is no different from fish on the chopping board. If we can cooperate, that would be the best. We can also see who is so bold as to target our boss." Because Lin Fei was not in the Longting Villa, Yu Zishan was half in charge here. He knew better than anyone who was looking for trouble with the boss. Lin Ziqing didn't know this. She kept moving quickly, and the simple soul-bewitching formation couldn't stop her. All of a sudden, 3 figures rushed out in front of her. "You sneaked into the Longting Villa. Don't you want to be arrested?" The first wave of people who rushed up were 3 Grand Masters. They were like Mount Tai. They divided into 3 directions and attacked Lin Ziqing. "It turns out to be the 3 of you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time." Lin Ziqing's hand shook, and a soft sword appeared in her hand. Countless sword flowers bloomed, dazzling, and rays of light suddenly exploded. When the 3 Grand Masters heard the sound, their hearts trembled. They felt a piercing pain in their bodies. It turned out that they had been hit at this moment. The smell of blood filled the air, making them shocked and hateful at the same time. Lin Ziqing's swordsmanship became very ruthless and dangerous. Countless sword flowers enveloped them. No matter how they counterattacked, they couldn't avoid the attack of the sword light and kept retreating. Lin Ziqing's body movement was also very fast. She moved back and forth, so fast that no one could catch her. Yu Zishan, who had been controlling the formation, was also shocked. He squinted his eyes. She actually has such a powerful swordsmanship. She can suppress the three of them with just one sword. No wonder she came to the Longting Villa. The three grandmasters who attacked first were soon unable to withstand Lin Ziqing's attacks and retreated one after another. After the three of them retreated, 5 grandmasters rushed out this time and attacked fiercely without any hesitation. Lin Ziqing relied on her powerful swordsmanship to attack and defend at the same time. The 5 grandmasters couldn't break through Lin Ziqing's swordsmanship even when they joined forces. Instead, they kept leaving wounds on their bodies. It seems that your strength isn't that great. You guys have disappointed me. Lin Ziqing chuckled and changed the sword move in her hand. Seeing that you guys are grandmasters, I'll let you guys have a taste of my imperial sword technique. Swish swish swish. Another ray of sword light flew out from behind Lin Ziqing. This ray of sword light was too fast. Like a stream of light, it flew past the 5 grandmasters in an instant. Bang 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 bang. The 5 grandmasters fell to the ground on the spot. Lin Ziqing didn't look at the grandmasters on the ground. Instead, she said calmly to the front, Yu Zishan, you've been hiding inside for so long. Don't you want to come out? At least let me see how powerful your butler is. Shook House website. Chapter 4083. Lin Ziqing did not pay much attention to these grandmasters. Instead, she hoped that Yu Zishan would make a move. In her eyes, the entire Longting Manor was just a so-so. She really did not know why these grandmasters would listen to Lin Fei. However, it did not matter. She would soon uncover this relationship because she had the confidence to do so. I didn't expect you to be able to master the sword kinesis technique. I guess only people from Beijing are able to do this. Yu Zishan, who was in the formation, secretly took a deep breath. This woman's strength was not ordinary. Even the 8 grandmasters couldn't gain the upper hand against her. Instead, they returned with injuries on their bodies. Needless to say, they were extremely ashamed. Since you know how powerful I am, why haven't you taken the initiative to come out? Or do you think that this formation can trap me? Lin Ziqing was very confident in her own strength. Moreover, she had learned formations from a formation master. Ordinary formations would not be able to trap her. Even if they were powerful, they could still leave calmly. If you leave now, the Longting Manor will not do anything to you. However, if you leave now, I don't mind showing you how powerful the manor is. Lin Ziqing chuckled in disdain. Seems like you don't plan to come out. I'll invite you out then. In the blink of an eye. A stream of light shot out and instantly penetrated the darkness in front of her. Lin Ziqing once again used the sword kinesis technique. With the sword kinesis technique, she could force people out within a certain range. She believed that Yu Zishan was hiding somewhere nearby. However, when she stabbed out with the sword kinesis technique, Lin Ziqing's expression changed. She had actually lost control of the flying sword. No matter how she tried, she could not get it back. Good sword kinesis technique. Really good sword kinesis technique. However, no matter how good it is still useless in front of me. Now, I'll show you the power of the Longting Manor's formation. Yu Zishan's voice was heard again. There was a loud rumbling sound. The area that Lin Ziqing was in instantly underwent a huge change. The inescapable evil earth formation was activated. The power of the 5 elements gushed out continuously and turned into attacks that came crashing over. When these attacks appeared, Lin Ziqing's expression changed. You want me to lower my head? That's impossible. Watch me break this formation of yours. Lin Ziqing moved her feet and grabbed the ordinary sword, turning it into sword shadows that protected her surroundings. But this time, Lin Ziqing had underestimated the power of the formation. She felt that the power of the formation was getting stronger and stronger, covering the sky and earth with no end. The techniques that Lin Ziqing had learned couldn't be fully used in this formation. She felt that this formation was filled with boundless mysteries. She couldn't use those techniques at all. How could this be? Just as Lin Ziqing was about to retreat, she discovered that the array had undergone a huge change. There was no way out at all. Other than forcing her way through, there was no other way. No wonder they died in the soaring dragon villa. Perhaps it's because of this formation. Lin Ziqing took a deep breath and began to force her way through. However, her plan failed once again. The incessant attacks blocked her path forward. She simply couldn't feel at ease as she charged forward. His movements also began to slow down. At the center of the hub, Yu Zishan also heaved a sigh of relief. This woman is really powerful. She managed to defeat 8 masters with just a single sword technique. But this time, don't even think about leaving the soaring dragon villa. Although Yu Zishan wouldn't kill her, he would still make her suffer. At the very least, she would have to wait until his master returned. At the bottom of the sinkhole outside Hangzhou City, Lin Fei's brows suddenly twitched. This was because the ominous sky formation that he had set up had actually been activated. Although the 2 places were far apart, Lin Fei had left a trace of his consciousness in it. Once someone barged into the formation, he would be able to sense it immediately. Could it be that someone really went to the soaring dragon villa to investigate? It seems that this person isn't ordinary to be able to make Yu Zishan activate the formation. At the very least, those masters weren't able to stop him. Lin Fei was just a little surprised. After all, if one barged into the formation, there was no way they could leave. Young Master Lin, if there are no accidents, the dark ruins will be open tomorrow. This is because the power of the outer layer is getting weaker. I'll have to trouble you then. Chief Shui walked over. Actually, even without Chief Shui's reminder, Lin Fei could also feel the changes in the vortex. This was because the pressure of the vortex in the sinkhole was constantly weakening. Naturally, it was time for it to open. As long as I encounter it, I won't hold back. As for the rest, I don't care. Our Yan Huang battle team can take care of the domestic affairs. You don't have to worry about this. Chief Shui invited Lin Fei over to fight against the masters on the Grandmaster ranking. They were the most terrifying ones. Another day passed. The strength of the vortex was getting weaker. Swish, swish, swish. Moon spirit stones flew out one after another. In an instant, all the Grandmasters went up to fight for them. Among those present, only Lin Fei didn't go up. He just casually waved his hand. With a light movement of his fingers, a moon spirit stone that was flying towards him changed direction and landed in Lin Fei's hand unhurriedly. The dark ruins are about to open. So many moon spirit stones have flown out. Not many people saw Lin Fei's actions. This was because everyone was fighting for the moon spirit stones that had flown out. When the moon spirit stone landed in Lin Fei's hand, he felt a warm aura. It was comparable to the moon spirit stones, but even warmer. Such pure spiritual qi. I didn't expect there to be such a thing in the dark ruins. With just a glance, Lin Fei saw through everything about the moon spirit stone. The milky white spiritual energy instantly entered Lin Fei's body. The moon spirit stone also turned into powder on the ground. With a gust of wind, it dissipated into thin air. Not bad. No wonder everyone is paying so much attention to it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It seems that there must be something amazing in the dark ruins. A moon spirit stone like this must have been nurtured by a mineral vein. The more it is like this, the more valuable it is. Lin Fei was getting more and more curious about the dark ruins. The fight for the moon spirit stone soon stopped. Wu Long of the martial gate grabbed one. Shen Tianquan and his son grabbed one. Then, Shen Tianhong and the others also grabbed one. Finally, it was Bing Qingya and the two grandmasters. Bing Qingya's ice attribute cultivation technique froze everything. This caused many people to be fearful, causing them to lose a certain advantage in the fight. It's about to open. Lin Fei suddenly stood up. The whirlpool in the last layers suddenly sped up. With a crashing sound, the fearsome vortex dissipated into nothingness. A door that went deep into the ground had appeared. Shook Ju website. Chapter 4084. The Yin Ruins opened. It really did. The most anticipated scene finally appeared. After the black vortex disappeared, a door appeared at the bottom. A door that went deep underground. Although they could not see the end of the door, it made everyone excited. After all, this was the entrance to the Yin Ruins. Since the Yin Ruins has opened, our Shen family naturally needs to be the first to enter. Shen Tianhong placed all his attention on the Yin Ruins and jumped out impatiently. After all, being the first to enter always meant getting the best things. But this time, no one would agree. Shen Tianquan also stood out. Why should your Shen family be the first to enter? Our Shen family will be the first to disagree. If you have the guts, let's fight it out. Both sides hated each other now. Chief Shui strode to the entrance. The Yin Ruins has just opened. Everyone should work together. There's no talk of who should be the first to enter. At this time, the Yan Huang battle team's role was revealed. At the very least, Shen Tianhong and Shen Tianquan did not dare to offend the Yan Huang battle team. After all, the Yan Huang battle team was a whole and not something they could easily go up against. Shen Tianhong and Shen Tianquan both harumphed coldly and did not say anything else. After all, they were just testing the waters. Shen Tianquan had purposely stood out to cause trouble for Shen Tianhong. Now that Lin Fei was here, they were willing to do anything that would make Shen Tianhong unhappy. They could not do it, but there was still Lin Fei behind them. At least they had left a good impression this time. In the near future, at least Lin Fei would not cause trouble for them. On the other hand, if the Shen family offended Lin Fei, they would suffer. Shen Tianquan was actually quite smart. He was constantly scheming against the Shen family, but the Shen family was the only one who didn't know about it. Chief Shui relaxed. After all, he would be the first to disagree if the Shen family was the first to enter the Yin Ruins. Since no one has any objections, then let's take a break and enter the Yin Ruins together. Chief Shui immediately organized. First, the arrangements outside were made into a restricted area. No one was allowed to enter. It could be said that every 3 steps they took, they were all experts of the Yan Huang battle team. Brother Lin, what do you think is inside the Yin Ruins? Bing Qingya stood next to Lin Fei. She was also very curious. Originally, Bing Qingya wanted to call Lin Fei, young Master Lin, but Lin Fei shook his head and refused, so she just called him brother. Who knows? In any case, there are many opportunities inside. You can try your luck later. Bing Qingya asked back, what about you, Brother Lin? Of course I'm going in to take a look. I've never been to the dark ruin land in my life. Who asked it to be so famous? Bing Qingya burst out laughing. The other Grandmaster experts secretly cursed in their hearts. The Yin ruin land was famous, but there were countless dangers within it. Although they spoke so casually, they might be scared witless when they entered the Yin Ruin land. After all, they more or less did not agree with Lin Fei, especially Shen Tianjun, who had just suffered a loss. Seeing that Bing Qingya and Lin Fei had such a close relationship, he was even more unhappy. He did not know how many times he had cursed in his heart. In the current situation, he could not do anything, but it did not mean that he would not do anything after entering the Yin ruins. After a short rest, Chief Shui led an elite team into the portal, followed by the Shen family and the Shen family, and finally the Bing family. From here, the distribution of strength could also be seen. The portal meandered down like a mountain road, and finally, the field of vision suddenly opened up. They did not know when they came to the underground world. This world was not dark. It was unknown what was used, but the entire world was as bright as day. There were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. Although it was not the first time for them to enter the Yin ruins, every time they entered the Yin ruins, they would have a special feeling. What a good Yin ruins! It is not inferior to the Blessed Enclave. The spiritual qi here is too strong. Yes, if I can cultivate here, I can reach the Grand Master Great Completion in a year at most. Standing in the Yin ruins, everyone took a deep breath, and their eyes were full of greed. Not to mention anything else, just the spiritual qi alone was enough for them to enjoy. Chief Shui, the Yin ruins is so big, we have to go first. Shen Tianhong could not wait any longer, and went straight in a direction with his son. Chief Shui did not stop them, because it was not appropriate to do so. After that, Shen Tianquan and his son also left. After all, the Yin ruins was not small, and everyone wanted to be the first to find the good things, so naturally, they would not stay for long. Be careful. Bing Qingya also left with the masters of the Bing family. In the blink of an eye, only the elites of the Yan Huang team, led by Chief Shui, were left. Chief Shui wanted to invite Lin Fei to explore the Yin ruins together, but Lin Fei shook his head and refused. I don't want to go with you. The Yin ruins are not too dangerous. I want to see it alone. Since he had said so, Chief Shui naturally would not disagree. Moreover, he really could not control Lin Fei. After saying a few words, Chief Shui left with his team. After all, the Yanhuang battle team needed to determine whether there was danger in the Yin ruins as soon as possible, and at the same time, it involved many things in the future. After waiting for them to leave, Lin Fei walked in one direction unhurriedly. When there was no one around, Lin Fei's figure moved quickly. If those Grand Masters saw him, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. This was not moving, it was almost like flying. The Yin ruins are no different from the Blessed Enclave. The spiritual qi here is also very strong. It is indeed a good place to cultivate. This should be a small world in the past, but this world is very small. Lin Fei walked while looking around. Swish! 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 As he passed through a forest, suddenly, a black shadow came in front of him. Unknowingly, a group of ferocious beasts had appeared in front of him. These ferocious beasts did not have high levels, but the wings on their bodies could turn into black scissors, covering Lin Fei. To an ordinary transcendent grandmaster, these attacks were extremely dangerous. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, they were nothing more than tickles. With a light wave of his hand, the black arrows were all deflected away. Then, with a slight release of his aura, the beasts all fell to the ground in fear, not daring to move. I wonder if there are any living people in this Yin ruins. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and suddenly looked in a direction. What an interesting place. Lin Fei, who had been standing there, suddenly disappeared. The ferocious beasts fainted one by one, revealing their white bellies. Shook House website. Chapter 4085. After the opening of the dark ruins, the spiritual qi around the crater had also become denser. The members of the Yan Huang battle team took the opportunity to absorb and refine the spiritual qi while being on guard. One had to know that such opportunities were rare. Everyone took the opportunity to refine as much spiritual qi as they could. The next time they wanted to enter the dark ruins, it would not be so easy. Therefore, every time the dark ruins opened, the spiritual qi would leak out. It was a precious time for everyone to cultivate. No one will come tonight, right? At the entrance, the new members of the Yan Huang battle team greedily absorbed the spiritual qi. Don't worry, this is Hang's city. Ordinary martial artists don't dare to come here. Don't worry and cultivate. Such opportunities are too rare. If we cultivate for a few more days, we might be able to break through and become transcendent masters. Those who could join the Yan Huang battle team were not weak. What a dense aura. This must be the dark ruins. Sudden. A thunderous voice exploded in the hearts of the Yan Huang battle team members. They all swayed and almost fell to the ground, their faces full of shock. At the entrance in front of them, unknowingly, a burly little giant had appeared. He was about 1 meter tall, like a small mountain. As he moved, the ground trembled slightly. This is the forbidden ground of the Yan Huang battle team. No one is allowed to enter. One of the leaders of the Yan Huang battle team shouted at the newcomer with a dark face. I've heard of the Yan Huang battle team many times. But you little ants, scram. With a loud rumble, the earth trembled, and pillars of earth shot up from the ground. Pang pang pang. The Yan Huang battle team martial artists were sent flying. This happened too suddenly, and they did not have time to react. They all spat out blood. Quick, sound the alarm. The Western mutant is here. The leader of the Yan Huang battle team immediately recognized it. This was an authentic mutant, and it was an Earth-type mutant. Mutants were divided into 5 main elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Every single attribute was extremely powerful, and the giant in front of him had mastered the earth attribute, allowing him to manipulate the earth as he pleased. If they were to fight, it would be difficult for him to defend himself. The little giant did not stop the Yan Huang battle team from informing the others. Instead, he stood there quietly, an intoxicated look on his face. The dark ruins, the small world of the Chinese. My trip to China was not in vain. This time, I must bring back enough moon spirit stones. It's a pity that such a place isn't in the West. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. This little giant was called John Charlie, nicknamed Earth God. He could control the power of the earth and was extremely domineering. Suddenly, John Charlie frowned. He raised his hand and an earth pillar shot out. Who is it? John, Charlie, you're still as hot-tempered as ever. You always start a fight. After all, we're from the same place. Shouldn't you be happy in this foreign land? Another Caucasian man walked out from afar. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and his body was covered in muscles. His muscles were ridiculously strong, and it was a sight to behold. Qiangxing, it's you. I didn't expect you to come to China. Didn't you say that you would never come to China in this lifetime? John Charlie's face darkened. Did I say that? I don't remember at all. Qiangxing said. The mysterious East is famous in the world. If you can come, why can't I? Or are you going to monopolize the resources here? I don't think you have the ability to do so. After all, China has the #1 god of war, Yi Xian. His sword techniques are unparalleled, and he can cut your head off with one strike. When John Charlie heard the words, God of War, Yi Xian, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. After all, that person was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, he would not have dared to sneak into China. Humph, I'm not Yi Xian's match. Do you think you're Yi Xian's match too? You talk like you're very strong. Qiangxing laughed heartily. Anyway, we have the same goal this time, which is to get the moon spirit stones from the dark ruins. Why don't we work together? You have to know that there are many experts in China. Although you have the protection of the ground, you might not be able to withstand the attacks of a group of people. Things will be different with me. John Charlie had sneaked into China this time for the moon spirit stones, because the moon spirit stones could improve his abilities. However, he did not want to work with anyone. He did not expect Qiangxing to know about the opening time of the dark ruins. However, he had to admit that Qiangxing's words were very important. After all, this was not the Western world. This was China. The East was far away, and there was a mysterious aura everywhere. There's no problem with working together. However, if you try to pull any tricks during this period, don't blame me for piercing your head with an earth spike, John Charlie said coldly. Qiangxing smiled as he walked forward. With a flick of his hand, several wind blades swept towards the Yan Huang battle team members in front of him. We're on the same side now. I'll trick anyone but you. Poison Widow, what do you think? Qiangxing controlled a wind blade and slashed it towards a corner of the night. Hearing the name Poison Widow, John Charlie's expression changed slightly. He turned to look, with a trace of disbelief. Qiangxing, you really don't have the slightest bit of gentlemanly etiquette. I'm a weak woman after all. How dare you use a wind blade on me? Aren't you afraid of cutting my face? A figure walked out from the darkness. It was a blonde woman dressed in a tight leather suit. Her curvaceous figure had a great lethality to everyone. It was just that under those graceful curves, there was a terrifying danger that made people afraid. One had to know that the Poison Widow was a wanted criminal in the West. Everyone was afraid of her, but no one had ever seen the Poison Widow's true face. I heard that you guys want to work together. Why don't you add me in? Both Qiangxing and John Charlie did not like the Poison Widow. This was because the Poison Widow was too murderous. She killed people at the drop of a hat, and no one knew how she did it. This was because the Poison Widow possessed a terrifying poison. She was an existence that was very difficult to deal with. Why? Are you not willing? Or are you worried that I'll take the benefits and you won't get a share? The Poison Widow smiled. Her smile was enchanting and stirring, causing the hearts of the two ability users to sway as well. Enough. Poison Widow, don't use your ability on us. I'll let you in, alright. A large earth ripple appeared on John Charlie's body, blocking the Poison Widow's psychic attack. This psychic attack could affect a person's state. Once the person was invaded, they would become a puppet. This was also the reason why the Poison Widow was feared by many. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4086. Lin Fei did not know that experts from the West had arrived, and 3 of them were extremely powerful mutants. At this time, he quickly arrived at a high point. Because he found the Yin ruins to be very interesting. Standing at the highest point, he looked into the distance. At the end of his vision, there was a place that interested Lin Fei. I did not expect there to be a land of 5 elements in this small world. Since it is a land of 5 elements, it must be able to brew something good. I wonder what the quality of the land of 5 elements is like. Originally, this Yin ruins only surprised Lin Fei a little. But when this land of 5 elements appeared, it proved that this small world was not ordinary. Not everyone could set up such a land of 5 elements. At the very least, it required a sect to do so. Smiling, Lin Fei floated down and headed straight for the land of 5 elements. In the Yin ruins, no one could match Lin Fei's speed. After a while, Lin Fei stood outside the land of 5 elements. To think that it would be a 5 elemental magic array, interlocking with each other. Additionally, it is a Xiantian magic array, capable of threatening even Xiantian-level existences. Lin Fei did not enter the array. However, he had already figured out the origin of the array. To others, the land of 5 elements was an innate formation. No one could easily pass through it. But in Lin Fei's eyes, this formation was not dangerous at all. It could even be said that it was not difficult at all. I wonder what the land of fire is like in this land of 5 elements. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter the land of 5 elements, an ear-piercing sound came from behind. Lin Fei, stop. Not knowing when, a group of people came from not far away. It was Shen Tianhong, Shen Tianjun, and Wu Long from the martial sect. Lin Fei's body swayed slightly, and the rocks that came flying towards him flew into the land of 5 elements. I did not expect you to be so fast. You came here so quickly. Lin Fei said lightly. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. This saying was very suitable for Shen Tianjun. He had suffered a loss because of Bing Qingya. Looking at Bing Qingya and Lin Fei talking and laughing, the anger in his heart had reached its limit. If there was something wrong, he would have already taught them a lesson. Now that he had met them, if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be qualified to be the Shen family's pride warrior. No matter what, Shen Tianjun planned to teach Lin Fei a lesson. In this Yin ruins, they really needed cannon fodder, and Lin Fei was very suitable to be cannon fodder. From the moment they saw Lin Fei, they had this thought. Lin Fei, you are so arrogant, flirting with Bing Qingya right in front of me. Don't you know that I like Bing Qingya? Shen Tianjun stepped forward, his aura was like a mountain, and his eyes were filled with an attack. Shen Tianhong and Wu Long did not stop him. After all, they could not see through Lin Fei. This was because Director Shui seemed to be very respectful to Lin Fei, but they didn't know where he came from. It would be good to let Shen Tianjun test him. They did not believe that Lin Fei could be stronger than Shen Tianjun. What happened to Shen Wudi would not happen here. You're already a proud warrior. You can't stay like this. Plus, you're wrong. I don't need to flirt with Bing Qingya. Lin Fei shook his head. Brat, you still dare to be so stubborn. Kneel. Shen Tianjun was furious. He walked over with large strides, raised his hand, and smashed a fist over. This punch contained all of Shen Tianjun's anger. Why are you doing this? Lin Fei smiled as he raised his hand. His 5 fingers reached out and grabbed the incoming fist. Shen Tianjun felt like his fist was grabbed by a strong hand, and any power he used was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Why don't you just kneel down before me? Who asked you to speak so casually? You'll only learn from your mistakes after you've suffered some losses. I'll also let you gain some experience. Don't make people kneel down so easily. Shen Tianjun was just about to say that it was impossible, but in the next second, a cracking sound spread from his fist to his whole body. His whole body was in excruciating pain, and it was magnified infinitely. It hurts, you bastard. Shen Tianjun screamed and knelt on the ground involuntarily. His entire face was scrunched up, and his body was trembling. How is it? It doesn't feel good to kneel. Remember, don't make people kneel so easily, because you might meet someone stronger than you. Shen Tianjun's mind was blank. He knelt in front of a stranger without any resistance. Other than the pain all over his body, there was nothing else. Shen Tianhong and Wu Long, who were watching the show, were also dumbfounded. It was too fast. They didn't fight at all. The Shen family's proud son of heaven knelt down just like that. Moreover, it seemed that his hand was crippled. This was completely different from what they had imagined. It would have been fine if there was an invincible god, but now there was a Lin Fei. Kid, if you dare to touch my son, I will kill you. Shin Tianhong was anxious and prepared to attack. Wu Long, who was at the side, frowned. He seemed to have thought of something and pulled Shin Tianhong back. His face was filled with fear. Brother Shin, you can't attack. Do you know who this kid is? Shin Tianhong didn't care who the other party was. He wanted to save his son. How could his son kneel in front of someone? This was a slap to the Shin family's face. I don't care who he is. If he touches my son, he touches my Shin family. I will kill him. Wu Long secretly wiped his sweat. Brother Shin, calm down. You have to calm down. He is Lin Fei, the Lin Fei from Donghai. Even the Shin family suffered at his hands. Do you remember? Shin Tianhong, who was about to attack, was stunned. His expression changed rapidly. Of course, he knew who Lin Fei was. One must know that the Shin family had suffered at the hands of that person from Donghai. The Shin family had fanned the flames and deliberately spread the news. However, he really didn't know what Lin Fei looked like. Now, Wu Long actually said that this person was Lin Fei. You're right. Wu Long smiled bitterly. Why would I lie to you? At first, when I heard this name, I felt that it was familiar. I couldn't remember it, but now I'm sure that this person is Lin Fei from Donghai. He is the person who caused the Shin family to suffer. Are you sure you want to attack him now? Shin Tianhong's heart shook. He couldn't believe it. Suddenly, when he connected the events in the crater, he seemed to understand something. What a Shin family. They actually dared to plot against me in secret. What a shameless ****. Shin Tianhong finally understood why Invincible God would come out to oppose his son. So this was the reason. What a sinister method. Do you guys still want to attack? If not, I'm leaving. Shook Ju website. Chapter 4087. Shin Tianhong did not dare to utter a word. He still believed in Wu Long's words. Then, the person in front of him must be Lin Fei. The guy who made the Shin clan suffer a lot, but never dared to retaliate. What is the strength of his son? Shin Tianhong was very clear. Unexpectedly, he was caught in the opponent's hands. The thought in his heart was also cut off. Forget about revenge. At least, he did not have any confidence. Shin Tianjun, the proud son of heaven, was dumbstruck. He naturally knew who Lin Fei was, but he did not expect that the Lin Fei in front of him was the mysterious Lin Fei of the Eastern Sea. This was completely beyond his imagination. It was hard for him to accept. Young Master Lin, our Shin clan did not do the right thing. We are willing to apologize. Please let my son go. Shin Tianhong hesitated again and again. He had no choice but to lower his head. He really did not have any confidence. A person's name was like a tree's shadow, it still had a considerable effect. At least, the Lin Fei in front of him was indeed an existence that could not be seen through. Coward, I originally planned to play with you. Since you have already lowered your head, then forget it. Lin Fei shook his head and casually swung his hand. Shin Tianjun was directly sent flying and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. From beginning to end, he did not even look at them again. Remember, if you want this matter to be completely resolved, you must collect enough moon spirit stones. Otherwise, I don't mind being a guest of your Shin clan. Also, your martial sect's Wu Long, you will also have to do the same. If you do something wrong, you will always have to pay the price. Lin Fei smiled and walked into the Five Elements ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of them. Shin Tianhong and Wu Long's expressions kept changing. Especially Wu Long, he felt that he had been shot while lying down. What they wanted the most was the moon spirit stones. Now, you want them to collect the moon spirit stones and give them to Lin Fei. How could they be willing? Brother Shin, I've really been killed by you this time. Wu Long said helplessly. Shin Tianhong laughed dryly and looked at his son, Shin Tianjun, who was lying on the ground. He immediately became angry and kicked his son. I told you to pretend. I told you to pretend when you have nothing to do. How many times have I told you that when you deal with people, you must investigate their background? Don't use the Shin family's name to suppress people. Now, our family is in big trouble. Shin Tianjun, who was just about to get up, was kicked away. He was stunned once again and felt extremely wronged. He couldn't be blamed for this. How would I know? If I knew he was Lin Fei, I wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. Shin Tianjun knew that Shin Wudi's strength was on par with his. Since Shin Wudi had lost to Lin Fei, then Shin Tianjun had no chance of winning. This time, he had really shot himself in the foot. The three of them were momentarily at a loss as to what to do. They didn't dare to look down on Lin Fei. If they really went to the Shin family, they might really be in trouble. Let's take it one step at a time. As for handing over the moon soul stones, that's definitely impossible. Shin Tianhong's face was gloomy. I heard that an expert from the World Master ranking will come this time. Even if he wants the moon soul stones, it won't be that easy. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei walked into the metal ground of the 5 elements. Instantly, countless golden wind blades sliced through the air, one after another. They were extremely powerful and almost reached the level of a master. Lin Fei didn't care and strode forward. Everywhere he passed, the golden wind blades were all bounced away. They couldn't get close to him at all. Lin Fei wasn't fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at one of the places and stomped on the ground. There was a loud rumble and countless cracks appeared. Come out. He clawed at the ground with his 5 fingers. The ground cracked and a golden stone flew out from the ground and landed in Lin Fei's hand. Golden stone, ordinary quality. It was a stone about the size of a fist and its surface had a metallic color. It was the golden stone, a special type of stone that could be used to set up the 5 elements ground. The golden stone was extremely heavy. When Lin Fei held it in his hand, it felt like a mountain. At the same time, there was a sharp aura that kept cutting on his hand. However, no matter how hard it cut, it couldn't hurt him at all. Lin Fei kept the golden stone and walked towards the second 5 elements ground. After taking the golden stone, the first area of the 5 elements ground instantly returned to normal. There was only a piece of barren land left. Shin Tianhong, who had been wandering around the 5 elements ground, felt the changes. There was a piece of barren land in front of them, which shocked them. Previously, they had sensed a dangerous aura in this area, but now it had disappeared. Could it be that Lin Fei did all of this? Shin Tianhong's heart skipped a beat. Such a method was not something he could do at all. Wu Long took a deep breath. It seems like we should reevaluate Lin Fei. Perhaps he's even more terrifying than we thought. Perhaps he's someone from one of those lesser worlds. At the mention of lesser worlds, the expressions of the 3 of them became very complicated. Compared to the big families in Huaxia, the people who came from those places were the most terrifying. If they didn't come from those places, there was no way to explain how they could so easily overcome these dangers. Then should we continue to follow them? Wu Long wanted to leave, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Of course, why not? We've already admitted defeat. He can't possibly kill us, right? Shin Tianhong said boldly. Actually, he wasn't at ease. He could also see that this area was a special area. There was even the power of the 5 elements. Perhaps there was something good inside. Hence, the 3 of them gathered their courage and walked forward. After they left, Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi also came to this area. After all, there was a dangerous aura in this area. However, when they arrived, they also felt the change in the area. The sharp aura had disappeared. That's strange. I clearly felt that this place was different. Why did it change so suddenly? Shin Tianquan looked ahead. Shin Wudi whispered, could it be Lin Fei's doing? Among all of us, he's probably the only one with such skills. Now that he mentioned it, it really seemed possible. Forget it. Let's just follow them in. Lin Fei didn't know that taking away the metal yuan stones would cause such a huge reaction. From the metal area to the wood area, then to the earth area, Lin Fei easily entered all of them, and even more effortlessly collected the origin stones. The 5 elements land instantly became empty. Finally, they came to a place filled with flames. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. What a dense power of fire. I didn't even make a special trip here. In the 5 elements land, the one that Lin Fei cared about the most was the fire land. He took out the hoofing phoenix's egg and placed it in the center of the fire land. Then, he closed his eyes and rested. Bookseller's website.